There was a back door, but you had to know how to find it. Hellier knew. Of course he did. The illusion was his design. The site was entitled Banks and the Small Investor. There was a hidden command icon on the screen. Hellier carefully placed the cursor on the tail of the site's symbol, a prancing horse similar to the Ferrari emblem. Pin the tail on the donkey and win the prize. He smiled again, pleased with his private joke. He clicked the cursor twice and waited a second. A type box suddenly appeared in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, flashing, demanding a password. Hellier typed, "Fuck them all." When Sean arrived back at his Peckham office, he found it deserted except for Sally. Ignoring the no-smoking signs, she was puffing heavily on a cigarette. She looked up from her paperwork and was relieved to see it was Sean. She held the cigarette up. "Do you mind?" "No," Sean answered. "What are you doing here this late?" "Trying to work a few things out." "Such as?" "Such as, how did Korsakov's fingerprints manage to get up and walk out of Scotland Yard all on their own?" Sean didn't understand, and he wasn't of a mind to ask for explanations. His thoughts were still with Heather Freeman. "And why are you back here so late?" Sally asked. "I've been out east." "Why?" Sally sounded almost suspicious. Sean hesitated before answering. "I believe I've identified another murder committed by our man." "What?" The surprise made Sally stand involuntarily. "Are you sure?" "Sure as I can be." "Another gay man?" "No, a girl. A teenage runaway. He abducted her from King's Cross and took her out to some waste ground in Dagenham. He made her strip before cutting her throat." "I don't see a connection," Sally confessed. "Did Hellier also know her?" "I doubt it. But he watched her before killing her. Once he'd selected her, he watched her, learned her movements, planned everything very carefully. Then he took her." "So she was a stranger, yet Daniel Graydon was someone he knew?" "I'm not so sure anymore." "Not so sure of what?" "That he knew Graydon, or at least not as well as he'd have us believe." "I really don't understand," Sally admitted. "I think he picked Graydon at random. A week or so before he killed him. He went to the nightclub and he selected him. He paid to have sex with him so that on the night he killed him, he could approach Graydon without spooking him. Then they went back to the flat and he killed him, just like he was always going to do." "Why didn't he kill him the same night he first met him?" "Because he needed to kill him in his own flat. It was how he'd seen it, fantasized about it. But for that to happen, he needed Graydon's trust. He needed him to feel comfortable. So he approached him inside the club, surrounded by witnesses and people who knew the victim. If he killed him the same night, it would have been too easy for us to work out what must have happened. Stranger arrives in gay nightclub and leaves with known prostitute. Next morning, prostitute is found murdered. It's too easy, too simple. Hellier likes things complicated, layer upon layer of possibilities and misdirection, endless opportunities to bend the evidence away from proving he's the killer. But above all, there was no way he was going to miss out on a week of fantasizing about how it would feel, killing Daniel Graydon. For him, that would have been every bit as important as the killing itself. Once he'd killed the girl in Dagenham, he'd opened Pandora's box. There's no going back for him now, even though he knows we're watching him. He won't stop. He can't. Knowing we're watching him merely heightens his excitement, makes him even more dangerous. "Did he leave any evidence at the Dagenham scene?" Sally asked. "No, just a useless footprint." "Then how are we going to convict him?" Sean thought silently before answering. "If Hellier has a weakness, if he has one chink in his armour, it's his desire for perfection." "I don't understand," said Sally, frowning. "He can't leave things half-done, untidy, incomplete. Well, look at his clothes, his hair, his office, his home. Everything immaculate. Not a thing out of place. He couldn't have that. It's the same when he kills. Everything has to be perfect, exactly how he imagines it." Sally puffed on her cigarette. "How do you know all this?" she asked. I've watched you study crime scene photographs in the past, and suddenly it's like you're there, like you're the—" A look from Sean stopped her before she finished. "I see things differently, that's all," he explained. "Most people investigate crimes two-dimensionally. They forget it's a three-dimensional thing. They seek the motive, but not the reason for the motivation. You have to question the killer's every move, no matter how trivial. Why choose that victim? Why that weapon, that location, that time of day? Most people are happy just to recover a weapon, to identify the scene, but they're missing the point. If you want to catch these poor bastards quickly, then you have to try and think like them, no matter how uncomfortable that may make you feel." "You feel sorry for them?" asked Sally. Sean hadn't realised he'd shown sympathy. "Sorry? You called them poor bastards, like you felt sorry for them." "Well, not sorry for what they are now," he told her. "Sorry for what made them that way. Sorry for the hell that was their childhood. Alone. Scared to death most of the time. Terrified of the very people they should have loved. Fearful of those they should have been able to turn to for protection. Sometimes, when I'm interviewing them, I don't see a monster in front of me. I see a child. A scared little child." "Is that what you see when you look at Hellier?" "No," he answered without hesitation. "Not yet. It's too soon. I haven't broken him down to make him face what he really is. When I do, I'll know if he's a product of his past, or something else." "Something else?" Sally asked. "Born that way. Whether he was born bad. It's rare, but it happens. And you already suspect that's the case with Hellier." It wasn't really a question. "Go home, Sally," he said quietly. "Get some rest. I'll call Dave and set up an office meeting for the morning. We'll talk then, but right now you need to go home. And so do I." Hellier typed the password, "fuck them all." The full screen began to break away by design. When it was gone, it was replaced by a screen filled with 24 different banks' insignia. Many of the major banks of the developed world were shown, as well as several more specialized ones. They all held accounts belonging to Hellier. Some in that name, others in aliases he'd invented. He had excellent forged documents hidden across Europe, North America, the Caribbean, the Middle East, and Southeast Asia. He'd created this website, which appeared to offer advice to private individuals considering purchasing stocks and shares, particularly shares in financial institutions. Its main purpose, however, was to hide his complex network of bank accounts and the locations of the false identities that would allow him to access them. There were so many, he could never have hoped to remember them all. But with this hidden guide, no matter where he was in the world, provided he could access the internet, he could access his funds. The priority was to empty his UK and USA accounts. The others couldn't be touched by UK authorities. Fucking Americans, he thought. Always happy to slam shut accounts on the flimsiest of suspicions. Always so keen to help Scotland fucking Yard. Sycophants. He worked fast. He would be at the terminal for hours, but by the time he was finished, the vast majority of his considerable wealth would have been transferred to Southeast Asia and the Caribbean, out of reach of the police. Now, if he had to run, he wouldn't have to be poor, too. There were many places in this world where a man's tastes were only restricted by the depth of his wealth. Donnelly and D.C. Zukov were hidden in the office building almost directly opposite Hellier's. Donnelly was half asleep on the sofa when he felt the phone clipped to his waistband vibrate. The display told him it was Sean. "Governor, where's Hellier now? Still at work, like us?" "He's up to something. I'm sure he probably is." "I've found another murder Hellier may have committed." "What?" Donnelly sat bolt upright. "About 3.5 weeks ago, a teenage runaway found dead out by the Ford factory." Donnelly's eyes darted left and right as he thought hard. "I remember it was on the news, right?" "Yeah, but it's still unsolved. No suspects. I met the DI running the inquiry. They've got nothing." "How, though?" Donnelly was a little confused. How did you connect it to ours? Long story. Bad time, Sean said. Phone around and organise an office meeting for the morning. I'll update you then. Sean hung up before Donnelly could ask any more questions. Fuck it, Donnelly said out loud. D.C. Zukov lowered his binoculars and turned to Donnelly. Problem? He asked. Aye, son, Donnelly replied. But nothing we can't handle. Hellier sat in the deep leather chair. It creaked satisfyingly. He'd completed the transfers. It had taken him less than 3 hours to move over £2 million out of his UK and American accounts. He'd left a nominal few thousand in each to keep them fluid. He buried the account details in the concealed web page and exited the internet. He was happy with his night's work. Extremely happy. He couldn't help laughing. God, if they could see him sitting here in the dark laughing to himself, they really would think him mad. He was anything but. It was time to go home. He cleaned up the desk and took one last look around the room to make sure nothing had been overlooked, then returned to his own office. Leaving the lights on, he went to the window and peeked out the corner of the Venetian blinds. They made a plastic tinkling sound. He had an excellent view of the road below. It was always busy, no matter what time of day or night. He could still feel the police close by. It was of no matter tonight. There were others of more concern to him than the police. The press, the vile media. They had the power to ruin him merely by rumour. They wouldn't be interested in proof. They wanted a story to titillate the masses, something for people to drool over at breakfast. They wanted him. He couldn't afford to let them take a single photograph. He couldn't afford to be recognised. Sally parked close to the entrance of the building where she lived in Fulham, West London. She let herself in and moved quickly through the communal areas. Dim hallway lights helped her. She tried to keep the noise down. She was a good neighbour. She entered her flat and locked the door. Following her usual routine, she turned on the lamp in the far corner first. She preferred its gentle light to the overheads. Next, she flicked the TV on, for company, then moved into the kitchen, opened the fridge and scanned the contents before closing it again. Maybe she'd have more luck in the freezer. She did. A freezing bottle of raspberry vodka rested on its side. Grabbing it by the neck, she looked around for a clean glass. There was one by the sink. She poured a good measure of the thick vodka and threw the bottle back into the freezer. Sally sat at a kitchen table and rocked back on her chair, kicking her shoes off, the drink in front of her. She pulled the cigarettes from her handbag and lit one. It must have been the 30th of the day. She thought about stubbing it out, but hey, cigarettes cost a fortune these days. Covering a mortgage on a flat in this part of London didn't leave much in the kitty for luxuries. Staring at the wall suddenly brought on pangs of loneliness. Being 30-something and single hadn't been part of her life plan. The thing had just never happened. There had been lovers, 2 of whom had been close to measuring up to her standards, only to fall away as the stakes were increased. The fact of the matter was, most men were simply intimidated by her. Being a female police officer was bad enough, but a detective sergeant? That scared the crap out of them. The only ones who weren't scared off were policemen, but the idea of never being able to escape the job was unbearable. No, they had to be completely unconnected with the police, or it would be better to stay single. Besides, these last couple of years hadn't left a lot of time for relationships. Naturally, her parents were disappointed. They saw their chances of becoming grandparents slipping away. Didn't they understand modern women were choosing to have a career first and then children later in life? There was still hope on that front. After all, she didn't need a permanent partner to have children. Catching herself fantasizing about potential sperm donors, she shook the faces from her thoughts. "Fuck it," she declared out loud. "I'm getting a cat." Hellier could see 2 of them at the front of the building. One had a camera, the other didn't. One photographer and one journalist. But there would be more. The victim was of no interest to the media, no story there. Rent boy dies, who gives a fuck? He was the story. Wealthy, respected businessman investigated for murder. A sordid murder at that. This story would grow and grow. It was only a matter of time before the national media started to run with it. Once his face hit the papers and TV sets, life would be intolerable. He needed his anonymity. Daniel Graydon had been a mistake, but it was a mistake he would survive. There would be more journalists covering the rear exit to the building through the basement car park. There was only one way out. He'd found it within days of starting work at Butler & Mason. He always liked to know alternative ways of leaving a building, just in case. He took his house keys and wallet from his briefcase, then slid it under his desk. It would be too cumbersome for what he had in mind. Making his way to the emergency stairwell, he climbed to the top floor. He looked up at the hatch that led to the roof. It was secured with a bolt. The next bit was the most difficult. He had to climb on the stair rail and keep his balance until he could stretch his hands to the ceiling and hold himself in place. He managed that much. His feet twisted a little on the thin metal banister as he fought to keep his balance. He reached out to the bolt with his right arm. His left hand was still pressed to the ceiling. The bolt came out after a series of solid jerks. Each jerk almost threw Hellier's balance. If he lost it now, he would either fall 3 feet forward to safety or tumble backwards down the stairwell. 6 flights. He pushed on the roof exit cover. It gave way easily. He used his fingers to caterpillar the wooden cover away from the exit. Every sinew of his body was already stretched to breaking point. The cover removed, he sprang off the banister and hooked both hands over the outside edge of the square hole in the roof. His body dangled below as he pulled himself up and through the roof exit. Hellier was in excellent physical condition. He'd worked hard to build his strength and develop the physique of an acrobat. He replaced the cover, making a mental note to push back the bolt in the morning before anyone noticed. He took a few seconds to straighten his clothes and admire the view from the rooftop. He felt alone, but strong, safe. He sucked in the warm night air, heavy and moist. Time to go. He moved fast and silently across the roofs. Chapter 15. Last night, I had an almost overwhelming desire to be the real me, to release the animal that hides inside and allow it full and free expression. But I resisted the temptation. Too many things to arrange first. If I'm to take advantage of the police lapses, then I must be patient, must take time to prepare. Their heads will be spinning soon enough. I'm at work again, boring but necessary. I read the papers and watch the news endlessly. I have to be sure they haven't linked any of my so-called crimes. I've been considering looking outside of London for my next subject. Can't say the idea appeals much, though. London lends itself so well to my imagination. It truly is a magnificent backdrop, so I think I'll stay for now. But it's almost inevitable I'll have to leave before too much longer. Sooner or later, some bright spark will make a connection. They'll never connect them all. Impossible. But they'll connect 2, maybe more. And then they'll start to take things seriously. And that won't be good for me. Chapter 16. Wednesday morning. By 7:30 a.m., Sean was back at work. A few hours' sleep, a shower and clean clothes had partially revived him. He would be briefing half the team soon. The other half was still across London, watching Hellier's office. Apparently, Hellier hadn't gone home all night. He'd stayed in his office. He was definitely up to something. Sean's office phone rang. D.I. Corrigan speaking. He tried to disguise his tiredness. Morning, sir. A voice on the other end replied, I'm D.C. Kelsey calling from SO11. The name meant nothing to Sean. You sent some numbers to us? Telephone numbers in an address book taken from a James Hellier? You wanted subscribers' checks on them? Sean remembered. Yes, of course. How can I help? It's just a courtesy call, really, to let you know we did the checks and none of them came back as a trace. Basically, they're not telephone numbers as such. As such? Sean asked. Yeah, I think they could be telephone numbers ultimately, but they're probably coded. Sean stood up. He'd expected as much. So that was why Hellier denied having Daniel Graydon's number in the book. If he'd admitted to that, he would have had to declare his code, and then they could have deciphered every number in the book. They could have traced all his secret contacts. It would have told them a great many things. Hellier was careful. The killer was careful. Could you decipher the code? Sean asked. We don't do deciphering at SO11, DC Kelsey replied. Any idea who does? There isn't anywhere specific that I know of. You need to find your own expert, MI5, university lecturer, something like that. Tell me you're joking, Sean said without knowing why he was so surprised. Afraid not. But I get some quiet spells sometimes. I could have a play with them for you, if you like. You're a good man, Sean replied. Call me as soon as you get anything. He hung the phone up, only for it to immediately ring again. At the same time Sally appeared at the door. He held his index finger up to stall her and grabbed the phone. D.I. Corrigan? Still early morning, and already his telephone answering manner was degenerating. Governor, it's Stan. It was DC Stan McGowan, the detective in charge of the second makeshift surveillance team. I don't know what happened here last night, he went on, but someone on the other surveillance crew fucked up. What's going on? I was told Target 1 didn't leave the office last night. Stan used surveillance language to describe Hellier. Well, that's what I heard. Then why do we just see Target 1 enter it? Sean sat slowly. Impossible. Impossible or not, I've seen him with my own eyes, and it's been confirmed by OP 1 and 3. And he's wearing fresh clothes, too. Sorry, boss. Someone fucked up. Sean knew what it meant. Hellier had been running free again. All night. Would there be a price to pay for their mistake? Had it cost someone their life? Donnelly appeared in his doorway as he was slamming the phone down. Problem? He asked. Sean gave a long sigh before answering. Whoever was covering Hellier last night lost him. He sprang to his feet and began moving forward toward the briefing room. Donnelly and Sally followed. No way, Donnelly insisted. Not while I was covering him. No fucking way. He made it easy for us and stayed at work all night. He's too scared of the press to show his face. Sorry, Dave, Sean spoke without looking at him. It's been confirmed. No mistake. Hellier slipped past you. Now I need you to work out how that could have happened and when it could have happened. I don't fucking believe this, Donnelly protested. It's done, Dave. Sean still didn't look at him. Let it go. Sally tried to help. There were no murders last night. I've already checked. You mean there were no murders discovered last night? Sean pointed out. There's a difference, he added unnecessarily. Let's hope there'll be no more cock-ups today. Oh, wait a minute, Governor, Donnelly protested. I said this half-baked surveillance was a waste of time. I had 5 tired detectives to cover a target. It was never going to be enough. Sean realised his mistake. Okay, I know you and the team would have done your best. Maybe there's another way out of the building. There is, Donnelly snapped. Through a basement car park, but we had that covered. Something else, then? Sean wanted to leave the subject. Oh, maybe, Donnelly conceded. They swept into the briefing room. There were only 5 detectives waiting for them. Sean was running out of people. The surveillance effort was putting pressure on his resources. What chatter there had been died down quickly. Everybody automatically took a seat. Sean decided not to mention that Hellier had slipped through their surveillance. He'd let Donnelly tell them later. He knew where Hellier was now, so there was no point making more of it. He could ill afford divisions in his team. Conscious of time closing in on him, he got straight to business. We may well have linked our boy to another murder, he informed the small audience of detectives. There was a murmur around the room, but no looks of surprise. Sean had told Donnelly the night before. He must have spread the news already. On what grounds? Donnelly asked. 3 things, Sean replied. The lack of usable forensic evidence, the fact a shoe print belonging to a plain-soled shoe approximately the same size as those found at our scene was recovered, and the type of victim. Hold on there, Governor, Donnelly said. I thought the victim out east was a teenage girl. Sean felt the eyes of the room watching him, waiting for a response. I don't think the sex of the victims is relevant. He knew he had to convince his team that he was right. It was vital that he took them with him. If he lost their confidence now, he would be alone, isolated. Okay, Donnelly said. How are we going to move this thing forward? Publicity, Sean answered. It's the one tool left in the box that we haven't used. It'll spread the inquiry wider than we can without it. I'm hopeful it'll turn up a key witness. Someone placing Hellier at or near the victim's home on the night of the murder. Maybe he used a cab. Maybe we'll get lucky. You sort out a press conference, Dave, Sean continued. But make sure you keep our press bureau informed. I don't want to piss on anybody's chips. Sally, you'll take care of Crime Watch. Gonna be a TV star, eh, Sally? Donnelly teased. Sally flicked him a middle finger salute. The murder investigation team investigating the East London killing will do their own press stuff, Sean announced. At this time, we're not going to mention there could be a link between the two. Why? Donnelly asked. We don't want to panic the public, Sean told him. We want to use the press in a controlled fashion. We're not out to make headlines here. Secondly, and more importantly, we don't want the killer knowing we've made a link. If it is Hellier, then let's leave him thinking we're only looking at him for the one. Keep the pressure on him for our murder, and maybe he'll be distracted and make a mistake with the other. No point in showing him our hand. The next time I interview Hellier, I want to be able to take him to pieces, bit by bit. If we can get the evidence, then I'll be able to break through to him and get him talking. And if I can get him talking, I can bury him. If I can get him talking, he'll bury himself. What about the other two suspects? Zukov asked before the detective scattered. Paramore and Johnny Dempsey. Anything, anybody? Sean asked. Paramore's still missing, said Donnelly, but Fiona's dug something up on Dempsey. Fiona? DC Fiona Cahill, a tall, slim detective in her mid-30s with short, neatly cut hazel hair, got to her feet. Her slightly deep voice and cultured accent further setting her apart. I've been working my way through Daniel's friends one by one. I spoke to a guy called Ferdy Edwards, who tells me that Dempsey did indeed know Daniel and that they were friends, but he also told me they were more than just that. Lovers? Sean jumped in, a flicker of excitement in his heart. No, said Cahill. Business partners. What? Sean asked disbelievingly. Apparently, Dempsey worked as a kind of middleman. If he heard of a customer in the club who might be willing to pay for sex, he'd steer them towards Daniel. For a cut of the money, of course. He'd also look out for Daniel, watch his back, so to speak. This is all very interesting, Sean said impatiently, but where are we going with it? Well, Edwards reckons that Daniel was getting a bit fed up with the arrangement. You mean he was getting fed up handing over a share of his hard-earned cash to Dempsey? Donnelly guessed. Exactly, Cahill confirmed. Edwards said they had at least one heated argument over it. Dempsey telling our victim he'd have him banned from the club if he didn't keep paying up. And Daniel telling Dempsey he'd already had someone else in the club watching his back who would make sure he was never barred from entering. Do we know who? Sean asked. No, not yet. Probably one of the bouncers, Donnelly said. Probably, Sean agreed. What a bloody mess. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when we practice to deceive, Donnelly added. Sean took over. Johnny the barman has just taken a significant step forward as a viable suspect, so let's find him. And let's find out who else had Daniel's back at the nightclub. And while we're at it, let's find Paramore too. We need to speak to all of them. And soon. All right, everybody, said Donnelly, stepping on as soon as he judged Sean had finished. You all got plenty to be getting on with, so let's hustle. And make sure you return all completed actions back to me as soon as they're ready. You get the jigsaw pieces, and I solve the puzzle. Remember? The meeting broke up, the few detectives who had been there swiftly exiting the briefing room. Other than Sean, Donnelly was the last to leave. He nodded to Sean on his way out, moving a little faster than normal, but not so anyone would have noticed. Instead of returning to the incident room with everyone else, he headed for the fire exit and walked down 2 flights of stairs to the main part of the station. Still moving fast, he made his way to a small room that housed 2 old photocopying machines. It also had a phone. The room was empty. Donnelly picked up the phone and dialed. DS Samra answered. "Hello?" "Raj, it's Dave." "David?" Samra sounded cautious. "What you after?" "That little matter I discussed with Jimmy Dawson and yourself." He let it hang, waiting for Samra to respond. "I remember," Samra confirmed. "Change of plan." "I'm listening." "I'm not just interested in homosexual murders now. I need to know about anything nasty, and I need to know first." "How nasty are we talking?" "Stranger attacks, lack of motive, lots of mess. Anything sexual, too. I'm not interested in domestics, gang-related drugs, or drunks." "I'll do my best," Raj said. "Same as before," Donnelly continued. "Spread the word, but keep it quiet. Remember, I need to know first." He hung up. Raj looked at his phone for a moment, then he began to make some calls. He called DS Jimmy Dawson first. If Jimmy was happy to do as Donnelly said, then so was he. Hellier stood by the window in the office of one of the other junior partners. They drank coffee and shared a few sexist jokes. Their perfect secretary was the brunt of much of their posturing and sexual boasting. It was as well she couldn't hear them. Hellier meant little of what he said. It was important to engage in this sort of social discourse with his colleagues once in a while, especially now, following his arrest. The innuendo that he was gay could be more damaging than being suspected of murder. Ridiculous people. His mood was excellent this morning. He would have paid a considerable sum to have been a fly on the wall when Corrigan found out he'd slipped past them. They'd look like fools a few more times before he was finished. And then, when the time was perfect, he'd disappear, leave this God-cursed place and start again. But first Corrigan needed breaking. He'd sworn it. Corrigan had humiliated him, and now he would pay a heavy price. The Italians say revenge is a dish best served cold. He didn't agree. His would be served scalding hot. The perfect secretary knocked on the open door. He shook the daydreaming from his head. "What is it, Samantha?" Hellier's colleague asked. She looked at Hellier. "It's actually Mr. Hellier I need to see." Hellier stood away from the windowsill. He smiled pleasantly. "Fire away." "I have someone on the phone for you, sir, but they won't give me a name or tell me what it's about." Fucking journalists. Fucking Corrigan. Well, get rid of them then. Strangely, Samantha hesitated at the door, her obedience faltering. Hellier saw their hesitation. "Well?" he asked. "They sound quite desperate, sir. They claim to have very important information for you. They'll only speak to you personally and in private." Hellier's eyes narrowed. "Put the call through to my office." Sally walked to the headquarters of the National Criminal Intelligence Service, known as NCIS, situated in Spring Gardens, Lambeth, close to both the forensic laboratory and the nightclub where Daniel Graydon had spent his last night. NCIS remained low profile. You wouldn't know they were there unless you were looking hard. She had abandoned her car to the mercy of traffic wardens and small-time thieves. Life still functioned at the base level in Lambeth. Survival of the fittest was the nature of the game here. Any respect or fear the local population had for the police had long since disappeared. They lived by their own laws now. Security was expectedly tight at the NCIS building. Sally buzzed the video intercom and waited. A soulless male voice eventually answered. "State your business, please." "DS Jones, Serious Crime Group. Here to see DS Graham Wright. I believe he works in counterfeit currency." She held her warrant card up to the camera. The door was opened after a slight delay. She walked to the reception desk. The security guard was already waiting for her. He gave her a visitor's name tag and directions to the counterfeit currency section. She nodded thanks and moved towards the lift. When she reached the office, she found DS Wright sitting at his desk. He was a fit-looking man in his early 40s. His dark hair was matched by clear olive skin. She found him attractive. "D.S. Graham Wright?" she asked. He glanced up from his desk. "Yes, that's me. I'm D.S. Sally Jones from SCG. She felt Wright's eyes scan her from head to toes and back. "And what can I do for you, D.S. Jones?" "Please," she told him. "Call me Sally." "Well, Sally?" "Fingerprints," she said. "Missing fingerprints." She studied him for a reaction, maybe a hint of confusion, but nothing more. "Back in 99, you took a set of fingerprints out of the yard." "99?" Wright protested. "I don't think I'll be able to remember back that far. Whose prints were they?" "Stefan Korsakoff's," she answered. Wright flushed a little. She noticed it. "You remember?" "Sure," he replied. "I remember." "How come? It was a long time ago." "Because I helped put the bastard away. If you're here to tell me he's dead, then you'll make me a happy man." "Maybe he is," said Sally. "We're trying to find that out. But for now, you remember taking the prints out of the yard?" "Yeah, and I remember taking them back just as clearly." Sally picked up the speed of the questions. "Why did you pull them out in the first place?" "I was doing someone a favour. The prints weren't for me." "Well, who were they for?" "Paul Jarrett. He was a DS at Richmond at the time. I was still a DC. We worked the Korsakoff case together. He asked me to pull the prints, so I did." "Did he say why he wanted them?" "Well, I can't remember. Maybe he said the prison service had asked for them. I'm not sure. All I know is that if someone had lost his prints, it wasn't me. If you want to know why D.S. Jarrett needed the prints, then, well, perhaps you should ask him." "You know what?" Sally told him. "I think I'll do exactly that." The phone was ringing on Hellier's desk as he entered his office. He closed the door before answering. "Hello, James Hellier speaking." "Mr. Hellier," the voice on the other end began, "I hope you don't mind me calling you at work. It was the only way I could think of contacting you." The voice belonged to a man. He sounded mature, in his 40s perhaps. He spoke quite well. Hellier could hear no trace of an accent. He didn't recognize the voice, but suspected it was being artificially disguised. It sounded concerned. He could sense no harmful intent, but was as cautious as ever. "You're not a journalist, are you?" Hellier barked the question. "Because if you are, I'll find out who you work for, and by this evening you'll be looking for a new job that you won't find." "No, no." The man's voice was slightly pleading. Hellier still sensed no threat. "Then who are you?" "A friend," the man answered. "A friend who knew Daniel Graydon, and now I'd like to become your friend. A friend who can help you." Hellier said nothing. "Listen to these instructions. Follow them exactly if you want to meet me. But be careful. Your enemies are everywhere." Hellier listened hard to the instructions, memorizing every detail. When the voice had finished, the phone line went dead. Hellier sat in silence with the phone pressed to his ear. His new friend had to be a journalist. He wouldn't put it past Corrigan to have put the vermin onto him in the first place, trying to panic him into making a mistake. But it wouldn't work. He knew how to deal with journalists, and he knew how to deal with Corrigan. After a minute or two, he was brought back to the world by a knock at his door. "Come in," he said, his voice a little hoarse. The door opened as Sebastian Gibran let himself in and pulled a chair close to Hellier's desk. Hellier found himself leaning back, as far away from Gibran as he could. "Thought I'd see how you were, see how things were going with the police, make sure you were okay. Nothing getting on top of you too much?" "I'm fine, thank you, Sebastian. Despite everything, I seem to be bearing up." Hellier found it harder than usual to play the corporate game. The voice on the telephone had been an unwelcome complication. "Good. I knew it would take more than jealous allegations to upset a man like you." "Jealous allegations?" "Of course. People will always be jealous of people like us. They want what we have, but they're never going to have it. It's not just wealth, it's everything. They can win their millions on the lottery as much as they like, but they'll never be like us. Never walk amongst other men as we can, safe in the comfort of our own superiority. It's our right. You do understand, don't you, James? A king will always be a king. A peasant will always be a peasant. Exactly, Gibran beamed. That's why I brought you to this firm in the first place, James, because I knew you had what it takes. When I first spoke to you at that conference all those years ago, I knew. I'd met hundreds of financial superstars that week, but I knew you were different. I knew you belonged here at Butler and Mason, and I made damn certain I got you. I'm forever grateful, Hellier managed, but he was a little disturbed by this side of Gibran he'd never seen before. The perfect corporate manager and visionary seemingly replaced by a more arrogant, self-serving elitist. Was he finally meeting the real Sebastian Gibran? Or was Gibran trying to trick him into lowering his guard, looking for a reason to move him on to pastures far less green? Any gratitude owed has already been repaid, Gibran told him. You know, James, none of us are immune from making mistakes. The very nature of our business is risk-orientated. We accept that people will make bad decisions from time to time. Those decisions will sometimes cost us a great deal of money, but we accept it. Hellier listened, trying to predict the moment when the conversation would become specific to him. But other mistakes, errors of judgment not related to work, are less tolerated. The people who own Butler and Mason like to portray a very particular image. They like their employees to be married, settled, and they encourage people to have children by creating a pay structure that rewards a family life. The image of this company has emerged by design, not accident, and they guard it jealously. If an employee has elements in their life that do not fit easily with our company ethos, then they would be expected to bury those— Gibran searched for an appropriate word— those habits where they would never be seen. If they fail to do so, then their position here might not be tenable. If someone was to draw unwanted attention to our business, even if it was by accident, even if it was later shown not to be that person's fault, the company would nevertheless expect that person to bring that situation to a swift conclusion. We're all clear on that philosophy, aren't we, James? I understand perfectly, Hellier answered. Listen, Gibran said, his voice and tone suddenly sounding more like the man Hellier recognized. That was the corporate line. Make of it what you will. This is from me. Watch your back. I can only protect you so much. I like you, James. You're a good man. Tread carefully, my friend. Hellier watched him for a while before answering. I will. Thank you. As Nietzsche said, not mankind but Superman is the goal. My desire is to bring forth creatures which stand sublimely above the whole species. That is what we're expected to be, James. The failings of normal men are not a luxury we're allowed. To live beyond good and evil, Hellier continued the quote from Nietzsche. Gibran leaned slowly forward. I knew we'd understand each other. You see, James, it's our imaginations that truly set us apart. Without that, we'd be just like all those other sad fools, wandering around, soulless, aimless, pointless, only fit to be ruled over by those fit to rule. That may sound arrogant, but it's not. It's reality. It's the truth. Sean entered the press conference room at New Scotland Yard. He walked behind Superintendent Featherstone, who would head the conference. Sean was only there to deal with specifics, not the general presentation. Other than the TV people, there were about a dozen journalists there. A lot less than there would be for a celebrity or child murder, but more than there would have been for a run-of-the-mill killing. Most of them had been following the case since Hellier's initial arrest, when Donnelly had leaked it to a contact in the media. Featherstone introduced them and outlined the details of Daniel Graydon's murder. He began to tell the journalists what the police wanted from the public. Sally would repeat it later that night on Crime Watch. We're appealing to anyone who may have seen Daniel meet someone outside Utopia nightclub that night. Perhaps a cab driver who took Daniel home, a friend or acquaintance who maybe gave him a lift, Featherstone explained. We're also interested in anyone who may have heard or seen something later that night, close to Daniel's flat in New Cross. Did anyone see a man acting strangely in the area? Again, maybe the man responsible for this terrible crime used a cab to leave the area. Can anyone remember picking up a passenger in the early hours? Someone who aroused their suspicions? Sean listened absent-mindedly. Featherstone was doing a professional job, sticking to the script. But there was one thing the two of them hadn't discussed ahead of the conference. A question from a journalist made Sean almost jump. "Do you have a description of the suspect?" Featherstone was about to answer no when Sean jumped in. "Yes," he said. It was the first time he'd spoken. Featherstone was surprised. His mouth hung a little open. "What's the description?" the journalist asked. "We believe we're looking for a white male in his 40s. He's slim, fair hair and smart in appearance." Sean was describing Hellier. "Where's this description come from?" asked another journalist. "I can't tell you that at this stage," Sean answered. The journalist's excitement grew. "Detective Inspector?" The female journalist raised her voice above the increasing noise and competition for answers. "Inspector?" She caught Sean's eye. "Have you just described James Hellier, Inspector?" "No comment," Sean answered. Another journalist pursued the question. "Is Mr. Hellier no longer a suspect in this murder, Inspector?" "For legal reasons, I can't answer that." "Why was Mr. Hellier not charged?" another asked. "This is an ongoing investigation, which means I can't answer that at this time." "Is Mr. Hellier a witness in this case?" The journalists had revealed why they were there. Hellier was the story. Sean had known it from the beginning. He could feel that Featherstone wanted to get the conference back on track, which was fine by Sean. It had served its purpose. Hellier would hear about it and read between the lines. The pressure would be back on. It was revenge for Hellier embarrassing the surveillance operation, for trying to cause a split in the team. A piece on the chessboard had been moved, and Hellier would have to respond. Another question came from the floor. "Was Mr. Hellier having sexual relations with the victim?" "I think Detective Superintendent Featherstone will be best placed to answer your questions." He leaned back into his chair, signifying his involvement in the conference was over. "Superintendent," a journalist asked, "is James Hellier a suspect in this murder inquiry or not?" Featherstone answered without hesitation, the media training paying off. "At this point, Mr. Hellier is helping us with our inquiries. I can't reveal any more details than that until some time in the future, but I can assure you that it is my intention to conduct as open an investigation into the death of Daniel Graydon as possible. And of course the media will be kept informed. As I was about to say, we would also like the public's help in tracing two other men that we need to speak to." Sean wasn't listening anymore and didn't hear Featherstone giving the media the names of Stephen Paramore and Johnny Dempsey. The journalists were once again directing their questions to Featherstone, who dealt with them as beautifully as a conductor would his orchestra. Featherstone presented the user-friendly face of the police service, the clean shirt over an unwashed body. Sean sat quietly chewing the inside of his mouth, waiting for the show to come to a natural end, thinking of Hellier, seeing him kneeling next to Daniel Graydon, pushing the ice pick through his skin, standing over Heather Freeman as he swept the knife across her stretched throat. Hellier had followed the instructions given on the phone exactly. He'd left work at 6 p.m. and walked out of the front door in full view of the surveillance team. He hailed the first cab he saw and told the driver to take him to Victoria train station. Once there, he descended into the underground system, moving through the labyrinth of tunnels on foot, boarding trains travelling in one direction, then, unexpectedly, disembarking and doubling back, making it almost impossible to follow him. An hour later, he stood in Hyde Park, looking up at the statue of Achilles. Large trees provided good cover. He could see the bandstand in the park about 30 metres away. The man on the phone had said he would be there at 7:30. He would be carrying a small blue Reebok rucksack and wearing a yellow shirt. Hellier kept his distance. He wanted time to observe the man before he approached him. A friend of Daniel Graydon. What did he know? What had Daniel told him? What did he know about Hellier? It had to be a journalist looking for a story to titillate the masses. But had they found out more than they bargained for? Something that could be dangerous to him? Had his phone been hacked? He doubted it. When it came to hacking a phone, he could teach any half-cocked journalist or private detective a thing or two. He was pretty certain his hadn't been. He needed to find out what they knew about him and deal with it. Deal with it with extreme prejudice. His mobile rang. The display showed private number calling. He answered. "James Hellier?" "I'm so sorry. I'm afraid I'm going to be late. I won't be able to get to you until about 8. You must wait for me. It's vital that you wait for me." Hellier checked his watch. It meant waiting for almost an hour. "This had better be worth it." "It will be," the man said. "Please, believe me. It's more important than you can possibly imagine." "Who are you?" Hellier asked. "Someone who has an interest in your current predicament. Someone who wants to help. Just be sure to wait for me." "I'll be here." Hellier didn't attempt to disguise his annoyance. He snapped his mobile shut. It appeared he would have plenty of time to study his favourite London statue. For the first time in a long while, Sean went home at a reasonable hour. Kate found it a little strange at first. She'd become accustomed to him not being there. Sally was doing the Crime Watch presentation that night. Several of the team would stay on at Peckham until midnight, answering any calls from the public the appeal might bring. Sean wasn't hopeful. He only hoped Hellier was watching. He'd briefed Sally to use Hellier's description as that of the possible killer, just as he'd done at the press conference. He also wanted to see the presentation on the Heather Freeman murder. D.I. Brown would be on the show that night, but no mention would be made of the connection. How would that affect Hellier's behaviour? He pictured Hellier laughing at their incompetence. Fine. Let him laugh. His mobile began to ring. He groaned. Kate stared across the living room at him. "Hello? Sean Corrigan speaking." "Bad news, Governor." It was DC Stan McGowan. "He left work at about 6, but we lost him on the Underground. He was definitely trying to shake us. We had no chance. Sorry." "Why didn't you call earlier?" Sean asked. It was almost 8:30 now. "We've been running around trying to find him. I sent a couple of boys to his home address, but he either beat them there or he hasn't gone home yet." "Okay, Stan," Sean said. "You've done your best. Stay with it tonight. Concentrate on the home address. Tomorrow I'll see if I can't get a dedicated surveillance team back." "Sorry," Stan said again. Sean hung up. He wondered if he could stay awake long enough to watch Crime Watch. Hellier checked his watch. It was 3 minutes since he last checked. 8:10. The man had sworn he'd be there by 8. He was late. He hadn't called. Damn it. Where was the fool? Hellier looked at his watch again. What did the caller really want? He said he could help. Who could help him? Why would they want to? Were they going to try and blackmail him? That would at least be amusing. He checked his phone. No missed calls. He wasn't going to stand here all night. He had better things to do. He lost the police surveillance, but he needed to be careful. Journalists could still be a problem, even if the police weren't. He felt excitement rising in him like an old friend. Time for a treat. He deserved one. Kate watched Sean struggling to stay awake in his chair. A bottle of Stella Artois rested on his chest. She watched it rise and fall, gently. If he fell asleep properly, he would spill the beer. The cold liquid would wake him up quickly enough. She hoped it would happen. It would make her laugh, and Sean hadn't made her laugh much lately. He was losing the battle to keep his eyes open. Hearing the presenter mention a murder in South London, Kate shook Sean by the shoulder. "I think you're on." "You're on," she repeated. "It's your case next." Sean sat upright. He rubbed his face hard and shook his head. "Thanks." He watched the presenter outline the case. It was supposed to be informative only, the media helping the police to catch a killer. But the presenter's background gave him away. He couldn't help using gutter-press terminology. He tried to look shocked when describing the murder as gruesome. He dramatically paused as he informed the nation how Daniel had been stabbed 77 times. The tabloid words flowed from his mouth. Bloody, horrific, mutilated. He had them all. In truth, there was only one reason the programme existed. Ratings. The British public liked nothing better than watching other people suffering from a safe distance. The camera switched to Sally. She looked a little nervous, but you couldn't tell unless you knew her like Sean did. She was as professional as he knew she'd be. Informative, accurate, businesslike, but compassionate too. She gave the description of Hellier as Sean had asked. He felt satisfaction at the thought of Hellier watching and listening to himself being described on national TV. But he had to remember that Hellier was like a poisonous snake. He was dangerous. It was important to keep a firm grip of his neck or risk being bitten. The presenter tried to ambush Sally. He asked her if someone had already been arrested, if the police already had a prime suspect. Sally had been expecting it. Her answer sounded prepared. She told him a number of people had been helping police with the inquiry, but they were still trying to trace the whereabouts of Stephen Paramore and Johnny Dempsey. The presenter backed off, closing the piece with the usual attempt at a heartfelt appeal for assistance. He read out the 2 telephone numbers that also appeared at the bottom of the screen, one for the studio and one for the incident room back in Peckham. Then he moved on to the next tragedy of the night. Chapter 17. I've seen her before, a couple of times. On both occasions I followed her home. She lives in Shepherd's Bush, in a flat on the first floor of an old mansion block. The building has seen better days by the look of it, but I suppose it's not too bad for the area. She works in a small advertising company in Holborn. She must be 30 or thereabouts, reasonably attractive, but nothing special. 5'5" and strong from the look of it, although not very fit. She does have very nice short brown hair, though. The cut is unusually short for a woman. But what really attracted me to her, what really caught my eye, was her skin. She has the most beautiful skin, very lightly tanned, faultless. It shone. Did she know it set her apart? Was that why she kept her hair short, so nothing would distract from her skin? Probably. But it wouldn't stay that way for much longer. She worked too hard, always last out of the office, trying to impress her boss, or maybe just trying to impress herself. I read an article in the Evening Standard the other day. Apparently, young London workers are judging success by the lack of free time a person has. The most successful are judged to be those who have no time for themselves. Pitiful. How could anyone really question my right to do as I please with you? You have no value anymore. You know that yourselves. Pointless little animals living pointless little lives. Only I can make you worth something. When I've watched her in the past, she hasn't left her office until after 8. Tonight was no different. I thought about visiting her in the office. Leave a nasty surprise for her boss in the morning, perhaps cut her breasts off, Jack the Ripper style, and leave them on his desk with a resignation note I'd make her write, just for the fun of it. No, I couldn't guarantee the level of control I'd need. I couldn't risk being interrupted. A cleaner might walk in on me, or a fucking security guard. I would be able to deal with them easily, but the visit would be spoilt. So I decided to follow her home. Again. She has an easy journey, 9 bearable stops along the Central Line to Shepherd's Bush. The simple route makes it easier to follow her. I could wait for her to come home. I know where she lives from my previous follows, but I enjoy the thrill of the chase. It helps me build towards my climax, allows the excitement to grow. It courses through my veins and arteries. My blood carries the excitement around my body like oxygen. My heart beats so hard and fast, I'm sure people can see my chest pounding, hear my heart thumping like a Zulu drum. But at the same time, I know they can't. It seeps into my muscles, makes them contract and tense, makes me feel strong, invincible. I'm becoming alive again. I can see more, hear more, smell more. I feel the twitching in my groin. I have to calm down and control it. It's difficult, especially with her sitting so close. In the same carriage, only a few seats away. I think she notices my presence, but she seems unconcerned. You wouldn't be concerned by my presence either. I read my paper. The Guardian. Our stop is next. She stands first and moves to the exit door. I move to a spot a metre or so behind her. I can smell her clearly now. The scent is almost overpoweringly beautiful. The train stops and we both step onto the platform. This is an underground station, so there's CCTV everywhere. I make a point of stopping on the platform. I lift my foot onto one of the wooden benches screwed to the wall and make a show of tying my shoelace. If the police check the tapes at all, they'll be looking for someone following her closely, not a businessman worrying about his shoes. Eventually, I follow her, but I'm a long way back, exactly where I want to be. She's out of my sight as I go through the automatic barrier and into the street. I know the route she should take and pray there are no variables to contend with. If she goes into a shop or meets a friend, I may lose her. I'll pick her up back at her flat, but the follow is important to me tonight. It's how I've seen it happening. It's the beginning of making my desires reality. If any part of the sequence is changed from the way I need it to be, then there would be no point continuing. It's about 8:45. There's still some daylight. I move fast along Bush Green, the traffic heavy even at this hour. The green resembles some kind of stock car racing circuit, and drivers are treating it accordingly. I walk past a group of black youths loitering menacingly outside a betting shop. I feel their eyes fall upon my expensive wristwatch. I give them a hard stare, and they look away. Respect. Unexpectedly, she walks out of a small newsagent's. I almost trip over her, swerving to avoid her. She's seen me, definitely. And now I'm in front of her. I want to be behind her. Following her, this is not good. I can't stop and wait for her to pass me. I need to do something, and do it right away. I do the best thing I can think of. I walk to the first bus stop I see and pretend to be waiting for a bus. There are other people at the stop. I only hope the bus doesn't come. She walks past me. I feel her quickly look in my direction, but she doesn't seem panicked. She walks on. I wait a few seconds and follow her again. I have to be a lot more careful now. She saw me outside the shop, saw me go to the bus stop. If she turns around and sees me again, she may run. She may go into the nearest shop or cafe. It won't cause me a long-term problem, but it'll destroy tonight's plans. I keep a reasonable distance, 10 meters or so. I'd like to be closer, but can't risk it. I'm sure she can feel my presence, even at this distance. It's important to me that she can. The Chinese swear the dog meat tastes all the sweeter if the dog is terrified before being butchered. I would have to agree. I try and anticipate when she'll look behind her, and if so, which shoulder she'll look over. It gives me the best chance of avoiding her field of vision. But she doesn't turn her head. We're still walking along Bush Green, and there are lots of people about, which makes her feel safe. She turns left into a side road, Rockley Road. On either side, the road is lined with 4- and 5-story terraced houses, Georgian or maybe Victorian. London's demand for housing and cheap hotels has turned the street into a mess of dirty-looking flats and flea-pit boarding houses. She turns left into a side street, Minford Gardens. This is where she lives. It's an altogether more pleasant street. Smaller houses with trees lining the pavement, but the houses are still scruffy and split into flats. It's much, much quieter. I begin to walk faster. The excitement is rising to a point of explosion. I want to rage over this woman. I want to tear her to pieces, rip her open with my nails and teeth. But I won't. I will show my strength, my control. I'm not like others. I've learned to control the power I have. I close the distance between us, walking ever faster, but so silently the sound of the breeze drowns out any noise. There's no sun in the road anymore. The houses have blocked its fading light. I'm so close. The street lamps begin to flicker. I'm close enough to touch her now. I see the hairs on the nape of her neck stand on end. She feels me. She spins on her heels and looks into the eyes of my mask. Soon she will meet the real me. Linda Kotler was 32 years old and single. She'd been in a relationship for 8 years, but when she pushed for marriage, he, unbelievably, got cold feet and ran away. Christ, they'd been living together for 6.5 years. But apparently the mere mention of the word marriage suddenly made him feel trapped. Perhaps it was just the excuse he'd been waiting for. She was rapidly learning what it was to be single when all your friends are couples. 8 years is a long time with someone. Her friends were his and his hers. They thought of them as a single entity, one personality. When he left her, they'd been so nice, to the point of being irritating. Her married girlfriends didn't look compassionate anymore. They looked smug. And suddenly, she was single. That made her a threat to their own fragile relationships. True, she'd been guilty of a little flirting with her friends' men, but she needed to feel desired. Now, more than ever, rejection hurts. She'd been working late again tonight. Maybe she'd secretly been hoping someone at the office would invite her for a drink. It was a lovely evening for it. But no invitation came. Time to go home to her much-loved prison. She checked herself in the mirror of her compact. Her hair was short enough not to have to worry about it. Her skin was as excellent as ever. Years of living with him hadn't changed that. She was proud of her skin. She dabbed moisturizer on her fingertips and massaged it into her face. A little lipstick was all she needed. You never know who you might meet on the tube. Holborn Station wasn't too busy. She'd long missed the main rush hour. The platform was only sparsely populated compared to the scene 2 or 3 hours before. Rush hour platforms scared her. She'd been brought up in a small town in Devon, and the size and speed of London still intimidated her. How could those people stand so close to the edge as the trains flashed past? Was getting home a few minutes earlier really so important? They must have more to go home to than she did. She saw him almost as soon as she slid the heavy briefcase off her shoulder. He was standing a couple of meters to her right and slightly behind her. She noticed him because she'd seen him before, about a week ago, maybe less. It happened more than people think. When you travel the same route day in, day out, eventually you start seeing the same people. She had thought he was rather attractive. A little older than she usually went for, probably the wrong side of 40, although only just. But he clearly took care of himself. He dressed well, too. She tried to catch a whiff of his cologne, but she didn't think he was wearing any. He didn't look at her, but she somehow could feel he had noticed her. She couldn't see properly, but she was pretty certain he wasn't wearing a wedding ring. Just a nice wristwatch. An Omega, she thought. So, he had money too. That always helped. The train came and they ended up in the same carriage. She read the adverts adorning the carriage and sneaked glances at him. She couldn't be sure, but she thought he sneaked the odd look back. Most of the time he read his paper, The Guardian. So he had liberal views on the world, like her. She wondered where he would get off the train. She guessed Notting Hill. No, Holland Park suited him better. But he didn't. The train approached Shepherd's Bush. She sneaked one last glance at the man and moved to the exit. She wasn't one of those confident types who would sit and wait for the train to stop before staking their claim at the exit. She was always afraid the doors would close too quickly and she'd miss her stop. Worse, she'd be left on the train feeling foolish. Uncomfortable stares would rest on her. He'd stepped off the train right behind her, but she couldn't feel him close anymore. It was as if he'd somehow faded away. He must have gone down another corridor, heading for another exit. She wanted to be subtle. If he was somehow still behind her, she didn't want him to see her looking for him. She took the chance to glance back as she travelled up the escalator. She couldn't see him. If he had been heading her way, he should have been within view. He must have gone another way. The butterflies in her stomach left her. They were replaced with an empty, disappointed feeling. She preferred the fluttering wings. By the time she'd exited the station, she'd forgotten he had ever existed. Ground level brought its own reality, and he wasn't part of it. She hurried along Bush Green. The heavy bag slowed her, the straps cutting into her shoulder, drawing attention to her. She must learn to travel lighter. She saw a group of young black men standing outside the betting shop and pulled her briefcase closer, tightening the grip on her handbag, head down, and walking past them as quickly as she could. She felt their stares as surely as if they were beating her. She felt like a racist, and it made her feel guilty. She entered the small shop. It smelled like most newsagents or off-licenses in London, spicy and sweet. She liked the smell. She liked the different cultures of London. Mostly, anyway. It took her less than a minute to buy the pack of Silk Cut Mild. She tried to smoke Marlboro Lights or Camel Lights like everyone else in London. They tasted funny to her. They didn't smell like the cigarettes adults had smoked around her when she was growing up in Devon. As she left the shop, she wasn't looking where she was going. She almost bumped straight into him. The man from the tube. It made her stop in her tracks. He swerved around her and kept going. If he'd wanted to talk to her, he'd had the perfect opportunity. He hadn't taken it. Maybe she had just imagined that he'd noticed her earlier. Being alone in London was beginning to get to her. She was craving the attention of strangers. He walked in front of her now, still along Bush Green. He stopped at a bus stop. He didn't seem the type to be getting a bus in Shepherd's Bush. She tried to imagine where he could possibly be going. Putney or perhaps Barnes. If so, it was a strange route. She passed the bus stop and kept heading west. She turned left into Rockley Road. The noise of Shepherd's Bush Green seemed to die away instantly. Immediately she felt more relaxed. Her pace slowed, almost as if she were enjoying an evening stroll. The pain of the bag strap cutting into her shoulder reminded her she wasn't. She considered stopping to light a cigarette, but decided to wait until she got home. Maybe she would have a glass of wine, too. She was pretty sure she had an unspoilt bottle in the fridge. The street was empty, quiet. She could see and hear people in their homes, but the road itself was lifeless. It made it easier to sense a disturbance. She did. She was being followed. She was certain of it. Was it one of the men from outside the betting shop? If it came to it, they could have her briefcase and her handbag, just so long as they left her alone. She started walking faster. She was aware she was breathing heavily under the strain. She tried to listen for footsteps, but she could hear only her own. The street lamps flickered into life. They cast faint shadows across the pavement. The noise of the leaves rustling in the trees all around her suddenly became deafening. She felt someone coming closer. She wanted to stop, turn and confront them, be brave. But fear was taking a hold. It licked at her skin like a fire surrounding its victim. Every hair on her back stood erect, reverberating. She felt so cold. Panic was close now. Too late. She heard the footsteps. He had been right behind her. At the last second, she spun around, ready to scream. It was him. The man from the underground. He looked as scared as she felt. He jumped back a step. "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you," he said. He had a nice voice. Well spoken. "Christ!" she managed to say. She held a hand dramatically over her chest. "Oh, you almost scared me to death." They both laughed. She moved away a little from him. Her expression became serious. "Are you following me?" He put his hand in his inside jacket pocket and pulled out a small black leather wallet. He flicked it open and showed it to her. She could see the Metropolitan Police logo on the metal badge. She sighed in relief. Her entire body seemed to relax. "I couldn't help but notice a couple of lads having a good look at that briefcase back there." He pointed over his shoulder. "What, the ones outside the betting office? Yeah, I hate to stereotype people, but thought I'd watch them for a bit. Keep an eye on them. Why, is that why you stopped at the bus stop? Oh, he said. You noticed? Surveillance never was my thing. They both laughed again. Two of them looked as if they could be following you, so I thought I'd better do the same, just in case. But I seem to have lost them back at the junction somehow. Do you have far to go? He asked. No, she answered. I live down here, a few houses along. Nice, he said. She couldn't tell if he meant it. You'll be okay from here, he said. I think you got away with it today. He winked at her. She could tell he was about to leave. She didn't want him to. You don't sound like a policeman. It was all she could think of. Really, he replied, smiling. Well, we don't all sound like they do on the television. Some of us can even read and write. She liked him. Look, he said, I've got to get on. Somewhere there's a crime being committed and all that. She felt her embarrassment rising, but it was worth it to flirt a little. Sorry, she said. I didn't get your name. Sean, he replied. It's Sean Corrigan. He was already walking away, though. If he turns around, he's interested, Linda whispered to herself. Any time now. He turned and gave her a casual wave and a slight smile. Yes, she said to herself. Yes. Donnelly arrived home via his favourite local watering hole in time to catch the start of Crime Watch. He felt sorry for Sally being stitched up by Sean like that, but at least it meant he didn't have to do it. Although there were always ways to get out of unpleasant tasks like telework, especially for those with a little imagination and a lot of experience. He walked up the driveway of the family home, a large semi-detached in Swanley, Kent. The 5 kids were all growing up fast. He had to live out here to be able to put a roof over their heads. London prices were out of the question. Still, the train ride was just about bearable, and there was no need to worry about getting caught driving half-pissed. He gave the decaying Range Rover, the only family car, a pat of appreciation as he passed it. It hadn't cost him a penny in years. His wife, Karen, confronted him as soon as he opened the front door. "You're late again," she accused in her East End accent. They'd been married for more than 20 years. "Overtime, my sweetness," he answered. "And may I remind you we need every penny I can lay my hands on." His wife answered with a roll of her eyes. "Speaking of financial burdens, where are the kids?" Karen thrust her hands on her hips. "Jenny is out with her boyfriend. Adrian is out with his girlfriend. Nicky and Raymond are upstairs on the PlayStation, and Josh is in his bed." "Jenny lives at home?" Donnelly asked with mock surprise. "Oh, she's only 17, remember, still at school doing her A-levels. Oh, bloody further education," he moaned. "We'll be broke before any of our lot get themselves a job and leave home. By the time I was 17, I was working in the shipyards in Dumbarton, earning a decent wage and learning a proper trade. Until you decided it was too bloody hard and ran off to join the police in London." "Aye, well," he stalled. "All the same, I was paying my own way in the world." "Spare me." "Ah, give us a kiss and I'll think about it," he teased. "I don't bloody think so. When it comes to you, my mother was right. Kissing does lead to children. And seeing how we've got 4 more than we can afford, you're going to have to park your lips somewhere else. Besides, I hate it when your moustache tastes of beer." "I've not touched a drop," he lied. "A likely story. Very well, I shall retire to the lounge." He sulked in a put-on accent. "I need to watch Crime Watch tonight anyway." "Jesus, haven't you had enough of the job for one day?" "Our case is on tonight. It would be bad form to miss it. It'll be the talk of the canteen tomorrow." "I wanted to watch that programme about Princess Diana tonight." "Well, you can watch the repeat," he told her unsympathetically. The television was already on in the living room, some cheap production with a shaky set and worse acting. He pointed the remote at the offending programme and surfed the channels until he found what he was looking for. "When is your case on?" Karen asked. "I don't know. I'll have to watch the whole bloody thing, no doubt. Bloody Crime Watch. Waste of bloody space, if you ask me." "Oi, stop your swearing. The kids might hear." "Well, saying bloody isn't swearing." He flopped his heavy frame into the old armchair reserved for his sole use. Media appeals, waste of time, expecting the public to solve crimes for us. It's not how we used to get the job done. We all know how you used to get the job done, Karen said. Bloody right. We did what we had to do to keep the baddies off the streets. We may have sent the wrong man down for the wrong crime, but they were all criminals anyway. It's our job to put them away. Didn't matter how we did it, so long as we got the job done. The people we put away never complained either. They knew the score. For them, it was just an occupational hazard. It's my job to keep the scum off the streets. How I do it is my business. Everyone else can stay in their nice, fluffy little worlds. The old days are gone, Karen reminded him, so you had better be careful. Aye, he grumbled. Don't worry about me, love. I can look after myself. I don't doubt it, but who's going to look after me and the kids if you get the sack for fitting someone up? Well, murders are different. You don't fit people up with murder. Maybe you can give the evidence a bit of help here and there, once you're absolutely certain you got the right man, but you never fit someone up. Your D.I. Corrigan doesn't sound like the sort of man who would want you giving the evidence a bit of help. Don't underestimate the man, he told her. Corrigan knows the score. He's no accelerated promotion, graduate entry brown-noser. He's come up the hard way. If push comes to shove, he'll do what it takes. Sure of that, are you? Absolutely sure. Linda Kotler half-watched Crime Watch. She listened to the item about the murder of Daniel Graydon, and then the next item too. A 60-year-old post office attendant killed in Humberside for £120. It was not improving her mood. She turned over and began to watch another rerun. It made her think of the policeman from earlier, Sean Corrigan. The telephone interrupted her reminiscing. Despite her loneliness, she decided to leave it until the answer phone betrayed the caller. It was her sister. She decided she was in the mood to speak after all. She had a secret to share. It's me, she said into the phone. Ignore the answer machine, I'm here. Damn thing's going to record us now. Screening your calls again? Her sister asked. That's a nasty habit you Londoners have. We have to, Linda replied. Otherwise the only people we'd ever speak to would be telesales people and unwanted relatives. How are you? Oh, we're all good, thanks. Her sister was married to a man she'd been at school with. They had 3 children. She was younger than Linda. Once her sister had been a little jealous of her. Now Linda was a little jealous of her sister. What about you? Her sister asked. Met a nice good-looking man yet? Preferably rich? It was the same question she'd been asking for the past few months, since he had left for pastures new and green. No, Linda said, then added, Not really. Not really? Her sister's tone was inquisitive. What does not really mean exactly? Well, I met this guy on the way home today, and one way or other we ended up talking. He seemed really nice and good-looking, too. It's not like we swapped numbers or anything, although if he wanted to find me, he could. What makes you say that? Because he's a policeman. A detective, I think. Oh, was her sister's reply. And does he have a name? Sean, Linda answered. Sean Corrigan. Having introduced myself, I let her go. For a while, anyway. It's the way I've seen it happening. Now I need to lose myself for a few hours. Wait for my old friend, the darkness, to arrive. I've done my homework and know the boat show is on at Earl's Court Exhibition Centre. I've absolutely no interest in it, but it's nearby and doesn't close until 11. It's a good place to hide myself, in a crowd, amongst the herd. I mingle with them, my mask as secure as ever. It would be all too easy to lash out at them, drag whoever into the stinking toilets and slaughter them there. But it is lack of control that more often than not undoes my kind. Control is the key. Control is everything. How I admire the man with the rifle in Germany who features in the news reports every now and then. Every 3 months or so, he blows the head off a nobody and disappears. He is a rare breed indeed. Most sniper killers take a rifle, find themselves a nice little vantage point, and kill until they are killed. Why? Because they lack the control. Once they taste the power to kill, they just can't stop. To take one life and then calmly pack away the rifle and go home is too much for most. They get greedy, drunk on the killing, and before they realize what's happened, they're surrounded by police marksmen. Most make the decision to go down fighting, but not this one in Germany. He is to be admired. I shouldn't think he'll ever be stopped. Me? I prefer a knife, or my own hands. A rifle's not personal enough. I like to smell their last breath in my face. I leave the show after 11. I walk back to Shepherd's Bush. It's a fair walk, but I could use the exercise. It's a good warm-up, and also means I avoid potential witnesses like bus or taxi drivers. Pedestrians in London rarely look at each other. I'm carrying a small rucksack slung over my shoulder. It contains all I need. By the time I get back to Minford Gardens, it's close to midnight. Late enough for most people to be tucked up in bed. Early enough for the sounds of the night not to be too alarming. I move around to the side of the house. I'd checked the window here a few nights previously. It's a sash window leading to the bathroom. The lock is a classic style, a simple spin-around metal latch. Any thin metal object will make short work of opening it. She should have added side deadlock bolts. She probably used to share the flat with a man. That made her feel safe when she slept. Now she's alone, but hasn't had time to see to the window. On these warm nights, she sleeps with the windows closed. Clearly, she's not totally unaware of the dangers that lurk in this city. Most of the upstairs windows are virtually impossible to reach, but not the bathroom window. There's a solid metal drain pipe that runs past it. It's secured to the wall with large steel brackets riveted to the brickwork. It'll take my weight. I've already tried. I begin to strip. I remove my shirt and tie, my trousers, shoes, socks, underpants. I fold them all very neatly and place them in a pile beside the drainpipe. The alley by the side of the house is dark and quiet. No one would have cause to come down here at this hour. The feeling of standing naked in the warm, dark night is beyond the imagination of most. The blood pumps through me, bringing me to life. I stay in the alley longer than I'd intended, but it is not a moment to be rushed. I wish I had a full-length mirror to watch myself in. And rain. Heavy, warm drops of rain pounding against my skin, forming small, fast-flowing streams that would find the channels of my swelling, aching muscles, making my skin shine like steel in the moonlight. The water flowing over my body, looking like liquid metal, like mercury. If only it was raining. Never mind. I pull a pair of tracksuit bottoms from the bag and put them on. I bought them from JD Sports in Oxford Street about a month ago. I also pull on a tracksuit top, bought at the same time, from the same place. They're matching blue. I take a roll of wide gaffer tape from the bag and meticulously tape the bottom of the trousers around my ankles. I need to seal the gap. I take a pair of new leather gloves bought from Selfridges and put them on. Rubber ones would have torn on the drainpipe. I use the tape to seal the gap at my wrists. I pull a stocking over my head. It doesn't cover my face, there's no need for that, so long as it covers my hair neatly. Last but not least, I put on a pair of flat rubber-soled shoes bought a week ago from Tesco. I'd never worn any of the items before. I hid them in the tiny car park at work until I needed them, in one of the ventilation shafts. The shoes have little grip, so I use my upper body strength alone to pull myself up the drainpipe. I let my legs dangle. If I start to use them to climb, I run the risk of making too many scuff marks on the wall. I'd rather keep the police guessing how I got in for a while, although ultimately I want them to work it out. I make certain the rucksack is secure over my left shoulder, hanging so the bag is to my front. I begin to climb. I keep my legs crossed at the ankles to help resist the temptation to use them to help. The leather gloves give me a good grip as I pull myself up. It's not too difficult, and I keep enough control to make the climb fast and silent. The ledge of the bathroom window is narrow and rotting, but I can rest a knee on it safely enough. I hold on to the drainpipe with my right hand and slip the other into the bag. I pull out a small metal ruler, the type favoured by architects and surveyors. I work it into the gap between the upper and lower sash window and begin to work the latch. It takes a few minutes to do it quietly. Millimetre by millimetre, I rotate the catch. My right arm is burning with the effort of holding on to the drainpipe, and my knee is growing sore. It'll be bruised for sure. That's unfortunate. Once the catch is open, I put my left hand flat against the bottom pane and push the window in, gently. I can feel it is a little loose in its fitting. It'll make a noise if I'm not extremely careful and patient. I pinch the protruding wooden frame and carefully apply upward pressure. At first, nothing happens. The window is stiff. I ease on more force. It slides upwards too much and makes a noise. Damn it to hell. I freeze flat against the wall, clinging to the drainpipe like a lizard. I listen hard. I wait like that for at least a minute. It seems an hour. I'm glad I've been exercising as much as I have. Nothing stirs. I slip my left hand under the window's base. I'll be able to apply more even upward pressure now. I'm past the worst, though I still take my time. When the window's open fully, I throw my left leg through, then my left arm. I have to contort to get my head and upper body through. My right leg and arm trail after me through the window like smoke seeping through a gap under a door. As soon as I enter the flat, I can smell her. Every room will smell like her. I know it. The bedroom will have the strongest odour of all. It's dark in the bathroom, but my eyes are already used to it. I can see I'm standing in her bath. The chrome taps are on my right, shining in the dark. I have little interest in the bathroom. Too many other smells that mask her scent. I can see that the door is closed. Unfortunate. More risk of noise. It's only midnight. She may not be asleep yet. Noise is my enemy now. Sometimes it is my ally. I move stealthily across the small bathroom. I exaggerate my movements. I look like a ballet dancer performing an animalistic dance, my muscles tensing together. I wish I could be naked to feel her presence against my skin, but I can't take that risk. I remain sealed in my forensic cocoon. I turn the handle on the bathroom door. It's in good order and makes no noise. I inch the door open, patiently, controlled. As the door opens to the rest of the flat, the smell of her rushes through the gap. I inhale deeply, almost too deeply. I feel a little dizzy. My blood flows so quickly I can feel my temples thumping. A drop of sweat is cool in the cleft of my upper lip. I wipe it away. I won't leave any of me here, not even a drop of sweat. My erection is growing fast, but I won't rush. There are things to prepare. I move along the corridor, away from her bedroom. The entire flat is in darkness, no flickering of a TV screen, no noise at all. I enter the living room. It's too dark to make out details, but it looks fairly cluttered. Too much furniture, too many cheap prints on the walls, too many ornaments. I stand in the middle of the room, away from the windows, relishing being here alone. What was hers is now mine. This will be the best yet. I've learned so much. I'll take my time, and when I'm finished, her very being will be mine. After almost half an hour, I move to the kitchen and silently search through the cupboards and drawers until I find what I need. A knife. It's not very new or sharp, but it's a nice, intimidating shape. Slightly curved blade and a metal handle. It'll do. I go back to the corridor and begin to walk towards her bedroom. The corridor is much darker than the room ahead. The streetlights don't penetrate this far into the flat. The warm, glowing yellow light of the bedroom draws me like a moth. I move so very slowly. This is perfection. Exactly how I've seen it. Each step is choreographed. How I wish I could be naked. My penis is so hard I fear I may reach orgasm before even getting to the bedroom, but I will not rush this. The door to her bedroom is ajar. I begin to push it slowly open with my left arm. It swings gently aside. I can see her, lying in her bed. She's wearing a pajama top. The only bed linen is a white sheet. It's still too warm for more. The sheet only covers her from the waist down. I suspect she's wearing underwear to make her feel less vulnerable. I cross the bedroom. She hasn't closed the blinds properly. The street lights cast a long shadow of me as I walk towards her. I reach her and stand by the bed. She hasn't sensed me yet. I watch her breathing. Her skin looks metallic in the dark, like the black-grey metal of a gun. Her chest rises and falls gently, but I can tell she is not yet in a deep sleep. I'm surprised she hasn't woken. I stand and wait. She turns onto her back and stops. Her eyes begin to open. She sees me and blinks a couple of times. She seems to recognize me. Her mouth is open in surprise, but she doesn't scream or speak. The surprise is overwhelming her. She becomes fully awake. I see the fear spread across her face. I smash my right fist into it. She begins to turn before impact, and the blow hits her full in her left cheek. I think I feel the bone break. She makes a funny little noise. Before she regains her senses, I grab her around the throat with my left hand and lift her upwards and backwards with one arm. I crash the back of her head into the wall and let her fall unconscious back onto the bed. I watch her for a few seconds. She's still alive. Good. I move back across the bedroom to a set of drawers. I take a handful of her tights back to the bed. There's some blood coming from the back of her head, but not too much. I take the gaffer tape from the rucksack and tear off a 6-inch strip. I fastened it across her mouth. I turn her onto her stomach, turning her head to the side so she can breathe. I take a pair of tights and tie them tightly around her neck, although not too tightly. I attach these to another pair that I draw straight down her back. I bend both legs so they are folded back on themselves. I connect them to the tights running down the center of her back. Lastly, I use another set to tie her hands at the wrists, also behind her back. These I don't connect to the other bindings. I take the knife I found in the kitchen and use it to slice her pajama top open along her back, then rip it off her. She's wearing knickers, as I suspected. I cut them on both sides and pull them away. I step back and admire my work. She lies naked and trussed. I wait patiently. She groans. She's regaining consciousness. This time, her eyes don't flicker open gradually. They spring shockingly wide in an instant, as if awakening from a nightmare. But she's not. She's awakening into a nightmare. She had no idea how long she'd been unconscious for. Her mind woke a split second before the rest of her body. When the body caught up, her eyes fired open. Jesus, God, please help me. She desperately needed to fill her lungs with air, but couldn't. Something was across her mouth. She tried again to open her jaws. It was no use. She couldn't tell what it was, but it hurt. She breathed through her nose instead, but it was impossible to get enough air into her lungs. Tears and mucus had narrowed her nasal passage. If she panicked now, she would suffocate to death. Had she been raped? Why had he left her like this? For the first time since regaining consciousness, she felt the pain in her cheek. It was an excruciating, dull, throbbing pain. Her left eye was already swollen shut. It was so painful it masked the pain at the back of her head completely. She tried to get up off the bed. Simultaneously, something tightened around her throat and ankles. She tried to move her hands. Something tightened around her wrists. She felt around with her fingers as much as possible. She realized they were touching her own feet. She'd been tied like a dead animal. She became aware of her own nakedness. The panic that could so easily kill her began to rise to new levels as the horror of what could have happened while she was unconscious dawned. She heard a lamp being switched on. The room was flooded with a soft red light. She didn't recognize it. She didn't have red lighting in the room. A gloved hand slipped under her jaw and twisted her head round towards him. She gripped her eyes as tightly closed as she could. She couldn't bear to look at him. She didn't want to see him. He said nothing, just held her and waited. Her breathing was terribly fast and erratic, as if she was having an asthma attack. Slowly, she began to open her eyes. There was enough light to see. She looked into his face. It took a few seconds to recognize the man. He looked different and had something over his hair. It was him, the policeman, Sean. She stopped breathing, trying to comprehend what was happening. She almost began to feel relieved. She knew this man. She saw a spark of red light reflect off the blade of his knife. He moved so quickly and surely. She was still lying on her stomach. He pointed the knife at her swollen eye. She tried so hard not to cry, but she wasn't strong enough to stop the tears that began to stream down her face. They made her damaged eye sting and burn. He brought his face close to hers. He spoke quietly into her ear. "If you do as I say, you will live. If not, you die." It was the most exquisite experience of my life. The others were wonderful, but this was so much better. To spend so much time with her before she died. To watch her writhing naked in front of me, fighting with her bindings. At first, she cried constantly. I could hear her muffled pleas, but I ignored them. I couldn't hear what she was saying clearly. It was a shame. I would have very much liked to have heard what she was saying. After I bound and gagged her, I tortured her for a while. Then I put on 2 extra-strength condoms and entered her. I'd already shaved off all my pubic hair, so there was no chance of leaving them a hair sample. I told my wife I had a suspected hernia, and the doctor had asked me to shave myself before he examined me. The stupid bitch will believe anything I tell her. With her face twisted to one side, I could see her profile. She looked shocked when I entered her, as if she just couldn't believe I could do this to her. If she knew me better, she wouldn't have been so surprised. The more she struggled, the harder I pulled on the stocking that ran down her back. As I pulled, the bindings tightened simultaneously, drawing her legs further up her back as the thin nylon tightened around her throat. All her crying had released the mucus in her nasal cavity, making disgusting noises as she tried to draw breath. It was distracting and spoiling my experience. I hadn't pictured that she would be so disgusting. I told her she had to stop snivelling or she would die. Once she'd stopped, I loosened her harness and allowed her body and head to fall back to the bed. I had never felt so powerful. I was magnificent above her, on top of her, holding her in the harness made from her own clothing, her face pressed into the mattress. I consumed all of her. As I reached orgasm, I pulled the bindings as hard as I could, my eyes shut in ecstasy. When I opened them again, she was dead. Her own urine ran down the inside of her legs. Even in death, the bitch tried to spoil it for me. I let my penis go flaccid while it was still inside her, before carefully pinching the ends of the condoms and pulling myself out. She slumped to the floor on her side. Very carefully, I removed the condoms, my flaccid penis falling into my waiting hand, warm and slippery with sperm and spermicide. The feel of it in my hand causing the excitement to return, but there was no time for any more fun here. I put the condoms into a self-sealing freezer bag and then into my rucksack. I took the tape off her mouth and put that into another self-sealing bag. I would have so liked to have been naked myself, but it was too dangerous. I must work out how to be naked next time, without leaving a treasure chest of evidence. I pulled my tracksuit trousers up and grabbed the rucksack. I checked the room and saw the dressing gown was still over the lamp. It had given off a delicious light, making her pale skin appear blood red. No need to remove it. The drawer I'd taken the tights from was open too. No need to close it. There was a slight blood smear on the wall behind the bed. No need to clean it. I moved quietly across the flat to the bathroom, leaving the same way I came in. I want the police to find it, so considered leaving it open, but decided that might be too obvious. My muscles have grown somewhat tired by now, but I have enough strength to hold onto the drainpipe with one arm while I move the catch back to the locked position. I make sure I leave enough scratches on the latch so even the police can find them. I climb down the drainpipe as quietly as a spider on a thread. I strip off the clothes worn in the flat and put them in large bin liners. These, in turn, I place inside the rucksack. My other clothes wait in their neat pile for me. I take my time to dress. No need to hurry. I enjoy the calm I feel spreading beautifully through my body and mind, feeling 100 times more powerful than I did before my visit. The warm night air wraps around my body like smoke around a smouldering log. I put the bag over my shoulder and head towards Shepherd's Bush, although I'll keep walking for a few miles yet before catching a night bus far enough away that it'll never be checked by the police. I will go visiting again soon, and next time will be the greatest yet. Chapter 18. Thursday morning. Sean, Sally and Donnelly were back in Sean's office. They were assessing the feedback from Sally's appearance on Crime Watch and Sean's press conference. It wouldn't take long. The phone lines hadn't exactly been set on fire. A couple of teenage prank calls and a few rough descriptions of men seen in the area of Daniel's flat, possibly on the night of the murder, maybe not. Far from a deluge of information. They'd expected as much. Hellier was too cautious to have allowed himself to be seen by witnesses at that time of night. But at least the dedicated surveillance team was back, so Hellier wouldn't slip away quite so easily again. Donnelly was called to the phone. He crossed the office, took the receiver from a young detective constable. "Dave Donnelly?" "DS Donnelly, how you doing?" Donnelly didn't recognize the voice. "I'm a friend of Raj Samra. He said you wanted a call if anything out of the ordinary came up. Said you wanted a call before anyone else." "That was my request." Donnelly was naturally suspicious. He didn't know this man was doing him a favour. He wasn't about to let himself be set up. "Sorry, I don't think I caught your name." "Oh, DS John Simpson, SCG, out west, murder investigation team." "Can I call you back in a minute?" Donnelly asked. "Sure," Simpson replied. "I'm on my mobile. Want the number?" Donnelly scribbled the number on a small notepad. He wasted no time in calling Raj Samra. He confirmed DS John Simpson existed. He vouched for him too. That was good enough. Donnelly called him back. "DS Simpson? Sorry about that. I was right in the middle of something," Donnelly lied. "So, what have you got that may interest me?" There was a worrying pause before Simpson answered, "A body, but I think you better come and see for yourself." Donnelly thought hard for a few seconds. Should he go? Was he sure enough yet? Probably not. "Okay," he answered. "I'll come and take a look. Unofficially, for now." "I understand," Simpson reassured. "Where are you?" "It's a flat over in Shepherd's Bush, 73D, Minford Gardens." DC Zukov saw Donnelly appear on the pavement outside the crime scene and head towards him, moving nimbly, looking naturally strong. He stamped his cigarette out as Donnelly got closer. "You got one of them for me?" Zukov pulled a squash packet of Marlboro Lights from his trouser pocket. Donnelly seemed paler than usual. "Well?" Zukov asked. "Did you do it?" Donnelly lit up and took a deep drag. "No." Zukov went quiet. He looked Donnelly up and down. Had the big man lost his bottle? "Why not?" he finally asked. "Because I'm not sure. That's why." "You're not sure it's linked?" Zukov asked. "Oh, it's linked," Donnelly said. "I'm sure all three are linked." "So, what's the problem?" Zukov was pushing way more than he'd done before. He wanted this done. He wanted to be part of a successful murder inquiry, and he didn't want to wait any longer. I'm not sure Hellier is our man. He tossed the cigarettes back to Zhukov. Do you live alone? He asked. Why? Zhukov answered. Just answer the question. Yeah, I live alone. Good, Donnelly said. Then you won't have to worry about somebody stumbling across this. He pulled the small sealed evidence bag containing Hellier's hairs from the cigarette case he'd been concealing it inside. I'm sick of carrying it around. Take it home with you and remember to keep it in your fridge. That way they'll look fresh. I'll tell you when I need them again. Zhukov took the bag without complaining. Now, piss off and find us some coffee, Donnelly told them. I got a phone call to make. Sean moved to the rear of his car and pulled a full forensic suit from the boot. He struggled into the blue overalls before showing his warrant card to a severe-looking female uniformed officer guarding the cordon. He told her he was from the murder squad. He just didn't tell her which one. He could feel the forensic team and local detectives watching him. They'd probably guessed he was the reason they'd been kept out of the scene. Their important work was being delayed, and it was his fault. He walked along the driveway towards the front door of number 73, Minford Gardens, his focus intensifying on the half-open front door. He felt tunnel vision overtaking, the usual surreal feeling that accompanied him when he approached a murder scene. He gave the constable guarding the front door his name and rank. The constable didn't ask why Sean needed to enter the scene. He should have. Sean began to climb the communal stairway to the first-floor flat. He could already smell murder. Love, hate, terror were tangible things, real things, not simple emotions. They left overpowering traces of themselves wherever they called. The horror and fear of the previous night had seeped out from the flat and stained the surrounding area with its overpowering odour. It was in the wallpaper, the cheap worn-out carpet. Now it was all over Sean, in his clothes, his hair. The longer he stayed in this place, the deeper it would penetrate him, and before too long it would be in his blood. Then he would feel cold and displaced all day until he could get home and shower and be with Kate, be with his children. And even then he might not be able to find his way back to the comfortable world most lived in. He climbed the stairs silently. He could hear quiet, muffled voices coming from inside flat number 73D. At least the detectives at the scene were showing respect for the dead. It wasn't always the case. He reached the front door. One last deep breath, and he knocked gently on the door frame. The two men standing in the narrow hallway turned to face him. They were both wearing full forensic suits. Sean was relieved. "Hello, gentlemen." He was being as polite as he knew how. He had the rank, but he was the outsider. "D.I. Sean Corrigan, SCG South. My sergeant tells me you have a scene that may be of interest to us." "Governor," D.S. Simpson said. He seemed affable enough. "Come in, please." He and the other detective offered Sean rubber-gloved palms. They all shook hands. The other detective introduced himself as D.C. Zach Watson. Even in his forensic suit, Sean could tell he was built like a boxer. Scarring to both his eyebrows suggested he'd been no stranger to the ring. "I read your circulation," D.S. Simpson said. "Said you were interested in anything out of the ordinary. Well, I've never come across a scene like this. I've been unfortunate enough to work dozens of murders, but this one's—" He struggled to find the appropriate words and gave up trying. "Anyway, your circulation said contact you if we find anything out of the ordinary, and this is certainly that." Sean was looking around the hallway. Everything seemed normal. No signs of disturbance, no tipped-over furniture or ornaments, no blood smeared or sprayed on the walls. D.S. Simpson saw him checking it out. "The whole place is like that. Nothing out of place, nothing at all. Except the bedroom. It all seems to have happened in there." He looked along the corridor to the room at the end. Sean followed his gaze. There was no metallic scent of blood. Clearly she hadn't been stabbed or cut. Something else. He could smell the faint odour of urine. He assumed from the victim. Had she fouled herself before or after she died? If it was before, then someone had frightened her enough to make her lose control of her bladder. Sean wouldn't rush his questioning of the two detectives. He wanted to jump to the end, but he wouldn't. Keeping it chronological was the key to not losing yourself. Follow the timeline. It helped build up a clearer picture of how the horror had come and gone. "How did he get in?" Sean asked. He meant the killer. "Not sure," D.S. Simpson replied. "We haven't had a proper look round yet. We've been keeping everyone out, as you requested, so forensics haven't had a chance to help us with that." "Anything obvious?" Sean asked. "Forced entry? Nothing we can see. The door was locked and all the windows are secure." "It was warm last night," Sean said. "But she kept the windows shut?" D.S. Simpson shrugged. "We're only on the first floor here. I'd probably keep the windows shut myself." Sean nodded in agreement. "Who raised the alarm?" "Her work," D.S. Simpson replied. "Apparently, she was a real early bird, bit of a workaholic. They'd expected her to turn up around 8, if not before. When she hadn't arrived by 9:30, they rang her. No answer, mobile or home. No problems reported on her tube line, and she hadn't suggested she would be late or taking the day off, so they began to get a little concerned. She's popular enough at work, so I'm told. Anyway, her boss sends a male colleague around here to make sure she's okay. They guess she's in bed with flu. There's a bit of a summer virus going around. The male colleague's a guy called Darrell Wilson." D.S. Simpson paused. "Is he all right?" Sean wasn't asking about Wilson's welfare. He wanted to know if he was under any suspicion. "Yeah, he's fine. Anyway, he gets over here mid-morning, and no answer to the buzzer, so he goes round the side to see what he can see. Her blinds still look at least half shut, and there's a faint red light on inside. He's not happy, so he borrows a ladder from a neighbour and puts it up to her bedroom window. He climbs the ladder and manages to peek through the blinds. Sees her on the bed, shits himself, almost falls off the ladder, and does what he should have done in the first place, and phones us." "Did he enter the flat?" "No way," Simpson replied. "He saw enough through the window to turn him into a quivering wreck. Wild horses wouldn't get him inside after that." "Neighbours see her come home with anybody? Hear anybody calling at her flat?" Sean asked. "Too early to say." "Who's your DI?" Sean should have asked earlier. "Vicky Townsend," Simpson told him. That was good news. Sean knew her of old. He gave a slight nod. Simpson saw it. "You know her, then?" "Yeah," Sean replied. "We used to work together." "She's solid," Simpson said. It was a major compliment. She'd been solid when Sean knew her too. "She'll be here soon. Shall we?" Simpson pointed to the living room. The door was wide open. Sean took the lead. He felt Simpson and Watson were about to follow him, but he needed to do this alone. "Listen," he said as pleasantly as he could. "You've already been through this place. Forensics won't be happy if you walk through again just to help me. I'd rather not cause you any more grief than I probably already have, so best you wait here or outside if you fancy some fresh air. I'll find my own way around." The two detectives nodded to each other and headed for the front door. "I'll send D.I. Townsend up when she arrives," Simpson told him. "Thanks," Sean replied. He was already in the living room, leaving the outside world behind, entering the killer's world. Hellier arrived home sometime after 3 a.m. to find his wife had been waiting for him. She had a lot of questions she wanted him to answer, but he'd insisted he needed to be alone, that the stress of the police investigation was getting to him. He told her he loved her, that she and the children were his life. She cried tears of both joy and fear. But someone else had been waiting for him when he arrived home. The police. He could feel them easily enough. They must have been sitting out there all night waiting for him, and now they didn't know where he'd been for over 9 hours. Had Corrigan slept at all? He had more unpleasant surprises for D.I. Sean Corrigan. It was almost midday, and he still hadn't been to the office. He'd called them to say he'd be working from home in the morning. He'd be in this afternoon. He stood on Westminster Bridge and gazed northwest across the Thames at the Houses of Parliament. He never did buy himself a politician. A cabinet minister would have been handy. Not to worry. Maybe next time. The midday sun sparkled on the surface of the Thames. It was quite beautiful. Parliament's reflection was as impressive as the real thing. Most of the architecture along the banks of the great river pleased him, especially the north bank. Some unpleasant monstrosities had somehow been allowed to appear on the south bank, but it was still magnificent. A river to rival any in the world. He made a note to himself. Wherever he went next must have a river running through its heart, or at least a dominating harbour. Yes, he could make do with a harbour, or even a lake, surrounded by mountains. His mobile phone rang in his breast pocket. He considered tossing the damn thing into the Thames, a symbolic gesture of leaving this city. Instead, he answered it. "Mr. Hellier? Mr. James Hellier?" It was the same nervous voice from the previous day. He recognized it immediately. "I don't appreciate having my time wasted," Hellier snapped. "I was being followed." The voice sounded strained. "I couldn't risk leading them to you." "Who is following you?" Hellier demanded. "The police? The press?" "I don't know, but I need to see you. I'll contact you soon." "Wait! Why do you need to see me? Wait!" The voice was gone. Hellier no longer felt tired. Who was this man telling him he was a friend? James Hellier didn't have any friends. If the voice belonged to a journalist, then what was he waiting for? What was his angle? Hellier couldn't see it, and that bothered him. Maybe it was time to consider the possibility his friend was something entirely different. Sean didn't like being in the flat alone, but the quiet peace was a blessing. He could hear what the scene was telling him. He moved around the living room, keeping to the edges to avoid stepping on microscopic evidence. He touched as little as possible and made a permanent mental note of anything he did. The room was comfortable, almost snug. Too much furniture, too many colours. A real room. Years of impulse buying and fitting presents from family and friends into the space had produced an uncoordinated history of the occupier. Kate would have hated it. He quite liked it. Did the killer come in here? If so, why? To be amongst her things? To spend a moment with the photographs of the victim that were scattered all over the room? Would he have put a light on to see better? Sean doubted it. Maybe he used a torch. If he did, and if he was the same killer, it would have been the first time he used a torch. Again, Sean doubted it. He'd been in here, though. Sean was sure of it. He scanned the room over and over. Is this where the killer came to prepare himself? Not to put on his gloves and other protective clothing. He would have done that outside before he entered. But to be amongst her possessions, the very heart of her life. To form a connection with her. The more he connected with her, the sweeter it would be when the moment came to move down the corridor to her bedroom. Hellier had a connection with the second victim, Daniel Graydon, albeit a fleeting one. Did he have a connection with the first, Heather Freeman? Had the murder team in the East missed something? Sean resolved to go back and check. Was there a connection between the killer and this latest scene? Between Hellier and the third victim? Did the killer touch anything in here? Take off a glove and touch anything? No. He was too controlled for that. Always in control, no mistakes. He would have confined himself to looking. So he'd stood and looked, just as Sean was now. Sean left the room and moved back into the hallway. He pushed a door open on his left. It was a small bedroom being used for storage. Stuffed and tied bin liners littered the floor. The room wasn't in keeping with the rest of the flat. It was cold and impersonal. Whoever lived here didn't come in very often. What was in those bin liners? They appeared to be waiting for someone to come and take them away. Sean spotted a handle of a cricket bat protruding from one of the bags. A man had recently been living in the flat. Had he lived with the victim? Probably. Was he a jilted lover? Almost certainly. A suspect? He would have to be. If the room held little for the victim, then it would hold less for her killer. Sean couldn't feel him in this place. He left, pulling the door back as he found it, careful not to touch the handle. He moved slowly down the hallway and pushed the next door on the left open. The bathroom. It smelled like a woman's bathroom. Dozens of bottles of brightly coloured liquids could be seen all over. Creams, makeup, cotton wool, lotions and potions of all descriptions had found their way onto most of the flat surfaces. Sean thought about how a single man's bathroom would look in comparison. A comb, razor, shaving foam, maybe some hair and shower gel. Aftershave, if he really cared about his appearance. The victim clearly liked to spend time in this room. The room reminded him of Kate. He shook the thought away. His wife had no place here. The bathroom was very personal to the victim. Was it therefore personal to the killer? He would have definitely been in here. But did he stay? What would have attracted him? What was so personal to her that he may have had to touch it? Maybe he held it up to his face, to his nose, to be as close to her scent as he could. Maybe he had to taste her. Maybe he licked something. If he did, he would have left his DNA. Sean looked hard at the items in the bathroom. Nothing particularly caught his attention. She kept it cluttered but clean. There was nothing here the killer couldn't have resisted. A hairbrush that still had some hair in the bristles was most likely, but Sean wasn't hopeful. Nevertheless, it might be worth special attention. Send it to the lab for DNA and fingerprints instead of dusting it on sight. As he turned towards the door, a sun ray hit the catch on the small sash window. The reflection was wrong, uneven. There should have been one starburst of light off the chrome catch, but Sean could see dozens. The window was directly above the bath. Sean didn't want to have to climb into the bath to get closer. If the killer somehow came in or went through this window, he would have almost certainly had to put a foot in the bath. Sean wouldn't risk stepping on a print. He couldn't see one with the naked eye, but it didn't mean it wasn't there. He examined the window frame from where he was. No deadlocks, only the catch, easy to open. Horribly easy. A novice burglar could do it in seconds. Sean couldn't help but think how a 10-pound deadlock might have saved her life. He felt sick at the thought. He imagined the killer climbing in and out of the window. Where would he have been least likely to touch? He decided on the area of the wall directly below and central to the window. He crouched down and reached across the bath with his left arm. He placed the side of his gloved palm against the wall and leaned forward so his face was only inches from the window catch. Scratches. Dozens of small, thin scratches. Fresh, without a doubt. Fresh cuts in metal were always screamingly obvious. They glared like shiny new wounds, but within days they dulled, rusted, or stained. These were newborn. There would be a drain pipe outside the window. This was the bathroom, so there had to be a drain pipe. He would check that outside, but he already knew what he'd find. Another change of method, Sean thought. This man's already thinking of court. A decent defense solicitor would have a field day with this one. The police trying to say 3 completely different murders were all linked. Sean wiped sweat from his forehead with the back of his arm. He knew more than ever he needed something to hang Hellier with. Some piece of indisputable evidence. If he could at least prove Hellier had committed one murder, maybe he would confess to the others. Appeal to his ego. If he didn't confess, no one would ever know how clever he'd been, how he'd outfoxed the police. If Sean could prove one, he'd run with it. He wouldn't wait to be able to prove the others. But a sudden chill froze him as he pictured the image of a man snaking in through the bathroom window. A man who wasn't James Hellier. The sudden unexpected doubt momentarily terrified him. Was he derailing the investigation with his own prejudice against Hellier and all his perceived type stood for? No. He shook the doubt away, remembering how he felt every time he was in Hellier's presence. The animalistic scent of a survivor, a predator that he'd smelled on him the very moment they first met. He was right about Hellier. He had to be. He mustn't allow himself to be confused by Hellier's camouflaging tactics. Memories of Hellier's lies and all too convenient alibis reassured him. His considerable efforts to avoid their surveillance, and the crucial fact that he knew at least one of the victims, Daniel Graydon. Sean had no doubts. Hellier was psychopathically bad to the core. So if Hellier hadn't killed Graydon, then that would have to mean Graydon had not only randomly come into contact with one killer, but two. The chances of that were negligible. Satisfied, Sean breathed out a long sigh. Carefully, he moved out of the bathroom and back into the corridor. The bedroom loomed before him. He had another room to see first. He crossed the hallway and entered the kitchen, again standing to the side to preserve any evidence on the floor. He was suddenly aware of a crushing thirst. But he wouldn't use a tap at the scene, fearful of destroying evidence that might be hiding in the drains of the sink, just waiting to be found. His thirst would have to wait. The kitchen was small and a little dingy. The units were from the early 80s and badly needed a facelift. The oven was old too, made of white metal and freestanding. The killer wouldn't have liked this room, Sean decided, but he would have come in here. Maybe he took a knife from a cupboard to threaten the victim with. Maybe he took a knife to kill her with, only to change his mind. If he was to be true to form, he'd want to change the way he killed as well as the way he entered. All the knives in the kitchen would be taken away for examination as a matter of routine. Sean didn't stay in the kitchen long. Neither had the killer. He stepped backwards into the hallway. The door to the bedroom was closed, but not shut altogether. Had it swung shut itself on uneven hinges? Or had D.S. Simpson or D.C. Watson pushed it too, in an attempt to show the victim some last respect? Sean put the side of his left palm on the place the suspect was least likely to have touched, the very top centre between the two oblong panels. He pushed gently. The door swung silently open. Donnelly and Sally stood next to their car, smoking. Sally had found a cafe nearby that sold good coffee. It didn't taste like the coffee sold in the cafes around Peckham. Her mobile rang. She flicked her cigarette away before answering. Sally Jones speaking. Detective Sergeant Jones? Who's asking? She hadn't recognized the voice. You probably won't remember me. My name is Sebastian Gibran. We met at my office when you came to see an employee of mine, James Hellier. She remembered now. It was the senior partner from Hellier's finance firm. I remember, she told him, but what I don't remember is giving you this mobile number. I'm terribly sorry. I phoned your office first, but you weren't there. Another detective was good enough to give me your number. She wasn't impressed. Giving out a team member's mobile number to unseen parties was a definite no-no. What is it I can do for you, Mr. Gibran? Not something I want to discuss over the phone, you understand. I feel it's better if we meet somewhere private. It's a sensitive matter. Well, why don't you come to the police station? I'd rather not be seen there, if it's all the same to you. Where then? Sally asked. Can you meet me for lunch tomorrow? I know a place that'll fit me in at short notice. We'll be able to talk freely there. Overconfident bastard, but what was there to lose? Okay. Where and when? Excellent, Gibran responded. Che, just off Piccadilly, at 1 o'clock tomorrow. I'll be there, Sally told him. I look forward to it. She heard him hang up. Her expression was pensive. Problem? Donnelly asked. No, at least I don't think so. That was Sebastian Gibran, Hellier's boss. He wants to meet for a chat. Well, well. Maybe Hellier's fancy friends are getting set to abandon him to his fate. The ritual washing of hands, she declared. Not to mention a free lunch for yours truly. You want some company at this little get-together? No. I'll get the feeling it'll go better if I'll meet him alone. Fair enough, but don't forget to run it past the boss before you go, Donnelly warned her. Naturally. Listen, I need to follow up on something over in Surbiton. The boss can do without me here for a while. I'll check back with you later, okay? Suit yourself, Donnelly replied. I'll let the governor know you've commandeered his vehicle. No doubt that'll make him very happy, she said. Almost as happy as when he finds out I still haven't eliminated Korsakov as a possible suspect. You will. I'm not so sure. Well, what's that supposed to mean? It means the more I look into it, the more I don't like it. Something's not right. I don't know what it is yet, but I know it's something. Christ, you're getting as bad as the governor. No, seriously, Sally argued. It's like everything to do with Korsakov has disappeared, as if someone made him vanish. Well, why would anyone do that? I don't know. Maybe, for some reason, they're hiding him, so he can commit further offences without being identified. Or maybe... Well, go on, Donnelly encouraged her. You're amongst friends here. Or maybe someone got rid of him. Killed him. Like who? One of his victims, or someone connected to one of his victims. Someone looking for revenge. An eye for an eye, Donnelly suggested. Or, Sally continued, someone got rid of him so they could commit crimes they knew we would eventually blame him for, because of the similarity of the method. Have us chasing a dead man we'd never be able to find. Now you really do sound like the governor, Donnelly told her. Speaking of which, have you discussed this with him? Sort of, but he's so fixated on Helia, I don't think he took it seriously. Well, I know what you mean, Donnelly agreed, but don't let him stop you doing what you think you should be doing. Remember, it's our job to keep him on the straight and narrow. Anchor him a bit, you know. She knew. I'll catch you later, she said, and headed for the car. The large bed was straight in front of Sean, the victim lying on it, a pretty red light softly illuminating the room. Sean checked for the source of the light. He found it in the far right corner of the room. A thin red silk dressing gown was draped over a lampshade. At night, the red illumination would have been far stronger. Had the victim constructed the homemade light? Did it stir a childhood memory? Had her nursery been lit with a red light, and now the colour helped her sleep? No. The killer had made the light. He was sure of it. But had he made it after he killed her, or before? And why? What did the victim look like as she died, painted with red light? Had the red been a replacement for her blood? But if blood is so important to him, why not cut her like the others? Method, Sean reminded himself. He's changing his method again, disguising his work. The killer was showing his intelligence, his control and imagination. It was extremely rare for killers to have the ability to change methods so completely. They lack control. Their killings are repetitions. Some try and disguise their kills, but usually only after the murder. They'll burn the body, place it in a car and push it off a cliff, sink it in deep water. But to plan the disguise from the outset, to ensure everything from the victim selection to the murder weapon changes every time, that was incredibly rare. It made the killer all the more dangerous. Did this killer have enough control to simply stop? To walk away and never kill again? That would be the ultimate show of his strength. Had he killed enough now to live off his memories? Sean thought of Helia's public face. Absolutely calm, calculating, and clever. But he'd seen glimpses of the creature that hid behind Helia's public facade. The snarling, arrogant Helia. Could that Helia stop killing? Or would he have to be stopped? No, he decided. Helia liked the game too much. Staying as close to the walls as he could, he moved clockwise around the room towards Linda Kotler. He passed a set of wooden drawers. They looked solid and expensive. One drawer was still open. He looked in without touching anything as he took one large step around them. He could see it was where the victim kept her tights and stockings. Had the killer or the victim opened the drawer? One glance at the body told him the killer had. He wouldn't risk buying or stealing his own. A man buying stockings could easily be remembered by a sales assistant. A wife might become suspicious if her stockings or tights went missing. She might read about this murder and begin to suspect a husband, a boyfriend, a son. The killer would have been relatively sure he'd find what he was looking for inside the victim's home. No need to risk bringing his own. Sean kept moving around the room until he was no more than 3 feet away from the victim. He stopped. He wouldn't go closer for fear of disturbing any forensic evidence. The 3-foot circumference around the body would be the golden zone. He studied the body, slowly and deliberately scanning it from head to toe and back. He tried to remain dispassionate, removed, as if the body wasn't real, as if this was only an exercise. She was lying on her left side, naked and pale now, lifeless. She looked anything but peaceful. The dead never looked peaceful, at least not until a skilled undertaker did their work. One eye was half open, the other was swollen shut. He tried to imagine her alive. She'd have been quite attractive, he thought, but it was hard to tell. Her legs were bent painfully far back. The thin, tightly stretched tights bound her ankles. They had cut into the skin. They were connected to another pair that ran up her back to her neck. This was in turn connected to another pair of tights, or perhaps a stocking, tightly bound around the neck and throat. The flesh of the throat bulged around the ligature, concealing most of the material. Her hands had been bound separately at the wrists with more of her own tights. The hands had become swollen by the tightness of the bindings. Why had the hands been tied separately? So elaborate. It reminded Sean of the rigging on a yacht. The knots used would have to be analysed. What sort were they? Were they used in sailing or some other sport or hobby? Why did he need the bindings to connect so precisely? Bondage? Helia's favourite. Was he deliberately tormenting them? She must have been in terrible pain. She would have called out in pain, screamed for help. Her killer wouldn't have let that happen. He would have gagged her. But her mouth wasn't covered. Sean leaned closer to her face. The area around the mouth was a little red. It looked sore. Had the killer used tape that he'd taken away with him? If so, he'd done that before. Heather Freeman had been taped across the mouth, but the tape had been removed and taken from the scene. The more he killed, the more similarities would start to appear. No matter how hard he worked at disguising his methods, the mouth area would need to be swabbed for traces of adhesive at the post-mortem. The left side of her face was badly bruised and swollen. Judging by the level of bruising, the injury had been caused at least an hour before she died. He guessed this was the first blow, used to incapacitate her. The killer hit her as she rose up from her sleep, knocking her senseless. There was no blood or cut around the injury. He probably used a glove fist. A small amount of blood on the floor by the back of the victim's head caught his attention. Nothing more than a slight smear. He carefully moved around the body to get a better look. He saw the telltale signs of a bleeding head injury. The sticky hair, not much, but a definite injury. He scanned the room for an obvious weapon. He saw something on the wall behind the bed. He stood and bent towards it, careful not to step too close. There was blood on the wall, not much, but he was sure it would later be confirmed as the victim's. The killer had slammed her head into the wall to make certain she was unconscious, because he needed time to find the bindings and secure her. And then what? She wasn't killed quickly. The bruises to her face, ankles, wrists, neck, they all told the same tale of a slow, painful death. Was that what the elaborate bindings were for? To torture her before killing her? Spending time with them after the killing wasn't enough anymore? The killer had progressed to spending time with them before they died. Or was it merely another attempt to muddy the waters and confuse those who hunted him? Unlike Heather Freeman, this victim was a grown woman, fully developed. She'd been stripped naked and bound. Was she sexually abused, raped while she was still alive? He was sure she had been. Forensic tests would no doubt confirm his hypothesis. Another progression, or another act of camouflage by the killer. The longer he was alone in the room with Linda Kotler, the harder it was to treat the murder scene like an exercise. Her pain and sorrow had begun to penetrate his shield. The more he discovered, the closer, the more real the murder became. It began to run in his head like film footage. Now he had almost a full scene. The killer entering through the bathroom window, stalking through the flat. He finds her in bed and looms over her. She awakes and sees him standing there. A fist smashes into her face. Before she can recover, he lifts her and smashes her head into the wall. She falls unconscious. She awakes. She doesn't know how long she's been out. She can't move. She feels the pain of her bound limbs. Something around her neck stops her breathing properly. She desperately needs air. Something over her mouth stops her calling out, stops her begging for her life. Then she feels him on her. He forces entry into her. It hurts like nothing before. She blanks it out of her mind. Staying alive is all that matters. But when he's finished, he doesn't leave. He spends time torturing her, and then, finally, he strangles her to death. Sean could hear her voice in his head, pleading with the killer to leave her alone, pleading with him not to hurt her, then pleading for her life. All wasted. The gag meant he wouldn't have heard her. He would have liked to have listened to her begging, but he couldn't risk the noise. A loud knocking on the bedroom door made him jump. Instinctively he reached for the telescopic metal truncheon clipped to his waistbelt. Then he looked to the door and recognized D.I. Vicky Townsend standing there, grim-faced. "They told me it was a bad one," she said. "Seems they weren't exaggerating." "Bad enough," Sean replied. D.I. Townsend made to cross the threshold of the bedroom. Sean shot a hand up, palm outstretched towards her. "Not dressed like that, you don't." She looked herself up and down. She was wearing one of her favourite suits, dark blue and tailored with 2-inch heels to match. She feigned insult. "This is my best suit." "Then you wouldn't want me to take it off you and stick it in a brown paper bag as evidence?" "You would too, wouldn't you?" she asked. "Well, you certainly haven't changed." "You wouldn't want me to?" "No, probably not." D.I. Vicky Townsend waited for Sean outside the flat in the street. She watched him pulling off the forensic suit and laughed a little as he carefully placed the suit and shoe covers into evidence bags and sealed them. Ever the professional, she thought. He'd always been the most meticulous detective she'd worked with. Back in his street clothes, he approached her. "How have you been, Vicky?" he asked. "Good, Sean, good. Kids drive me mad, but, you know. I've got 2 myself now," he told her. 2 girls. "Still with Kate, then?" She'd only met Kate a couple of times briefly. Most police like to keep work and home very separate. "Yeah," Sean answered. "She's good, you know. A good mother." "Good," Vicky replied. They were both avoiding the obvious question. This was Vicky's territory. It was up to her to challenge Sean, friend or foe. "So, what are you doing over here, Sean? Why is a DI from SCG South arriving at my murder scene before I know about it?" Sean looked a little sheepishly at Vicky. She hadn't changed much either. She kept her auburn hair short and neat, for the practicalities of being a mother rather than those of being a police officer. Her plain face was improved by lots of laughter lines. "I think this murder's linked to others," he told her. "Well, linked in what way? A drug war? Gangland?" "Oh, if only. This is something else. A possible repeat offender." He hated using the term serial killer. It seemed to somehow glamorize tragedy. "As in Yorkshire Ripper-type repeat offender?" Vicky asked. "I suppose so." "And you've been authorized to run a task force on this?" "My superintendent is happy for me to take on any suspected link cases. He'll square it with yours in due course. In the meantime, I could do with all the help I can get." "Such as?" Vicky asked. "I need a few things to happen straight away." "Well, go on." "Check the mouth area for tape residue. I think her mouth was taped and the killer took it away with him. Check the drain pipe at the side of the house, and the bathroom window needs special attention. That's how he got in and out. And I would like you to use my pathologist. He's the best in London, and he's worked one of the other victims. I can make the call to him and get him to look at the body while it's still in the flat. After that, he'll probably want it taken to his own mortuary at Guy's Hospital." "All victims from West London should go to Charing Cross," said Vicky. "The post-mortem should be performed by the pathologist for this area. There's a lot of red tape around things like that. People get pissed off pretty quick if you start to ignore protocols." "I understand. But the man who did this is still out there, and he doesn't give a shit about our red tape. He doesn't care if he kills in South London, East London, or West London. He just kills. and he'll do everything he can not to get caught. So why don't we stop helping the bastard and break a few rules ourselves? Because if we don't, I reckon we've got about 1 or maybe 2 weeks before I'll be standing outside some other flat in some other part of London having the same conversation with some other DI. He ended with a plea. Let's not let that happen. Please. Vicky studied him for a couple of seconds. Okay, she said finally. I've a pretty good relationship with the pathologist for this area. I'll explain it's an unusual situation. Thanks. Now, we need to get started. Time is not my friend here. It never is, she reminded him, and it never will be. Sally waited for the door to the Surbiton house to open. When it did, she noted the look of surprise on Paul Jarrett's face. D.S. Jones, he said. Sorry to disturb you again, she apologised, but would you believe it? I just happened to be in the area when I suddenly remembered something I needed to check with you. Such as? Jarrett asked before remembering his manners. Please, come in. Sally stepped inside and followed him to the lounge. I spoke with an old colleague of yours, D.C. Graham Wright, only he's a DS now. Graham? I was doing some digging into Korsakov's history and was hoping to compare his conviction fingerprints with marks found at our murder scene. And? They've gone missing. Seems they've got up and walked out of Scotland Yard all by themselves. Well, I wouldn't have thought that was possible. No, nor would I, Sally agreed. D.S. Wright told me that he'd taken the prints from the yard at your request. Do you recall why you pulled the prints? I seem to remember the prison where Korsakov was doing his time wanted them, but I can't remember the details, although I do remember giving the prints back to Graham so he could return them. And return them he did, at least according to fingerprints records. Then I don't see how I can help you find them. It's just that you requested them back in '99, said Sally, not long before Korsakov was released from prison. That seems a little unusual. Jarrett laughed. D.S. Jones, everything to do with Korsakov was a little unusual. However, I remember now. The prison needed the prints to copy onto their records. They liked to keep fingerprints of prisoners they deemed to be more dangerous than the norm. I suppose they consider it to be some sort of deterrent. Why would they wait until a few months before his release before deciding Korsakov needed such a deterrent? That I cannot answer, Jarrett told her. You'd have to speak to the prison. Sally sighed. Oh, I don't think there's any need for that, she lied. At the end of the day, it still wouldn't explain how the prints went missing. Probably just an administrative cock-up at Fingerprint Branch. I've wasted enough of your time. Not a problem, said Jarrett. They said their goodbyes, and Sally made her way to her car. She drove a couple of blocks before pulling over and retrieving the Korsakov file from her bag. She flicked through it and found the number she was looking for. Then she paused momentarily, remembering that Sean knew nothing of her investigation's progress. Perhaps she should call him now, put him in the picture. But he had so many other things on his mind, it would be better to speak to him later. She dialed and waited a long time before a military-sounding voice answered. Wandsworth Prison, what can I do for you? Sean and Vicky approached Barnes Police Station. They'd been outside the scene for a while, briefing the forensic team and liaising with the coroner's office. Sean had arranged to meet Sally at Barnes and update her. The police building was as ugly as ever. They parked outside the 4-story construction, bright red bricks in 2 straight lines. It was hard to spot a window. When you did, it was blacked out. Vicky led the way to her office. It was 3 times the size of Sean's and 10 times cleaner and more organised. Sally, having returned from Surbiton, was waiting for them outside the office. Sean introduced her to Vicky and vice versa. The 2 female detectives eyed each other with a little suspicion. Sean felt it. Vicky lifted a note she found on her desk. She looked at Sean. It's for you. Your pathologist has arrived at the scene. Dr. Canning. Good. And we've traced a sister. The first detectives on scene, Simpson and Watson, found it in her address book. She's already on the fast train up from Devon. Squad car will pick her up at the station and bring her straight here. She'll be with us soon." "Parents?" Sally asked. Vicky scanned the note. "Yeah, they live in Spain, retired. Apparently they'll be here when they can get a flight. And that won't be easy at this time of year. Do you want to see the sister?" Sean glanced across at Sally. "Yeah, why not? I'll arrange it now. Meanwhile, why don't you tell me about your suspect? What have you got on him so far?" "James Hellier," Sean said. "A wealthy, polished act. Works for a fancy firm of financiers in Knightsbridge. Self-confessed sadomasochist. Last night he took our surveillance team on a runaround. He lost them about 6 p.m. He wasn't picked up again until he got home, sometime after 3 a.m. Vicky raised her eyebrows. "The man knows he's under surveillance, and still he travels to Shepherd's Bush and commits murder?" "He can't stop himself," Sean told her. "The fact he knows he's under surveillance probably only adds to his pleasure." "If you're so sure, let's arrest him, strip him, swab him and have forensics do the rest," said Vicky. "We've tried that," Sean explained. "With the first murder, we found samples matching him at the scene, but he had an answer for everything. Claimed to have been having a long-standing sexual relationship with the victim. It was a waste of time. We showed our hand too soon. Handed him the initiative. The second scene was different," he continued. "A young girl called Heather Freeman, a runaway teenager. She was abducted and killed on waste ground out near Dagenham. He cut her throat, but still the scene was left as clean as a whistle. Nothing but a plain footprint. So, we wait. If we get alien samples from the scene, we'll move and arrest Hellier, but we wait until then." Sean saw Vicky moving in her chair. He knew what she was thinking. He held her hand up. "I know," he said, "but trust me, Hellier won't be contaminated with anything from the scene. Any clothing he used will be destroyed by now." "You're absolutely certain of that?" "No," he replied, "not absolutely, but certain enough. I need something irrefutable, whether it's from one of the scenes or whether it's something Hellier leads us to. I don't care. But I'm not going to have him dance circles around me in an interview again. I need something damning." "It's your call, Sean. But don't forget the Stephen Lawrence inquiry. Those guys were slaughtered for not making early arrests and seizing clothing for forensics. If you go down, I go down with you." "No, you won't," Sean assured her. "Make an official note of your objections. I'll do the same, and then you're covered." Hold on," Vicky said. "That's not what I meant." "I know it isn't," Sean replied. "But the branch I'm on is too thin for 2 people. You register those objections. They'll be entered into my decision log." Vicky didn't argue further. "I'd like to get a briefing out to the media today." Sean changed the subject. "You do it, Vicky. Keep my name out of it and don't mention the link to other murders. Make it an appeal for public assistance. I want to see it in the Evening Standard tonight." "Not a problem," said Vicky. "Their crime editor owes me a couple of favours." A knock at the door ended the conversation. Sean turned to see a detective he didn't recognise. "Sister's here, Governor," was all he said. Sean's hand hesitated as it rested on the handle of the witness room. Linda Kotler's sister waited inside. Sally was with him, but he'd decided to do the talking this time. Telling someone a loved one had died was one thing. As devastating as that news could be, it was nothing compared to telling them someone they loved had been murdered. That news would shatter lives. The living would be forever haunted, imagining the last moments of those now dead. The worst was telling parents a child had been murdered. Few marriages survived that burden. The parents see their dead child every time they look at each other. Eventually, they can take no more reminding, no more torture, and push each other away. Sean gently nudged the door open. He wanted her to see him entering. Debbie Stryer looked up. She was younger than he'd expected, healthy and slightly tanned. Her country complexion made Sean conscious of his own ghostly city skin. She'd been crying. Her eyes were pink and rimmed bright red. She wasn't crying now. It was a long trip from Devon. Had she run out of tears? She began to stand before Sean or Sally could stop her. Her sore eyes darted between them. Sean had seen that look on the faces of other victims' loved ones. Fear, disbelief, desperate for information. She spoke first. "Hello, I'm Debbie Stryer, Linda's sister. Stryer's my married name." Sean nodded that he understood. Sally held out a hand. When Debbie Stryer took it, Sally gently pulled her hand forward and embraced it with both of hers. "I'm Sally Jones. I'm a detective sergeant. I'll be helping to catch whoever did this to your sister. I'm so sorry for your loss. Everybody tells us Linda was such a good person." Sally waited for a reaction. The tears began to fall in heavy drops from Debbie's eyes. Real tears, like those of a child in pain. "You need to know we'll catch the person who did this to Linda," Sally promised her. Sean looked on in admiration. His plan to take the lead just hadn't happened. If he tried to emulate Sally now, he would sound clumsy. He would introduce himself and help explain any procedural matters Debbie might wish to know, but little more. He waited for Debbie Stryer to take her hand away from Sally. It was a long wait. She was struggling to speak clearly through her grief. "Thank you," she told Sally. "Thank you." She turned to Sean. The awfulness of the day was beginning to break her. She seemed to be visibly shrinking. He held out his hand. She accepted it. "I'm Detective Inspector Sean Corrigan," he said. "I'll be in charge of this investigation." He wanted to say more, but couldn't find the right words. Debbie almost immediately stopped crying. She looked at him strangely. This was not what he had expected. He'd only introduced himself, just said his name. He couldn't have said the wrong thing already. "She told me about you," Debbie said. She couldn't help herself checking Sean's left hand. She saw his wedding ring and almost smiled. "She didn't tell me you were married. That's typical of Linda." Sean and Sally simultaneously turned to each other, confusion and surprise etched on their faces. Sean had briefed D.I. Townsend on the meeting with Debbie Stryer. She had listened almost without speaking. The only thing she said was that there must have been some mistake. Sean knew better. He was being played. Hellier was laughing at him. But Hellier was taking an unnecessary risk in doing so. Showing off came with a price. Debbie Stryer was able to tell them he had approached her sister close to her home, sometime between 8 and 9, maybe a little earlier. Christ, he'd even had a conversation with her in the middle of the street. He was beginning to think he was uncatchable. His sociopathic arrogance was matched only by his violence. Sean and Sally donned forensic suits and entered Linda Kotler's flat. It looked very different to how Sean remembered it. Forensic examiners going about their work, making it seem full of life. They went directly to the living room where Sean had seen the docking unit for Linda Kotler's home phone. He examined it without touching and saw traces of aluminium powder on both the phone and the base. "Has this phone been dusted yet?" he asked a middle-aged woman, shapeless in her paper suit. They all resembled workers in a nuclear power plant. "Yes," she answered. "I did it." "Have the messages been listened to?" Sean asked. "No, we'll do that back at the audio lab for continuity." But Sean had had enough of waiting. He pressed the message playback button and hit the speaker-on switch. "I don't think you should be doing that," the woman protested. "D.I. Corrigan, I'm in charge of this investigation." The machine beeped long and shrill. A ringing tone could be heard. Linda Kotler's voice filled the room. Everyone stopped and listened to the woman who had been murdered only 2 plaster walls away. They listened as the sisters chatted. This was it. Sean's heart was going faster and faster. He knew what was coming, but he didn't want to hear it. "And does this man have a name?" Debbie asked. He could see Sally watching him out of the corner of her eye. "Sean," Linda's voice said. "Sean Corrigan." The middle-aged forensics officer was staring at him now. "Haven't you got work to do?" he snapped. She moved quickly away. Sean stood and led Sally to the bedroom where they found Donnelly wearing a forensic suit. Sean also recognized the slim figure of Dr. Canning kneeling over Linda Kotler's lifeless form. A number of labelled specimen jars and exhibit bags were spread across the floor close by, within easy reach of the pathologist. D.C. Zukov was doing his best to assist Canning. "Anything interesting yet?" Sean asked. Dr. Canning was stony-faced. "Inspector Corrigan, I shall assume you are responsible for dragging me halfway across London. Sorry, but I felt it was necessary. Because you believe you have two connected murders, Sergeant Donnelly here filled me in on the details." "3 murders," Sean corrected him. The pathologist frowned. "There was another. The first of the series occurred about 2 weeks ago. Post-mortem's already been done, but I'd like you to cast an eye over it." "Oh, very well," Canning replied. He went back to work. He talked as he examined the body. "So elaborate. Probably the most elaborate bindings and ligatures I've ever encountered." "Why?" Sean asked. "What's the purpose?" Canning pointed to the knot on the stocking that ran along the victim's spine. "That's a slip knot. My best guess at this time would be that it's a type of harness." He positions the victim face down on the bed. Then, by pulling the slip knot up and down, he can control the tightness of the bindings around her throat and legs simultaneously. Quite the instrument of torture. "Anything else?" Sean asked. Canning scanned the body, wondering where to begin. "You'll have to wait until the post-mortem before it's confirmed, but I'm sure the cause of death will be strangulation." He pointed to the victim's neck. "You can see the ligatures sunk into the flesh quite deeply, far more deeply than was necessary to kill her. Quite a surprise the skin didn't break. There's other severe bruising too, probably all caused by the same ligature." Canning took a deep breath. "This is a strong man you're looking for, Inspector." "What caused the other bruising around the neck?" Sean asked. "I believe the killer repeatedly tightened the ligature around her neck, but released it before death." "And before she passed out, too," Sean added. "I wouldn't be able to say." "He wouldn't have let her pass out," Sean assured him. "He wouldn't have let her escape into unconsciousness, not even for a second." Canning raised his eyebrows. "It would appear he had knowledge of autoerotic asphyxiation," he continued, "popular with sadomasochists." Helia's face flashed in Sean's mind. She was sexually assaulted, too. Raped both vaginally and anally, by the look of things. No immediate signs of semen or a lubricant. I suspect he used a dry condom. Canning spoke to D.C. Zukov. "Could you pass me that halogen lamp, please, Detective?" Zukov passed him a metal-cased lamp that was big enough to be a helicopter searchlight. Canning flicked the lamp on. It gave off less bright light than expected, but that wasn't its purpose. Held at the right angle, it would allow the naked eye to observe otherwise near-invisible marks. Fingerprints, footprints, hairs, tiny fragments of metal. Canning began to slowly sweep the light across the body. He started at the lowest point. In this case, it was the knees. The legs were still bent and tied back, so her feet almost touched her buttocks. The light moved to her back. "Hello there." Canning had found something. He froze the light on the victim's back. Sean moved 2 steps closer. "Careful," Canning warned him. "We haven't examined the entire area around the body yet." Sean stopped and crouched down. He craned his neck to get a better view of the victim's back. "What is it?" "If I'm not very much mistaken," Canning said, "it's a footprint." He moved the lamp to another angle. "Yes, there." The shoe-shaped bruise came more into focus. Definitely a shoe mark. Pretty plain, though. No ridges or pattern. "A plain-soled man's shoe, between size 8 and 10. "Yes," Canning agreed. "That would be my guess. I'll have it photographed back at the mortuary. Should show up well enough." "Why would he do that?" D.C. Zukov asked the question, the disgusted look clear on his face. Sean knew why, but he wouldn't say. He knew Canning would work it out. He pressed down on her back with his foot while pulling the ligatures tighter. That's probably when the other marks around the neck were caused. "Sick bastard," Zukov said. "Sick, evil bastard." No one disagreed. Needing a break from the scene, Sally stood outside in the street, smoking. She doubted whether the male officers felt what she did for the victim. Did they ever feel vulnerable and scared like a woman could? Did they ever consider how intimidating a big man could be to a woman, just by standing a little too close in a bar, at a bus stop? Probably not. What must it have been like for Linda Cotler, those last minutes, God forbid, hours of her life? Totally overpowered by this man, this wild animal. Did the male officers have any real idea how hundreds of thousands of women across London would feel when details of the latest murder were released to the press? Many would stop going out at night until he, the killer, was caught. Others would rush to buy rape alarms. Some would start to carry offensive weapons. All would check the locks on their doors and windows. They would want their men home before dark. Sally would be no different. When she thought of Linda Cotler, the way she had died, she couldn't help but see her own face on the body. She shivered repeatedly. The cigarette helped a little. God, she wished she had a lover, someone special to share her life with, good or bad. Her achievements and her failures, her hopes and her fears. This wasn't an easy job to do alone. Her thoughts turned to Sebastian Gibran. Was that what he wanted? To be her lover? When they'd first met, his eyes had definitely rested on her for longer than normal. She was pretty sure he would be married, but maybe that didn't matter to him. How did she feel about being a mistress to a wealthy benefactor? Was the whole something sensitive to discuss, a ruse to get her to meet him for lunch? Wine and dine her? Seduce her? She couldn't deny she had found him attractive. Power and presence in a man were strong aphrodisiacs. She would find out soon enough. The cigarette grew hot between her fingers, snapping her back to the present. She tossed it away and headed back inside the scene. All thoughts of pleasanter things a distant memory. Dr. Canning moved the halogen lamp to the victim's head. He held a fine tooth comb in his other hand, the better to groom the victim's hair before the body was moved. A tiny, vital piece of evidence could easily be lost when moving a body. With the help of D.C. Zukov, he lifted the head very slightly and slipped a 3-foot by 3-foot white paper sheet under her head. He began to comb the hair slowly from the scalp outwards. As he combed, a little of her hair fell onto the sheet. Then he saw it, floating the short distance to the sheet. It landed gently. He dared not breathe. He swapped the comb and lamp for a plastic evidence bag and a pair of delicate metal tweezers. He moved the tweezers stealthily closer to the hair. When he was no more than an inch or two away, he suddenly moved quickly, grabbing the hair in a small metal claw. He allowed himself to exhale. Sean had been watching intently. As Canning held a hair above his head, Sean could see it glistening. "The victims?" Sean asked. "Definitely not," Canning replied. "Too long and too fair, and there's a root on it. The lab shouldn't have too much trouble getting DNA off it." Sean hid the excitement swelling in his chest, making it difficult to breathe. The root of that hair could solve this murder on its own. "What are the chances it belongs to our killer?" he asked. "Unless there was another person here with the victim last night, I'd say it's almost certainly the killer's," Canning answered. "The hair wasn't buried deep in amongst the victims. It was virtually sitting on top of hers, waiting to be found." Sean was still concerned. He wanted it to be absolute. In court, it would have to be absolute. "How could that be?" he asked. "A hair with a root, just lying there?" "Most likely caused by the killer removing a head cover of some description," Canning surmised. "When you remove a hat or similar, there is always a good chance you'll pull a hair out, and often the root will come with it." "So you think he took his off?" Sean asked. "Yes. Hairs like this, with roots attached, don't fall out naturally." "Why the hell would he take his head cover off?" Sean wondered. "That I can't answer," Canning said, "but if he did take a head cover off, then we've a good chance of finding more hair on the body or around it. That would further diminish the possibility of an accidental transfer of hair from body to body at some point during the day at another location. Sean understood the importance of eliminating that possibility. Defense solicitors had become skilled in arguing their way around forensic evidence. The pathologist handed the evidence bag containing the hair to D.C. Zukov. He handled it as if it was an unstable bomb. Canning picked up his lamp again and began to examine the area around the body. He bent so low his face was almost on the carpet. Sean hadn't blinked for minutes. He watched as Canning's eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw him stretch out with his tweezers and snare the thin fibre. Canning looked directly at him. "It would seem the forensic gods are with us today, Inspector." "The same?" he asked. "I would say so," Canning answered. "This has a root too. DNA will no doubt confirm they come from the same person. If your killer's on the National DNA database, then it'll be case closed for you." "The man who did this isn't on the database," Sean told him, "but that doesn't matter, because I know where to find his DNA." Canning looked a little confused. "And where would that be?" Sean answered, "In his blood." Hellier hadn't been asked to see any clients in over 2 days. He no longer cared. Only a few weeks before, he would have taken steps to ensure the firm weren't trying to cut him out. Now, it was irrelevant. The firm had served its purpose. He didn't need them anymore. It was almost 6 p.m. Only he, Sebastian Gibran, and the perfect secretary remained in the office. It was a shame he couldn't be alone with the secretary. He would have liked to give the beautiful bitch a going-away present she wouldn't forget. But he couldn't risk it with Gibran lurking inside his office. Maybe sometime in the distant future their paths would cross again. His mobile phone began to ring, the display telling him the number had been withheld. Something told him he should answer. "James Hellier speaking." "Mr. Hellier, you're in great danger." It was him again. "Like I said earlier, you were supposed to meet me last night." Hellier sounded strong. He knew how to dominate. "I don't like being fucked around." "I just want to help you," the voice said. "You must believe me." "Why?" Hellier demanded. "Why do you want to help me? You don't know me." "Are you sure of that?" the voice asked. Hellier didn't answer. He was thinking. The caller sensed his doubt. "Corrigan, I can give you something, show you something that'll keep him away from you. Keep them all away from you." "I'm not worried about the police." Hellier sounded insulted. "They can't touch me." "Yes, they can," the voice replied. "Corrigan, he's not intending to take you to court. He won't risk that." "What are you talking about?" Hellier began to sound more concerned. "What do you mean?" "Meet me tomorrow night if you value your neck as much as I think you do." "Where?" Hellier asked. "Somewhere in central London. I'll call you again tomorrow, about 7. And don't bring the police. They're still following you." Wait a minute." Hellier was too late. The line was dead. The 3 unmarked cars drove down the middle of Bayswater Road. Traffic on both sides yielded to their sirens and madly spinning blue lights. They were heading towards Knightsbridge, towards Hellier. Sean had the forensic evidence he'd been praying for. The killer had made a serious mistake, but it was too early to say anything other than that the hairs appeared to be the same colour as Hellier's. Sandy. Sally drove while Sean sat in the passenger seat. She broke the silent tension. "Maybe we should process the hair first, Governor. Get its DNA profile and compare it to the DNA database." She had to shout to be heard above the screaming sirens. "Hellier's not on the DNA database, remember? He's got no previous," Sean argued. "Maybe the hairs aren't Hellier's," Sally persisted. "We could process them first and have them compared to profiles on the database. It could show they belong to someone other than Hellier, and then we'd have a cast-in-iron suspect. And if we don't get a hit on the database, then it'll point more strongly towards Hellier being our man." "Well, believe me," he reassured her, "Hellier's our man." "Then why don't we compare the samples to the ones we've already taken off Hellier? She referred to those taken in Belgravia police station at the beginning of the investigation into the murder of Daniel Graydon. Then, before we even arrest him, we'd know he'd killed Linda Kotler. "You know we can't use them," Sean shouted above the noise inside the car. "That was a different murder. We'd be slaughtered if we were ever found out." It was true. They couldn't use elimination samples taken from a suspect or witness for one crime to prove they were involved in another. The suspect would have to be told specifically what investigation their samples were being used in, or they would be deemed to have been taken illegally. "Maybe we could do it so no one would know," Sally continued. "Just do it so we would know for sure it was Hellier. Don't tell anyone. Don't mention it in his initial interview. Keep it to ourselves, then do it legally. Take new samples, whatever we have to, but at least we would know it was him. Interview him and let him hang himself with lies." "No," Sean shook his head. "I can't risk that. We do it properly. It's Hellier, I know it. There's no need to take shortcuts." Sally gripped the steering wheel harder and said nothing. Sean tapped the number of the surveillance team leader into his mobile. "DS handy?" Sean could hear the radio chatter in the background. "Don? Sean. Where's my man?" "He's on the move," said DS Handy. "Just left his office on foot." "Heading home?" Sean asked. "Heading to the tube station." "We're on our way," Sean told him. "We're going to take him out." "Now wait a minute," DS Handy said. "He's hailing a cab." There was a pause. "Want us to take him out for you?" "No," Sean said. "Can you follow the cab?" "Shouldn't be too difficult, given that it's lime green with a giant packet of Skittles on its side." "Follow it," Sean made the decision. "But keep me up to date. You follow him, and we'll follow you." "No problem." Sean could feel Sally looking between him and the road as she drove fast through the traffic. "I hope you know what you're doing, sir," she said. "There's more out there for us, Sally. This could be our last chance to let Hellier lead us to something." "What more do we need? We have his hair. His DNA will match." She was nervous for both of them. Sean was taking a risk. Maybe one he didn't have to take. "We have hairs," Sean pointed out. "Not necessarily Hellier's. And they bother me. Too easy. All of a sudden he drops two rooted hairs right where we can find them. Hellier's smart. Certainly smart enough to plant someone else's hair at the scene. Imagine what that would do to any case against him. His defense would have a fucking field day. We'd never even get it to court. If I think I can get more, I'll take the chance." "Just because it was easy doesn't mean it's not right." Sean didn't answer. She tried again. "The law says that when we have evidence to arrest, we should arrest." Sally quoted the Police and Criminal Evidence Act. She was right, and Sean knew it. "Only until he goes home," Sean sought to assure her. "If he doesn't lead us to something before then, we arrest him." Sally exhaled and tried to concentrate on the road ahead. "Bryanston Street, Marble Arch," Hellier calmly told the cab driver, who gave a nod and pulled away without speaking. Hellier tried to relax in the back, but he knew he was being followed again, and there were more of them this time. He'd already counted 14. He could run around the tube system, but there was a chance they would have enough bodies to stay with him. He would try something else. The cab drove into Bryanston Street. Hellier tapped on the glass screen designed to keep the drunks and psychotics at bay. "Here's fine," he said. The taxi pulled into the curb. Hellier poked a £10 note through the screen, got out, and walked away without waiting for change. He entered the Avis car rental shop. He knew they were still watching. Sean's phone rang, startling him. He was walking a tightrope that left him feeling wired. "DS Handy, Gov. Looks like your boy's about to hire a car." "Problem?" Sean asked. "No, I'd rather he was in a car than running around on foot." "Fine, we stay with him until I say otherwise." Sean hung up. Sally said nothing. Hellier rented the largest and fastest car they had. He used the driving licence in the name of James Hellier and paid with an American Express black card in the same name. He would miss James Hellier. The black Vauxhall slipped into Bryanston Street. The 3-litre V6 engine gave a reassuring growl. Hellier began to relax a little as he listened to the engine's cylinders gently thudding above the low revs. At the end of the road, he turned left into Gloucester Place and joined the 3 lanes of traffic, all heading north. He kept pace with the traffic, but no more. He stopped carefully at traffic lights and showed no hurry to pull away. He didn't need to check his mirrors. He knew they would be following, running parallels along the adjacent streets, leapfrogging to the junctions ahead, changing the cars immediately behind him as often as they could. He turned left into the Marylebone Road and headed west. The traffic was lighter than he had expected. That was unfortunate. He drove carefully. He headed up and on to the Marylebone flyover and joined the Westway, a small motorway raised above the heart of West London, designed to speed commuters to the traffic jams of the M4 and M40 that inevitably waited. He began checking his mirrors constantly. They couldn't run parallels to him now. As he drove above Paddington and Notting Hill, they had only one way of staying with him: follow him along the Westway. He began to make a mental note of all the cars ahead and behind him. Any one of them could be the police. Best to remember them all and assume the worst. Effective counter-surveillance relied on the target assuming the worst. He drove for about 10 minutes before reaching his exit. The sign read, Shepherd's Bush and Hammersmith. He moved into the exit lane. He glanced in his mirror. He saw several cars' indicators blinking, signalling they too would be leaving the Westway. Any police cars that had been ahead of him were already out of the chase. They would have to stay on the motorway until they could exit at Acton, another 4 miles along. By the time they rejoined their colleagues, he would be gone. He left the Westway and followed the large slip road, the West Cross route, that took him to a major roundabout. Only at the roundabout did he make the final decision where he would go. He could turn left along Holland Park, back towards central London, or straight over towards Earl's Court along Holland Road. No, he needed traffic. He turned right at the roundabout and drove past Shepherd's Bush Green on his right, and then turned left into Shepherd's Bush Road, heading towards Hammersmith. The 3 cars of the arrest team waited in Hyde Park for an update. Alone in the middle car, Sean and Sally listened to the surveillance team's coded chatter on the radio. It made little sense to them. They tried to work out where the team could be, but it was no use. They relied on telephone updates alone. Sean's phone rang again. "Smart lad, your boy," DS Handy told him. "He took the one route I didn't want him to take. Over the Westway. He dropped off at Shepherd's. We've already lost our 2 lead cars. They're trying to make their way back from Acton." "You still have him?" Sean's tension was palpable. "Yeah, we got plenty of coverage." Handy sounded calm in comparison. "Where is he now?" "Approaching Hammersmith." "We're on our way," said Sean. "Travelling time from Marble Arch. Don't lose him, Don. Whatever you do, don't lose him." Hellier cruised towards the chaotic one-way system of Hammersmith that was little more than a giant roundabout. 4 lanes of traffic looped around a central shopping complex. The traffic was always a disaster. The traffic lights immediately ahead were green, but he wasn't ready to enter the one-way system yet. He stopped at the green light and studied his rear view and side mirrors. The white van behind him beeped politely twice. When he didn't move, it gave him a long, angry blast of the horn. Still the lights were green. Still he wouldn't move. He could see the van driver in his mirror, leaning out of his window now, shouting obscenities. Another blast on the van's horn. The van would be a useful barrier between him and his pursuers, but it alone would not be enough. The lights changed to red just as the van driver was climbing from his cabin. Malicious intent spread across his face. Hellier didn't wait for a break in the traffic, speeding across in front of him. He floored the accelerator. The rear wheels of the big automatic gripped almost instantly and launched the car towards the passing vehicles. "Move! Move! Move!" DS Handy screamed at his driver. "Stay with him! For fuck's sake, stay with him!" "Shit!" He could see Hellier had pulled further ahead. "You're losing him!" "What's the fucking point?" the driver snapped back. "We're burnt! He's wasted us! We can't follow him driving like this and not show out." "Don't worry about staying covert," Andy was shouting. "Take the fucker out! Take him out!" Hellier had already turned right into Hammersmith Road. He gunned the Vauxhall east towards Kensington. Confused drivers jammed the road in front of the surveillance cars. They couldn't move, trapped in traffic. Hellier was gone. Sean spoke into his phone. He didn't say much, just the occasional word. How? Where? He paled noticeably the more he listened. Get back to Knightsbridge and cover his home too. He felt sick. Hellier was lost again. He'd made a bad decision, one he was going to have to live with. He rubbed his reddening eyes hard. Exhaustion threatened to overtake him. He looked at Sally. Damn it. We'll find him, Sally reassured him. Only if he wants us to, he said. Only if he's still playing games with us. With me. Hellier dumped the car and made absolutely sure he was alone before walking a short distance to High Street Kensington Underground station and descending calmly to the platforms. He caught the First District Line train for 2 stops to South Kensington. Out of the station, he walked quickly along Exhibition Road, scanning the area for police. There were none. He turned right into Thurlow Place and walked along the row of shops. He knew exactly where he was going. He looked through the window of Thurlow Arts, casting a knowledgeable eye over the paintings that adorned the interior. It was more of a mini-gallery than a shop, although he decided most of it was crap. An old-fashioned bell rang above the door as he opened it. Almost immediately the owner appeared from the back of the shop, breaking into a welcoming smile when he saw Hellier. "Mr. McLennan, what a pleasant surprise. How are you?" "I'm very well," Hellier replied. "How has life been treating you these past few years?" "I mustn't complain. Business is a little unpredictable, but could be worse." "Then I hope our arrangement has been of some financial assistance." "Indeed it has, sir," the shopkeeper answered. "Am I to take it that is the purpose of your visit?" "You are. If you would be good enough to wait here a moment." Hellier nodded. The owner went to the back of the shop, returning a couple of minutes later. He held the door to the rear area open. "This way, please." Hellier walked behind the counter and into the rear of the shop, where he was led to a small, windowless room lit by a single uncovered light bulb. There was a table and 1 chair in the middle, surrounded by bare yellow walls. On the table was a metal box, 1 foot by 9 inches, a heavy combination padlock hanging from its side. Hellier entered the room and found it just as he remembered it from his previous visit, 3 years ago. The shopkeeper made his excuses and left. Taking a seat, Hellier examined the outside of the box. It seemed intact. He studied the lock closely. It was untainted, no telltale metal scratch marks. The dials remained at the settings he had left them on 3 years ago. He pulled a pair of thin leather gloves from his pocket and slipped his hands into the silk lining. He turned the combination dials and pulled at the lock. 3 years was a long time. With a little effort, it popped open. He wiggled it free from the box and placed it carefully on the table. He lifted the lid up as if opening a precious jewellery box. He removed an object wrapped in a white cloth and placed it next to the lock. He would look at it later. He needed to check something else first. He lifted a heavy parcel from the box. It was wrapped in several yellow dusters, which he patiently unfolded, as if peeling back the petals of a tropical flower. The black-grey metal inside shone. He was pleased he'd taken the effort to oil the Browning 9mm automatic pistol before locking it away. He'd made plenty of enemies over the years. He doubted they could find him, but just in case they did, he had insurance. He checked the 2 magazines. Both held a full load of 13 9mm high-velocity bullets. They had been harder to obtain than the gun itself. Squaddies were happy to sell weapons stolen from poorly guarded armories, but for some reason they were reluctant to sell the bullets to go with them. Hellier pulled at the back of the gun. The top slide glided backwards and smoothly cocked the weapon. He squeezed the trigger. The hammer hit the firing pin with a reassuring metallic click. Satisfied, he pushed one of the magazines into the butt of the gun. The other he slid into his inside jacket pocket. He tucked the pistol into the small of his back, held in place by his belt. He opened the other parcel. He laughed at the items inside. A dark brown wig with eyebrows to match, a moustache, no beard, a pair of prescription spectacles. He tried them on. They affected his eyesight, but he could see through them. He picked up the tube of theatrical makeup glue. He squeezed a drop onto his left index finger and rubbed his thumb and finger together. The glue was still good. He rolled the parcel back in the cloth and stuffed it into his trouser pocket as he stood. He shut the box and replaced the padlock. He set the numbers as he had found them and left the room. The shopkeeper was waiting for him. "Everything as it should be?" he asked. "Yes, everything was fine," Hellier replied. "Tell me, is there a sports shop near here?" Sally and the others had decided to retreat to the one pub they ever used, close to Peckham Police Station. The landlord was only too happy to be running a police pub. It all but guaranteed his premises remained free of trouble, except for the occasional bust-up between coppers. And that was always dealt with in-house, so no black marks went against his licence. Sally's phone rang. "Sally Jones speaking." "DS Jones, I'm Prison Officer English from Wandsworth Prison." Sally hadn't expected the prison to call her out of hours. "You have something for me?" "Your inquiry into a former prisoner, Korsakov, Stefan, released in 1999. You wanted to know why we requested his fingerprints?" "Yes. We made no request for his fingerprints from Scotland Yard." "Are you positive?" "Absolutely. Our records are correct. There's no mistake." "No," Sally said, more to herself than anyone. "I'm sure there isn't. Thank you." She hung up. Donnelly appeared next to her. "Problem?" "Someone's been lying to me." "About what?" "Never mind," she said. "We'll talk about it tomorrow. Right now, I need another drink." Hellier found the small sports shop easily enough. He selected a dark blue Nike tracksuit, the plainest he could find. He added a white T-shirt, white Puma training shoes, and a pair of white socks to his basket. He asked for the items to be placed in separate plastic bags. He had been an easy customer who paid cash. The assistant was more than happy to lavish him with extra plastic bags. He left the shop, headed back to the tube station, and caught a train to Farringdon. He didn't have to search long to find what he wanted. A bar where men and women in suits mixed easily enough with others wearing casual clothes, even tracksuits. He ordered a stiff gin and tonic from the bar. Gin, lots of ice, lime, not lemon. The barman was good. The long drink both refreshed him and gave his brain a nice alcoholic kick, without affecting his clarity of thought, his control. Hellier sat and familiarised himself with the layout of the bar. Satisfied, he went to the men's toilet, entered a cubicle, and shut the door. It was fairly solid. That was good. He looked up at the window. It was quite high. If he tried to climb out of it, he would be seen. It was probably sealed shut anyway. He checked the toilet system. It was low on the wall. That was good. He lifted the lid from the cistern. Then he emptied the contents of the plastic bags onto the toilet seat, taking the gun from his belt and the spare magazine from his jacket pocket. He placed them on the tracksuit. Next, he took the training shoes out of the box and wrapped them, the T-shirt and the socks, in the tracksuit, making a tight parcel. The shoes flattened to little more than the width and thickness of the soles. The light material of the T-shirt and tracksuit folded to almost nothing. He placed them in one of the smaller plastic bags and tied a knot at the open end. He placed the bag inside another and fastened it with a tight knot. At the last minute, he recalled that the man who described himself as a friend would be calling on his mobile phone tomorrow at 7. He pulled the phone from a pocket and looked at it pensively. If the police were waiting for him, they would surely seize the phone. They always did. It was the only way he had of allowing the friend to contact him. He decided he couldn't take the risk, but no matter what, he would have to recover the phone before 7 p.m. the next day. Separating the phone from its battery, he undid the plastic bags and dropped both phone and battery in. Then he wrapped and knotted the bags again. Hellier was about to place the plastic bag in the toilet cistern when he stopped short. The gun was too big a prize to risk. Maybe he should just check into a hotel for the night instead of going home. That way he could stay hidden until it was time to meet the man from the phone calls. He shook his doubts away. He would go home. The police would undoubtedly be waiting for him there, but it wasn't as if they were going to arrest him. What did they have? Nothing. If they had, they would have arrested him earlier instead of trying to follow him. And even if they did arrest him, so what? He would be out in time to make the meeting, and he would know whatever the police were thinking too. It was an uneven match. Every time the police moved against him, they had to tell him what they knew. The laws of the land demanded it. This was a fair and just country. He, on the other hand, had to tell them nothing. And if they were stupid enough to try and follow him again after today, which he absolutely believed they were, then he had made plans for that too. All doubt gone, he smiled to himself and tucked the plastic bag containing the clothes and pistol neatly into the toilet cistern, expertly packing it around the working parts as he'd practiced hundreds of times before, ensuring enough water was allowed into the small tank. He flushed once to make certain it still worked and watched the cistern fill again. Satisfied, he replaced the lid and left the bar carrying the largest of the plastic bags containing only the empty shoebox. He would squash it flat and dump it in a bin on his way to the underground station and home. It was almost 10 p.m. on Thursday. Sean sat alone in his office. The inquiry room was dark and quiet. The rest of the team had adjourned to a nearby pub where they would be deep into analysing what had gone wrong. They would argue Hellier should have been arrested earlier, that it had been an unnecessary risk to try and follow him around London, on the off chance he would lead them to some clinching evidence. Sean's absence from the pub would be noticed, but it would be welcome too. They could speak their minds better if he wasn't around. He unlocked his bottom desk drawer and pulled out an unopened bottle of dark rum and a heavy, shallow glass. The rum had been in there for months. He only kept it out of a sense of tradition. He had rarely felt the need to use it. Until now. He poured an inch of rum into the glass and rolled it around. He put the glass tentatively to his lips and drank a quarter of it in one go. It was a lot for him. The back of his throat burned painfully, but he enjoyed the warmth of the liquid. He reached forward for his desk phone. He needed to call Kate. His ringing mobile stopped him. He answered, sounding tired and dispirited. "Gav, it's Jean Colville." DS Jean Colville was running the relief surveillance team, brought in to cover while DS Handy's team regrouped and licked their collective wounds. "Thought you'd like to know your man's just arrived home like nothing happened." Sean sprang to his feet as if suddenly standing to attention. "What's he wearing?" he asked. "Suit and tie," Jean answered. "How's he look?" "Fine. Normal, I guess." She sounded puzzled. "Okay," Sean said. He checked his watch. Damn. Half his team would be semi-drunk by now. The other half would have headed off towards whichever corner of London they lived in. Had there been time since he went missing for Hellier to find a victim, kill, and return home as if nothing had happened? Sean doubted it. No, this evening he'd been up to something else. Better to let the team rest for a while. What more could he lose? "I need you to keep him under obs tonight," he told DS Colville. "I'll be there in the morning to take him out. Hopefully he won't move again until then." "No problem, Gov," Jean answered. "If he moves, I'll let you know." "Thanks." Sean hung up, waited a few seconds, and called Sally. When she answered, he could hear she was in the pub. "Sally, it's Sean." "Please tell me you're not still at work." She sounded sober enough. "Contact Donnelly and the rest of the team." He knew Donnelly at least would be close by. 6 a.m. briefing back here. We're taking Hellier out before he leaves for work." "Before he leaves for work?" she asked. He could hear the confusion in her voice. "He's gone home." "Don't ask me why," Sean replied. "I don't know what he's up to, but we're going to finish this tomorrow." The light shining through the front door window was not a good sign. It was past 11, and he'd expected all to be quiet and dark inside. He turned the key as quietly as he could and carefully pushed the door open. The scent of the family who lived inside pleasantly assaulted his olfactory system. As he stepped inside, he could hear the television quietly playing in the lounge. He followed the sound. Kate lay on the sofa, and Louise lay across her chest, sleeping fitfully. "What's she doing out of bed?" Sean asked his wife. She shushed him before answering. "She has a temperature. Something going around at nursery." "Is she all right?" "She'll be fine. I've given her some Calpol. I just hope she doesn't give it to Mandy. I could do without having to look after 2 sick children." Louise stirred on Kate's chest. "If it comes to that, I'll take some time off work and help out." "Take some time off work?" she whispered. "How do you plan on doing that?" "We've had a break in the case. Things would start happening pretty quickly now. With any luck, we'll be able to charge our suspect and wrap things up within a few days. And then, no doubt, you'll inherit another case and we'll be back to the same old routine." "It's late, and I have an early start tomorrow," he said. "This is probably not a good time to discuss this. You're tired and stressed. Having this conversation won't help." "Yes, you're right. I am tired and stressed, as you would be if you'd been at home alone with 2 young children, one of whom is sick." She managed to keep her voice down, despite her frustration. "What do you want me to do, Kate? I get away from work as soon as I can, but sometimes it's not possible to walk away at 5 o'clock. I don't have that luxury. I don't do a normal job. It's this damn murder squad. It's too unpredictable. I never know when I'm going to see you, when the kids are going to see you. I can't plan anything like normal people do. When was the last time we did anything as a family? When was the last time we had a decent holiday? When was the last time you helped bath the kids, Sean? You know, I work too. Sometimes I need you to be here to help out." "I want to be here," he told her, "but I don't know how I can make things easier. I don't sell fucking shoes, Kate. I solve murders. I stop people who kill. I can't do this job with one hand tied behind my back." There was silence before Kate replied, "Is that what we are to you? Mandy, Louise and I? Some kind of handicap you'd be better off without?" No, he insisted. "That's not what I meant. You know that's not what I meant. But I need my mind to be clear if I'm going to have any chance of catching these people quickly. If I'm constantly worried about getting home for bath time or dinner, I can't think properly. I can't think the way I need to think. You and the kids have no place in that world, believe me. But you're missing them, Sean. Before you know it, they'll be leaving home and you won't be able to get that time back. It'll be gone." "Do you want me to leave the police? Is that what you're saying?" "No," she assured him. "That's the last thing I want. Doing what you do makes you what you are. You need to be a cop. It's a calling for you, not a job. But maybe it's time to consider doing something else in the police. Something you can have more control over. Something more predictable. Get away from all this death. But it's what I'm best at, where I can do things no one else can. You've done your bit, Sean. You've given enough of yourself. No one is going to think less of you if you ask for a change." Sean glanced at his watch and sighed. "Oh, maybe you're right. I'll start asking around to see what's on offer. But it'll take a while. They won't let me go until they've found a replacement." "I understand that," she said. "And I don't want you to rush into anything either. Just think about it. That's all I ask." Chapter 19. None of it matters to me anymore. The police, my wife, my children, staying here in London. I always knew it would only be a matter of time before I had to move on, but it's not quite come to that yet. There's one further game to play. My target has been selected. Nothing can save them now. It will happen exactly as I have pictured it. But don't feel sad for them. Be sad I have not chosen you. Once my hand touches them, they'll be more in death than they ever had been in life. The next will be the most difficult and therefore the best yet. It will be worth the risks. Besides, I've made allowances. The police are drinking from a mirage. I will let them fill their bellies with sand. I wish I could reveal myself to you, let you share my secrets. Unfortunately, I cannot. For the moment, all I can give you is the gift of my nature. I would like nothing better than to put my name to my work, but so few of you would be capable of understanding. You should sing my praises as a genius, but instead, you would put me in a cage. How your psychiatrists and psychologists would like that. They could waste their time poking and prodding me. Would they tear up their textbooks when I tell them that I had a happy childhood? That I never bit my classmates or tortured animals, never killed the family cat and buried it in the woods? I don't hear voices in my head. I won't claim God ordered me to kill. I'm not a disciple of Satan. I don't believe in either. I don't hate you. You're simply nothing to me. I scored well in my exams, took part in school plays, played hockey and cricket for my county, was the favourite brother to my sisters, son to my mother and father. I went to a famous university and obtained a degree in accountancy. I was admired by my peers and respected by my tutors. I had several girlfriends, some serious, some not. I got drunk on Fridays and felt sick most Saturdays. I took my washing home for my mother once a fortnight. I was popular. None of it meant a thing. I'm not sure how old I was when I first felt it. Maybe 5, maybe younger. I constantly checked the mirror. How could I look the same when clearly I was so different? I was both scared and exhilarated. So young to be absolutely alone. So young to be freed from the mediocrity and pointlessness of a normal life. Despite my age, I knew not to mention it to anyone, not to talk to anyone about it. I had to bide my time, fit in, imitate those around me. I did very well in school, but was careful not to excel, not to stand out. I realized I was just a chrysalis that protected the embryo within. The years passed painfully slowly. Still, I resisted the temptation to explore my growing strength. I waited patiently. I didn't know when the time would come, only that it would. As I grew older, I continued to gather the trinkets of normal life, a job, a wife, a house, children. They were my sheep's clothing, my smiling mask, and all the while I was waiting. Then, a few months ago, I awoke. I looked in the mirror and knew the moment had arrived. To everyone else, I seemed the same, but not to myself. A new creation stared back upon itself. At last. My first instinct was to slaughter my family, but I quickly realized I wasn't strong enough yet. I had only just been born. I was still covered in nature's afterbirth. I still needed their protection. But with each visit, I grow stronger and stronger. I become more complete, what I am meant to be. Not a man, but a man above men. A different evolutionary strain of man. To you, almost a god. Chapter 20. Friday morning. Sean had kept the briefing quick and simple. They would drive from Peckham to Hellier's house in Islington. Sean would arrest him. Sally would direct another search of the house. He knew the audience of bleary-eyed detectives wouldn't be able to absorb much information at 6 a.m. Most looked like they'd opted for one last drink instead of stocking up on the most precious commodity to a detective: sleep. If they felt tired now, it would be worse for them later. Donnelly banged on the front door of Hellier's Georgian terrace. The thick black paint shimmered like water with each knock. Sean and Sally were right behind him. The rest of the arrest team stood further back. No one expected Hellier to fight. James Hellier appeared in front of them. He was almost fully dressed and ready to leave for work. He looked good, fit and strong, immaculately groomed. He was casually threading a gold cufflink through his sleeve. Sean stepped forward, and before he spoke, he could smell Hellier's expensive cologne. It seemed to take Hellier a second to recognize him. When he did, he began to smile. Sean held his warrant card close to Hellier's face. He didn't back away. "James Hellier, I'm Detective Inspector Sean Corrigan. These other officers are with me." "Please, Inspector," Hellier cut in. "There's no need for introductions here. I think we all know each other." Sean wanted to hit him. If Hellier didn't stop smiling, he thought he probably would. Instead, he pushed him back into the house and spun him around to face the hallway wall. He could see Elizabeth Hellier coming down the stairs. "Who is it, James?" she called out. "What's going on?" Her panic growing. "Nothing to worry about, darling," Hellier called up to her. "Just call Jonathan Templeman. Tell him I've been arrested again." He turned to Sean. "I am being arrested, aren't I, Inspector?" Sean pulled Hellier's arms behind his back and clipped a handcuff tightly round each of his wrists. "This time you're mine," Sean whispered into Hellier's ear. He stepped back and spoke so everyone could hear, especially Hellier's wife. "James Hellier, I'm arresting you for the murder of Linda Kotler." Hellier was still smiling. "What?" He didn't attempt to hide his disdain. "This is pathetic. I've never heard of the woman." "You do not have to say anything unless you wish to," Sean spoke over Hellier's protests, "but it may harm your defence if you do not mention when questioned something which you later rely on in court." "Tell me, Inspector!" Hellier was almost shouting. "Are you going to arrest me for every crime you can't solve?" "Anything you do say may be used as evidence," Sean continued. Hellier craned his neck so he could see Sean over his right shoulder. "You're a damn fool. You got nothing on me." His smiling face and sweet breath made Sean feel nauseous. "Who are you?" Sean asked him. "What the fuck are you?" Hellier's grin only broadened. He spat the words into Sean's face. "Fuck you." Sean peered through the spy hole into Hellier's cell. The smug bastard was sitting bolt upright on his bed, as if in some kind of trance. If only there was some way to find out what he was thinking. Sean moved away from the cell door and headed back to his office. He would interview Hellier when his solicitor arrived. He sauntered into the inquiry office. The team sensed his mood. It transferred to them. Sean had the upper hand now. "Any news from the lab, Stan?" Sean shouted across the office. 3 days for a DNA match, Gov," Stan called back. 2 if we get lucky. They'll need our suspect's samples by midday if they're to have any chance of doing it that fast. But it'll only be an initial comparison, which won't give us a definitive match. A full comparison and definitive match will take a week, minimum." "Not good enough," Sean replied. "Call the lab back and tell them 1 in 40,000 isn't good enough. I need better odds than that, and I need them by this time tomorrow at the latest." The phone in Sean's office was ringing when he entered. He snatched it up. "D.I. Corrigan?" "Morning, sir. It's D.C. Kelsey from SO11 Telephone Subscribers Checks. You left some coded numbers with me a while ago. I said I'd have a play with them." "Go on." "Well, I worked out the code," D.C. Kelsey said matter-of-factly. "It was relatively simple, but effective." "Have you run the subscribers checks too?" Yes, some are overseas numbers, so we don't have them back yet. I'll email what I have across to you. Be warned, there's a fair few to go through." "Thanks, and good job," Sean said warmly. "Let me know when the overseas numbers come back." "No problem, and thanks again." Sally appeared at his office door. "Hellier's briefs here," she announced. "They're in consultation." "Good. When they're ready, you can help me interview." Sally made a show of checking her watch. "You need to be somewhere?" he asked. "As a matter of fact, I have a lunch appointment today. I was hoping Dave could do the interview with you." "Lunch appointment?" Sean sounded surprised. "No, it's not what you think. I'm supposed to be meeting Hellier's boss, Sebastian Gibran. His idea. I can only assume he wants to discuss Hellier." Sean studied her in silence for a while. "Oh, I'm not sure about this, Sally," he said. "These people look after their own. I doubt he wants to help us. Unless he has some other motivation for meeting you." "Such as?" "You know what I mean." "I guess you never know your luck." Again, Sean studied her for a while. "OK, meet him. See what he has to say." "There's something else, too," Sally continued. Remember the suspect method index turned up? Stefan Korsakov? Sean shrugged his shoulders. He thought that little problem had been dealt with. Yes. I've been trying to put it to bed, but it hasn't been that easy. In what way? His conviction prints should be at the yard, only they're not. Borrowed? The original investigating officer told me the prison holding Korsakov had requested the prints, only I checked with them and they didn't. So he's lying to you. Any idea why? Not yet. Do you want to get ethics and standards involved? Maybe, Sally answered, but maybe we should start treating Korsakov as a viable suspect until we know for sure he isn't. Fine, Sean agreed. But if he does start looking like a reality, you tell me straight away. Don't go running off solo, trying to be Cagney without Lacey. I won't, I promise. Sally turned on her heels and headed out of the office. By the way, Sean called after her, have a nice lunch. Hellier and Templeman sat close together in the interview room that served as their private consultation room. I need to be out of this fucking dungeon by 6 at the latest, Hellier told him. No excuses, Jonathan. You have to get me out. It's difficult to make that promise, Templeman answered nervously. The police won't tell me much. Until I know what they've got, I can't be expected to judge our position. Our position? Hellier asked. He put his hand on Templeman's thigh and squeezed hard. Templeman winced. No matter what, you'll be walking out of here. It's me they want to nail to the wall. Keep that in mind. Hellier released his grip and gently laid a hand on Templeman's shoulder. He knew the man was scared of him. I know you'll do your best. He spoke softly. It only added to his menace. Templeman swallowed his fear and spoke. Before we can even think about bail, we have to prepare for the interview. If they've rearrested you, they must have something. If you know what that could be, you need to tell me now. They want to start the interview as soon as they can, but they're only telling me the minimum they're legally obliged to. You have to help me to help you. We don't want to walk into a trap. You should answer everything. No comment. Hellier could barely disguise his contempt. Trap? You think they're clever enough to trap me? They've got nothing, and Corrigan knows it. He's trying to make me panic. Well, let him do his worst. You just keep your mouth shut and try and look professional. Let me do the talking and follow my lead. If Corrigan wants to play, fucking let him. Tell him we're ready to be interviewed. Sean began the interview with the usual formalities, Hellier responding with a nod when asked if he understood the caution and his other legal rights. He nodded again when Sean repeated that he'd been arrested for the suspected murder of Linda Kotler. His face was expressionless. In an effort to gain credibility with Hellier, Templeman immediately went on the offensive. I would like it recorded that it has been almost impossible for me to properly instruct my client, as the investigating officers have told me nothing about the allegation. Nothing about any evidence they may have that indicates my client could in any way be involved in this crime. Sean had been expecting as much. The allegation is one of suspected rape and murder. It occurred less than 36 hours ago. I'm sure your client will be able to answer my questions without being given prior knowledge. Sean waited for protest. None came. I'll keep the questions simple and direct. He and Hellier locked eyes across the table. Then Sean launched into the interrogation. Did you know Linda Kotler? No, Hellier answered. Was that a no comment or a no? That was a no. I don't know anyone by the name of Linda Kotler. Have you ever been to Minford Gardens in Shepherd's Bush? Sean was trying to shut him in. I don't know. Maybe, Hellier answered. Maybe. I've been to Shepherd's Bush, so maybe I've been there. Minford Gardens, Sean repeated. Wherever. Have you ever been to number 73 Minford Gardens? No. Sure? Positive. Hellier sounded bored. Are you absolutely sure? Sean had to be precise. Any ambiguity now would be exploited later by the defence. Hellier didn't answer. I'll take that as a confirmation. But you're lying. You have been there, Sean continued. Hellier gave no reaction other than raising one eyebrow slightly. Sean noticed it. You met Linda Cotler. You met her the same night you killed her. Really, Inspector? Templeman jumped in. If you have evidence to support your allegation that my client was involved, then why don't you just say so and tell us what it is? Otherwise, this interview is over. Sean ignored him. Throughout the interruption, he maintained eye contact with Hellier. Where were you the night before last? Sean asked. You mean you don't know? Hellier tormented him. All those policemen following me, and you have to ask me where I was? How galling that must be for you. No games. Sean was trying to keep the pace going. Where were you? That's my business, Hellier snapped. Good. His calm was breaking. And now it's mine, said Sean. Who were you with? No comment. The questions and answers came quickly. Templeman kept on the lookout for a break, a chance to object. But he knew neither Sean nor Hellier would listen to him. This was between the two of them. Personal. If you've got an alibi, you better give it now, Sean told him. I don't have to prove a damn thing, Hellier retorted. You weren't at home. Your point? And you weren't at work. So, between 7 p.m. and 3 a.m. the next morning, where were you? During the time Linda Cotler was murdered, where were you? Sean's voice was rising. Hellier fought back. Where were you, Inspector? That's what people will really want to know. Would she be alive now if you'd done your job properly? You're desperate, and it shows. You stink of fear. It's blinded you. What have you got? Nothing but theories. So, you don't know where I was the night this woman was killed. That proves nothing. Hellier leaned back, satisfied. How long did you watch her for? Sean suddenly asked. For a week, like you did with Daniel Graydon? Or was it longer? Did you spend days and days fantasizing about killing her? The images in your mind growing ever more vivid until you could no longer wait? You followed her home, didn't you, James? Then you watched her windows, waiting for the lights to go out. And when they did, you waited until you were certain she was asleep before you scrambled up the drainpipe and climbed through a bathroom window. Then you knocked her unconscious, tied her in your favourite bondage position and raped and sodomized her. And when you were finished, you strangled her. Didn't you? Hellier made as if to answer, but Sean held up his hand to stop him as the images in his mind revealed further details. No, wait. I'm wrong. You didn't strangle her after you raped her. You killed her while you were still inside her, didn't you? Her death and your climax happening simultaneously. That's how it had to be for you, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Hellier's eyes raged inside his stony face, the muscles in his cheeks visibly flexing as he fought to keep control. Finally, he spoke. That's a nice little story you've cooked up, Inspector, but it proves nothing. Nothing whatsoever. You're right. Sean sounded humble. It doesn't prove a thing. But these will. He slid a copy of a form across the table. Item number 4, Sean said. Item number 4 should be of particular interest to you. Hellier scanned the list of items submitted to the forensic laboratory. He saw that item number 4 was 2 hairs. He shook his head as if he failed to realize their importance. This concerns me how? We need samples of your hair and blood for DNA comparison, Sean informed him. You've already taken samples. I can't use those. This is a different case. I need fresh samples. Hellier looked across at Templeman, who nodded confirmation that Sean was telling the truth. Fine, said Hellier. Take your samples and get me out of here. I'm sorry, Sean said. Get you out of here? No, that won't be possible. You're staying in custody until the DNA comparison's complete. Fuck you! Hellier exploded. He was standing now. You can't keep me locked in this fucking cage! Templeman pulled him back into his seat. Sean spoke for the benefit of the tape recorder. Interview terminated at 12:23 p.m. He clicked the machine off. I'll arrange for someone to take your samples." Then he walked out of the interview room, leaving Donnelly to deal with Templeman's protests. He smiled as he closed the door behind him, listening to the raised voices fading in the background. Featherstone sipped a coffee as he waited outside the custody suite. He knew Sean would head that way eventually. Much as he liked the guy, even believed in him, he was aware that, so far as the top brass was concerned, Sean had a tendency to sail way too close to the wind. "Sean?" Featherstone surprised him as he clattered through the door. "You got a minute?" He gestured towards an unoccupied room. "Can this wait?" "Best not. We won't be long." Reluctantly, Sean followed Featherstone into the room. "It seems some influential people are beginning to stick their noses into your investigation," Featherstone warned him. "Calls have been put into the yard, and the brass are getting nervous. I'll keep the hands at bay, but you better make sure you got some evidence to back up any move you make." "We found hairs at the latest scene," Sean told him. "We can get DNA off them. We match them to Hellier, and then it's all over." "Well, that's a start," Featherstone said, "but we can't hold a suspect in custody while we wait for a DNA comparison, so what's the plan?" "I need to keep him rattled, keep him off balance. Let me keep him locked up for a few hours." Sean spoke quietly, suppressing his anger. "Then I'll bail him. Once he's nice and wound up, not thinking straight, the surveillance team can pick him up the second he leaves the station." Featherstone inhaled deeply. "Okay. We'll play it your way, but be careful with this one, Sean. Hellier's some very powerful friends." "Thanks for the warning. One other thing," Featherstone said as Sean turned to leave. "What's this I hear about the victim in Shepherd's Bush saying she'd met you the night she was killed?" "Oh, you heard? There's not much I don't get to hear about. Hellier likes to play games." "You need to be careful," Featherstone warned him again. "Be very careful. People are watching this case. People are watching you. My advice? Make sure you can prove where you were and who you were with the night Linda Kotler was killed." "You can't be serious," Sean asked, incredulous. "You don't actually think—" "Not me," Featherstone assured him. "But this investigation is turning out to be more complex than anyone expected. It's making the powers that be very nervous, Sean." Sean felt a huge weight pressing down on him, as if Featherstone's words and inferred suspicion were slowly crushing the life out of him. "I'll bear that in mind," he said curtly, turning his back on the superintendent and walking out of the room. He made his way along the corridor and into the communal toilet. After checking to make sure he was alone, he filled a sink with cold water and bent low over it, scooping up handfuls and burying his face in it before straightening to meet his own reflection staring back. His eyes were sunken with tiredness and dehydration, Featherstone's words still ringing around inside his head. He reached out for the reflection, but the image looking back at him kept distorting to someone else, to the disfigured image of Daniel Graydon, the horrified face of Heather Freeman, and finally, Linda Kotler, contorted with agony and fear. He rubbed the mirror, smearing it with water, then waiting for it to clear. When it did, it was his own face again, staring back and asking the question, could he have killed Linda Kotler? He swallowed dryly, remembering the images he'd seen in his head at the murder scenes and other murder scenes in the past. Not for the first time, he found himself asking another question. Were these images from his projected imagination, or were they memories? Memories of crimes he had committed. You were at home with Kate the night Linda Kotler died, and the same when Daniel Graydon was killed. You were at home. Desperately he tried to remember where he'd been the evening Heather Freeman was killed, but he couldn't. He felt the panic seeping through his very soul. You were with your wife, he hissed into the mirror, but he couldn't chase away the doubt, the possibility he was no different from half the inmates of Broadmoor. Could it be that his home life was a fantasy, his wife a figment of his imagination, his entire family nothing more than a mirage, a projection of what he wanted most but could never have? No! He banged the mirror with the underside of his fist. For Christ's sake, get a grip! You're tired, that's all. You solved those other murders. The people who did them are locked up for life because of you. He took a deep breath. Helia killed these people, not me. I'm real. My life is real. It's real. Suddenly the door was thrown open by a uniformed officer desperate for the toilet. He stalled for a second at the sight of Sean standing in front of the mirror, face dripping wet, hands gripping the basin. With a brief nod at Sean, he disappeared into a cubicle. When the door closed behind him, Sean quickly dried his hands on a bunch of paper towels and made for the exit. Sally entered Che shortly after 1 p.m. and immediately spotted Gibran seated at a table, sipping a glass of amber-coloured wine. He stood when he saw her. A waiter pulled a chair out for her as Gibran indicated for her to sit with a wave of his hand and a smile. "D.S. Jones, I'm very grateful you were able to see me." "Please," she said, "call me Sally." "Sally, of course. And you must call me Sebastian. Deal?" "Deal," Sally agreed. "Can I get you a drink, or is that against the rules? I wouldn't want to get you into trouble." He gave Sally a boyish grin full of mischief. She already felt relaxed in his company. "Why not? Whatever you're having will be fine." Gibran nodded once at the nearby waiter, who scuttled away immediately. "The venison here is excellent," he informed her, "but a little fussy for my taste. You'll find I'm a simple man with simple tastes, except when it comes to people, of course." It seemed to Sally that he was trying to impress her with his modesty and down-to-earth attitude, despite his obvious wealth and influence. She was duly impressed, but she wasn't about to let it show. Not yet. "So, what is it I can do for you, Sebastian?" Straight to the point. He stalled while the waiter served Sally's wine. "I hope you like it. Domenico here tells me it's a very fine Sancerre, and as I am nowhere near as well informed in these matters, I'm completely in his hands." Gibran waited for the wine waiter to leave before speaking again. "You must tell me if the wine's any good. Then I'll know whether Domenico has been ripping me off the last few years." She took a sip and smiled at him, holding his gaze for a little too long. She concentrated on sounding businesslike. "It's very nice, thank you. Now, why am I here? I wish I could say it was purely for pleasure, but I'm guessing you've already assumed that's not the case. I'm a detective. I try not to make assumptions. Of course, sorry," Gibran said with natural charm. "We're here because we have a mutual interest in a certain party." "James Helia?" "Yes," he confirmed, his expression suddenly serious, the flirtatious, boyish personality evaporating in an instant. "Mr. Gibran, Sebastian, if you're here to try and somehow influence my opinion in Helia's involvement in this case, then I should warn you that's not my intention," Gibran insisted, tapping his glass while speaking. "I wouldn't insult your intelligence. I thought you should know my feelings on the subject, that's all. Your feelings on the subject would only be of interest to me if they were somehow relevant to our investigation. So, are they?" "To be honest, I'm not sure if it's relevant or not. I just thought someone connected to the investigation should know, which is why I called you." "Why didn't you contact Dr. Corrigan?" "I get the feeling he's not my biggest fan." "Well, I'm here," Sally said with an air of resignation. "So, what is it you think I should know about?" "How can I put this?" Gibran began. "When James first came to us, he was a model employee. He served the firm above and beyond all expectations for several years." He paused. "However." "However what?" Sally encouraged. "I'm sorry," Gibran shook his head. "It's not in my nature to talk out of school. I would imagine it's the same in your job. Rule number 1 being to look out for each other." "Well, you haven't broken any rules yet, because so far you haven't told me anything." "And under normal circumstances I wouldn't tell you." Gibran's blue eyes drilled deeply into Sally's, showing her a flash of his true power and status. She found him no less attractive for it. "It's just that, lately, well, I found his behaviour to be somewhat erratic, unpredictable, troubling even. Half the time I don't know where he is or who he's with. He's missed several high-profile meetings the last few weeks, all of which is out of character. Gibran appeared genuinely concerned. "When did you first become aware of this change in personality?" Sally asked. "I suppose it started a couple of months ago, and now this latest episode, the police raiding our office, dragging James away like a common criminal, not exactly the image we're hoping to portray at Butler and Mason. No, I don't suppose it is." Gibran leaned across the table and spoke quietly. "Do you really believe he killed that man? Is James capable of such a thing?" "What do you think?" Sally asked. Gibran leaned away again before replying. "I'm not sure, to be honest. Not now. My head's spinning a little at the moment. I'm coming under some fairly intense pressure from above to resolve the situation." "Has something happened to make you feel that way?" Gibran sipped his wine before answering. "The other day, I went to James's office to speak to him to see what I could find out. I hope you haven't been playing amateur detective," Sally warned him. "That could cause us procedural difficulties, especially if you question him at all." "No," Gibran replied hastily, "nothing like that. But you should understand that I am responsible for a great many things at Butler and Mason, and a great many employees. I am, if you like, Butler and Mason's own internal police force. I will do whatever I have to do to protect the firm and the people within it. If James is putting either at risk, then—" Gibran let his statement linger. "You do what you have to do. But make sure you don't cross over into our criminal investigation. That would leave us both in a compromised position." "I understand," Gibran assured her. "You've made yourself clear. I have no wish to fall out with the police, especially you." "Good." Sally ended the debate. "So, what did Hellier have to say for himself during this little chat you and he had?" "Nothing specific. He seemed very distracted." "Not surprising," Sally said dismissively. "Indeed, but it was more a feeling I had," Gibran explained. "I've known James for several years, and this was the first time I've ever felt, well, uncomfortable in his presence, even a little intimidated." "Go on." "I almost felt as if for the first time I was meeting the real James Hellier, and that the person I'd known up until now didn't really exist." "Tell me, Sally," Gibran asked, his tone suddenly light-hearted, "are you familiar with the work of Friedrich Nietzsche?" "I can't say that I am," Sally admitted. "Not many people are." Gibran dismissed Sally's lack of knowledge before he could make her uncomfortable. "He was a philosopher who believed in men being ruled over by a select group of benevolent supermen. Nonsense, of course. I was talking to James about it, trying to relax him, make him feel less like he was being interviewed. But I almost felt as if James believed in it. I mean, really believed in it. He started talking about living his life beyond good and evil, as Nietzsche had decreed. And normally I would have dismissed it, but given all that's happened, suddenly it sounded sinister." "Is that it?" "Like I said," Gibran replied, leaning back into his comfortable chair, "it was just a feeling." "Well," Sally said after a long pause, "if you find or feel anything else, you know how to get hold of me." "Of course." Gibran looked around him uncomfortably. "You take someone under your wing, you trust them, think you know them, then all this happens." He sipped his wine. "He's not the man I used to know. He may seem the same, but he's different. To answer your original question, do I think James could be involved in killing those people? The truth is, I simply don't know anymore. The fact I can't dismiss it out of hand is bad enough. I dread to think. One way or another, we'll all know the answer soon enough." "Excuse me?" he asked. "Nothing," she said quickly, recovering herself. "Nothing at all." "Good," he declared. "Now that's out of the way, we can enjoy our lunch. I do hope you don't have to run off anywhere. It'll make a change to have a civilized lunch with someone who isn't boring me out of my mind with their latest get-rich-quick idea." "No," she said. "I'm due a break. Besides, I don't think I could stand the sight of another sandwich." "Then here's to you," he said, raising his glass slightly. "Here's to us." Sally returned the toast with a cautious smile. "To us." "It must be difficult," said Gibran, suddenly cryptic. What must? Learning how to use all that power you have without abusing it. I mean, I meet a lot of people who truly believe they're powerful, but power through money and influence has its limits. Being a police officer, to have the power to literally take someone's human rights away from them, to take their freedom from them, now that's real power. We don't remove people's human rights. We can only temporarily remove their civil rights, Sally explained. All the same, Gibran continued, it must be very difficult. Maybe at first, but you get used to it, and before long, you don't even think about it. I'm guessing it can make relationships with men very difficult. So many are intimidated by powerful women. We like to think the power is always with us, so to be involved with a cop would be, I guess, challenging. And are you, Sally asked, intimidated? No, Gibran answered, his face as serious as Sally had seen him. But then again, I'm not like most men. Sally looked at him for as long as she could without speaking, trying to read his thoughts. Gibran broke the silence. One thing that's always fascinated me, he continued, is how people who seem to have been born to kill somehow find each other as if they can recognize their own kind when they meet them. Hindley and Brady, Venables and Thompson, Fred and Rosemary West, and God knows how many others. How do they find each other? I wouldn't know, Sally answered. That's my boss's field of expertise. He's a bit more instinctive than most. D.I. Corrigan? Interesting, Gibran said. When you say he's instinctive, what do you mean? Just that he seems to know things. He sees things that no one else can see. Sally suddenly felt uncomfortable discussing Sean with an outsider, as if she was somehow betraying him. Gibran sensed her mood. An interesting man, your D.I. Corrigan. Do you think perhaps it's his dark side that makes him so good? Sally was impressed. It struck her that many of the same qualities she saw in Sean were present in Gibran. She decided that if Sean could ever get beyond his preconceived ideas of Gibran, he would probably like him. D.I. Corrigan's a lot of things, but I've never seen anything you would call a dark side. It's more a question of him being willing and able to search for answers in those dark places the rest of us are too afraid to go, in case we see something about ourselves we don't like. Gibran nodded his understanding and approval. It's because he's prepared to accept his responsibilities, he said. And it sounds as if we have more in common than either of us understood. Perhaps when this is all over and he sees me for what I am and not what he thinks I am, we'll have a chance to speak on friendly terms. Don't hold your breath, Sally warned him. No, Gibran answered. I don't suppose I will. Again, they took a moment to look at each other silently before Gibran spoke again. But there's one thing I must make clear to you. I cannot and will not let anything or anybody put the reputation of Butler and Mason at risk. Of course, I respect the fact your police investigation must take priority, but other than that, I will do what must be done to finish this matter with James, one way or another, for better or for worse for him. Sally glanced away for a second as if considering his words. Then she looked him in the eye. I understand, she said. You do that, provided you tell us everything we need to know about Hellier. You have my word, we won't interfere in any internal decisions your company makes about him. But tread carefully, Sebastian, for both our sakes. Hellier glanced at his watch. Almost 5:30 p.m. The police had been deliberately slow in bailing him. D.I. Corrigan had been conspicuous by his absence. No matter, he had enough time. Just. He wore the clean clothes that Templeman had arranged. The police had seized the ones he'd been wearing, and once again they'd emptied the wardrobe and drawers back at his house. They didn't have much to take this time around. He was still in the process of refilling them after the first raid when they seized every item of clothing he possessed. Corrigan was costing him a fortune. There was no time to go home first. Never mind. He had done well to plan in advance. He had a change of clothes, his phone, and the weapon waiting for him. Not that he was expecting a fight. He was the master of gaining instant control. Years of practice ensured that his strength was seldom matched, He feared nothing and nobody, but the gun was nice insurance all the same. He stood on the front steps of Peckham Police Station. He'd already exchanged farewells with Templeman, who had no idea how final Hellier had meant it to be. One more thing to take care of, and then he would be gone. He didn't anticipate needing Templeman's services again. He scanned up and down the street. They were back. Did Corrigan never learn his lesson? Fine. If they wanted him to make fools of them again, he was happy to oblige. He looked for a black cab. This was Peckham. There were none. Realizing that, he stood out far more than he wanted to. He began walking towards what passed for the centre of this south-east London suburb. Hellier entered the first minicab office he came across. A group of elderly, cheerful West Indian men sat around smoking and laughing loudly at some joke Hellier had just missed. One of the men spoke. He spoke slowly and thoughtfully, curbing his accent enough for Hellier to understand. "Yes, sir. What can I be doing for you today?" he asked. "I need to get to London Bridge." "No problem, sir. I'll take you myself," the cabbie replied. Seconds later, the car pulled away, and as it did so, 6 other cars and 4 motorbikes began to move with it. The driver was unaware he had become the focus of so much police attention, but Hellier knew they were there. Occasionally he stole a glance in the near-side wing mirror. He spotted one of the motorbikes, nothing else, but he didn't have to see them to know they were there. "Lovely day," Hellier said to the driver. "Yeah, man," the driver beamed. "Just like being back in Jamaica." They both laughed. Sean was back at his desk, weighing up the options. So far he'd come up with a dozen what-ifs, but none of them helped the investigation. None of them helped him. He had no choice but to let Hellier walk away on police bail. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself to be patient. When the DNA results came back, he could bury Hellier. He was certain of it. He rubbed his tired eyes with the sides of both fists. For a second, he couldn't see properly. When they cleared, he found himself focused on his computer screen, reminding him he needed to check his emails. It was the first chance he'd had to check his inbox. Amongst the dozens of emails, there was one from SO11. The details of the telephone numbers from Hellier's address book. He wasn't in the mood to start ploughing through names and numbers. His quota of patience had been used up hours ago. He peered out into the main office, looking for anyone he could delegate it to. But everyone seemed busy. His conscience got the better of him, and he started to read through the list himself. Most appeared to be the numbers of banks, both in the UK and abroad. Other numbers were of accountants, diamond dealers, gold merchants, platinum traders. Hundreds of names, but only a handful of personal numbers. He paid particular attention to these. He read through the names slowly and deliberately. Daniel Graydon's number was there, as he'd expected, both his home and mobile numbers. So what? It meant nothing, now that Hellier admitted to knowing him. He checked for the names of the 2 other victims, Heather Freeman and Linda Kotler. He didn't expect to find the runaway's name, but perhaps Kotler's. It wasn't there. He was disappointed, but not surprised. The minicab dropped Hellier off on the outside concourse at London Bridge. He was delighted to see thousands joining the great commute home, and even considered waving along the street at the police following him. He couldn't see them, but he knew they would be able to see him. A little wave would get them thinking, but he resisted the temptation. This was no time to show off. Soon he'd be gone, but first he had some business to take care of. Top of the list being his mysterious friend. He considered leaving, not even bothering to meet the man, but he wasn't a gambler. He only played when he could manage the risks, and that meant finding out what this man knew, if anything. Could he damage him, hurt him? Hellier had to find out. No loose ends, he reminded himself. Leave things nice and tidy, just how he liked it. That didn't mean there wasn't time for one last thrill, one last indulgence. Hellier walked fast into the train station, ducking into W.H. Smith's, watching the main entrance through the magazine shelf, waiting for the surveillance team to enter. They were good. only one standing out as she scanned the crowds for him. Commuters never looked round. They were on autopilot. She stood out like an amateur, but the others were invisible. He took the other exit from the shop and walked back across the inside concourse and out the same exit he'd entered, all the while trying to remember the faces he'd passed. If he saw them again, he would assume they were police. He crossed the short distance to the underground station, stopping suddenly at the top of the stairs and spinning around. No one reacted. A smile spread across his lips. They were very good indeed. Once again, he descended into the underground that had served him so well in the past. He followed his normal anti-surveillance pattern, tactics designed to lose even the best, travelling short distances on trains and then stepping off at the last moment, walking swiftly through tunnels past zombified commuters, onto another train and away again. Over and over he repeated the procedure, but they stayed with him, leaving him both annoyed and impressed. No matter. As always, James Hellyer was one step ahead. Finally, he arrived in Farringdon and made his way to the bar he had chosen the day before. It was busy enough, but not heaving. Ideal. He headed straight to the toilet unnoticed. The cubicle he wanted was unoccupied. 2 customers stood at the urinals, not noticing him as he shut the door. He didn't have time to wait for them to leave. In fact, it was better they were there. Soon the police would be here inside the bar looking for him. He began to undress. Sean's mobile vibrated on the desk in front of him. He kept reading the email as he answered absent-mindedly. "Hello? Gov, it's Jean Colville." Sean recognized the surveillance team's DS. "Your man certainly knows his counter-surveillance tactics." "I noticed," said Sean ironically. "Where are you?" "Farringdon. Trying to keep up with your target. He's in a bar in Farringdon Road. He gave us the right runaround, but we're still on him. Bit thin on the ground, but the others are doing their best to catch up." "Is the bar covered?" Sean asked, concerned. "Just. I got 1 unit around the back. There's only 1 exit there. 3 in the bar and 2 more out the front. Apparently your man's in the toilet. There's no other way out of there other than the door leading to the bar, so as long as he stays in there, we're solid." "Good." Sean breathed easier. "Don't give this one an inch. If you can't see what he's doing, assume he's doing something we'd rather he wasn't." "Understood. I'll call you if the situation changes." "It'll change," Sean warned her. "Just be ready when it does." He hung up. "Problem?" Donnelly asked, peering at Sean's open door. "Not yet," Sean replied. "They followed Hellyer to Farringdon." "Well, so long as they don't lose him this time. By the way, you should know Johnny Dempsey has turned up. Handed himself in at Walworth. The locals are holding him for us. Apparently, he's telling them that he'd been helping himself to a portion of the night's takings from his till on a regular basis. He thought the management were onto him, so he took off. When he heard the place was crawling with old Bill, he decided to lay low. But eventually he decided things were getting a bit too serious to ignore and thought it best to hand himself in." "Scratch one suspect," Sean said. He saw Sally enter the main office. He hadn't spoken with her since that morning. He caught her eye and beckoned her over. "How did your meeting with Gibran go?" he asked. Sally took a seat without being invited. "It was interesting enough. He certainly didn't give me any reason to suspect Hellyer less. Said he'd been acting out of character lately, missing appointments and so on, and that he felt he was only now seeing the real James Hellyer. That the other Hellyer, before this all started happening, was the fake. He also said Hellyer had been rambling on about living his life beyond good and evil." "Nietzsche," Sean spoke involuntarily. "Pardon?" Donnelly asked. "Nothing," said Sean. "It's not important." "Anything else?" he asked Sally. "Not really," she replied. "He was probably just trying to find out what we knew." "So long as he paid for lunch," Donnelly said. "As a matter of fact, he did," Sally told him, "which is more than you've ever done," she added. "Harsh, but fair," said Donnelly. "What did you do with the rest of the afternoon?" Sean asked, not meaning to sound as though he was checking on her. "Lunch took longer than I'd expected," she blushed, recalling her time with Gibran and how she'd been in no rush to end their meeting. After that, I chased up some inquiries at the Public Records Office, but they didn't have my results yet. I hear Hellier's been bailed. We can't hold him until the DNA results are confirmed, Sean explained. Takes too long. And if the DNA isn't Hellier's? She asked. Then I'll be in the shit, Sean said bluntly. So don't be standing too close. Hellier had been in the toilet for less than a minute. He could hear people coming and going outside the cubicle. He moved quickly now, unconcerned about noise. He stood in only his underpants and socks. He lifted the lid of the toilet cistern and placed it on the toilet seat. He pulled the plastic bag from the cistern and untied it. Carefully, he undid the parcel and laid out the gun and spare magazine. He checked his watch. 6:45, 15 minutes to spare. He clicked the battery back into the mobile phone. He would turn it on once he'd left the bar. He dressed in the tracksuit, t-shirt and trainers. He stuffed the gun in the back of his waistband and tied the trouser cord tight. He put the phone in one of the top's pockets and the spare magazine in the other. Finally, he unwrapped the remaining cloth. He twisted the lid off the tube of theatrical glue and rubbed a little on the back of the fake moustache. He stuck it under his lip, using touch to ensure it was placed perfectly. Next, he did the same with the matching eyebrows. The wig he donned last. He didn't need a mirror to know his appearance had been transformed. He smiled to himself. He neatly folded his discarded clothes and placed them along with his shoes into the plastic bag. He replaced it in the cistern. He might need it later. You could never tell. He delicately replaced the cistern's lid. One last deep breath to compose himself, and he left the cubicle. He caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror as he left. He smiled. He walked out of the toilet, and then he walked out of the bar. D.S. Colville checked her watch. 10 minutes had passed, and still the only updates she was hearing on her team's covert body set radios were no change. Sean's words rang loudly in her head. She spoke into the radio. "I don't like this, Tango 4, check inside the toilet." Her radio made a double-click sound. The officer code named Tango 4 had received and understood her transmission. She waited for an update. 2 minutes passed. They seemed like 2 hours. Her radio hissed into life. "Control, Control, Tango 4. Go, go," she instructed. "We have a problem, Control." D.S. Colville gritted her teeth. "Expand, over. Target 1 isn't in the toilet, over. Does any unit have eyeball on Target 1? She called into her radio. Silence was her only answer. "Look for him, people. Does anyone have eyeball on Target 1? Silence. She turned to the detective driving their unmarked car. "I don't believe this," she muttered. "Okay, target is a loss. Repeat, target is a loss. All units bomb burst. Foot units search the bar. Everyone else swamp the surrounding area. Find him." Throwing the radio onto the dashboard in disgust, she reached for her mobile phone. She searched the phone's menu for Sean's number. Sean listened as D.S. Colville told him what he most dreaded hearing. Hellier was on the loose once more. "How?" he said into the phone. "We don't know," D.S. Colville replied. "We had him cornered in the toilet 1 minute, then he disappears. No one sees him leave. We didn't miss anything. He just disappeared. We'll keep searching the area until we pick him up." "Save yourselves the bother," Sean said wearily. "You won't find him until he wants to be found. Cover his house and office. Call me when he turns up." He hung up. "Please tell me that wasn't what I think it was," Sally said. "I wish I could." "How?" Sally asked. "It doesn't matter how." "What now?" Donnelly asked. "We keep our heads," Sean told them. "Hope he resurfaces. In the meantime, contact Special Branch and get a photograph of Hellier to them. Make sure they circulate it to all ports of exit, planes, trains, everywhere." "You think he'll try and skip the country?" Sally asked. "DNA evidence is difficult to argue against. Hellier knows that. Perhaps he's decided he has no choice but to run." "Is that his style, to run?" Sally didn't look convinced. "He's a survivor," said Sean. "He'll do whatever it takes to survive. If that means running, then he'll run." Hellier sat on a bench in Regent's Park waiting for the friend to call. He had said he would call at 7. It was now almost past. What was this damn game? Hellier had no friends, no real friends. Most likely it was a journalist trying to set him up. He stared at the phone in the palm of his hand, willing it to ring. He had to know who the friend was. His overpowering need to control everything meant he simply had to know. Once he knew, once he decided whether they were a threat or not, he would deal with them accordingly. After that, home. The children he would leave alone, but his wife? She would be his parting gift to D.I. Corrigan. The police would be watching his home, though. He would have to be careful. He would let his wife take the children to school in the morning. He would fake illness. When she returned, he would be waiting for her. After he'd finished with her, he'd spend the rest of the day running the police around town. He would lead them a merry song and dance for hours. They could never stay with him for that long. Not him. He knew their tactics too well. And once he was certain he had lost them, he would disappear. By the time they became suspicious and broke into his house, it would be too late. He would be 30,000 feet above their heads. A false passport was already waiting for him in a Hampstead fine china shop. Once he collected the tickets, he would catch a train to Birmingham. His flight for Rome left at 8 p.m. After a 2-hour wait at Rome Airport, he would board a connecting flight to Singapore. 2 flights later, he would arrive in his new home. His phone began to vibrate. He answered it calmly. "James Hellier?" "It's me," said the friend's voice. "Sorry I'm late." "I don't like being kept waiting." Hellier wanted to dominate. "This is your last chance to impress me." "Oh, you'll be impressed. I can guarantee that." Hellier sensed a change in the friend's voice. He thought he could detect an arrogance that hadn't been there previously. There was a hint of danger, too. He didn't like it. "I'm going to ask you a question," Hellier responded, determined to take charge, show his strength. "You will answer yes or no. You have 3 seconds exactly to answer. If you answer no, or fail to answer in the time allowed, I will hang up and we will never contact each other again. Understood?" "I understand." The voice didn't argue. Hellier had expected he would. "Will you meet me?" Hellier asked. "Tonight?" "Yes," the friend answered on the count of 2. "As long as you promise you'll do one thing." "I don't make promises to people I don't know," Hellier answered. "Stay away from other people until we meet," the voice asked regardless. "No bars or restaurants, and don't go home or to your office. The police will be waiting there. Stay alone. Stay hidden." Now, Hellier understood. In that second, it had become all too clear to him. It all made sense. His eyes opened wide as he realized who he was speaking with. Who else could it be? "Fine," he said. "I'll do as you say until we meet. I'll call you later tonight and let you know when and where. Agreed?" "Agreed." Hellier hung up. What did his friend expect? That he would hide in a bush in the park like a frightened, wounded animal? Not him. This was London, one of his favourite playgrounds, and he had so little time left to play. No, he had better things to do than cower and wait. "I know who you are, my friend," he spoke to himself. "And when we meet, you'll tell me a thing or two. Then I'll feed you your own testicles before I gut you like a pig." Sean arrived home late, again. He'd hoped Kate would be in bed, but as he quietly opened the front door, he could sense her presence. He followed the glow coming from the kitchen and found her tapping at her laptop, hair tied back, heavy glasses adorning her fine-boned face. "You're up late?" was all he could think to say. "You're not the only one who has to work late. I work too, remember?" This was not how Sean wanted the conversation to begin. He'd had enough conflict for one day. "I need to get this plan for restructuring the A&E department finished, or I might not be part of the new structure myself." Again, Sean didn't answer. "You're not really interested, are you?" "Sorry?" Sean asked over his shoulder. "Never mind," she snapped, shaking her head with disapproval. We've been invited to dinner at Joe and Tim's next weekend, so make sure you book the night off, all right? Escaped Sean's lips. Well, I am overwhelmed by your enthusiasm at the thought of spending an evening with me, Kate said sarcastically. It's not you, Sean tried to assure her. I thought you liked him, and there'll be other people there too, Kate encouraged. I don't know Tim. I've met him, but I don't know him. Come on, Sean, Kate appealed. Just book the time off. It's not that easy, is it? Why? Kate asked. Can't you bear being away from your police friends even for one night? They're not my friends, Sean answered too quickly. Whatever, Sean. But you know and I know that you can't stand to be with non-police people. Kate simulated quotation marks with her fingers. Because you're all so fucking important that the rest of us mere mortals might as well not exist. True? Sean waited a long time before answering. Don't swear. I don't like it when you swear. Well, stop giving me so fucking much to swear about. Sean turned his back. Come on, Sean, Kate softened. I don't sell insurance for a living. I'm a doctor in Guy's A&E. Whatever awful things you've seen, I've seen them too. But I managed to lower myself to speak to people who live normal lives. So why can't you? Because they're... Sean managed to stop himself answering truthfully. But it was too late. Because they're what? Kate pursued him. Because they're boring? Because they bore you? Jesus, Kate, he protested. Give it a rest, will you? So you're never going to speak to anyone again who isn't a cop? That's ridiculous. No, it's not. It's the truth. Sean grabbed a bottle of bourbon from one of the kitchen cupboards, a glass from another, and poured himself a generous measure. He took a sip before speaking again. Christ, you know what it's like. As soon as people find out what I do, all they want to talk to me about is the job. Fishing for the gory details. They haven't got a bloody clue. If they did, they wouldn't ask. Maybe it's us who haven't got a clue, Sean, Kate said quietly. Maybe we're the ones who've got it all wrong, wasting our lives knee-deep in life's crap. Why? Because we know the truth? Because we know life isn't really a shiny advert? Sean argued. I'd rather be awake and live in isolation than be like all those mugs out there, walking around without a fucking clue. Kate breathed in deeply and cleared her head. She dealt with this before and knew she'd have to deal with it again. Is this about your childhood, or about being a detective? Oh, come on, Kate. Let's not get into that. Not now, Sean answered. Okay, Kate agreed. But if you ever need to talk about it, I'm here. I'm tired, that's all. I'm fine, Sean insisted. I'm just very tired. Of course you're tired, Kate agreed. You haven't slept more than 3 hours a night since this new one started. Look, I'm going to bed. Why don't you come with me? I need a minute or two to unwind, Sean told her. I'll be there soon. Come now, Kate pleaded. I'll rub your shoulders while you fall asleep. I'll be there in a few minutes. Promise. He lied. The thought of tossing and turning, fighting the ever-present demons, was unbearable. Don't be long, she said, turning from him. He watched her move from the kitchen table and glide towards the stairs, once looking over her shoulder to smile at him. The harsh words of seconds ago forgotten, at least by her. Once she was out of sight, Sean reached for the bottle of bourbon and poured another generous measure. Sally parked her car close to her flat. Sean had sent them all home. They might as well get a few hours' sleep before Hellier turned up again, if he ever did. She searched for her front door keys buried deep in the bottom of her handbag, breaking one of her own rules. Never stand at the front door fumbling for house keys. For God's sake, she grumbled, losing her grip on her handbag and spilling the contents onto the ground. She stared at the disaster. Fucking great. Sally knelt down and began to collect the debris. At least she'd found her keys. Something made her spin around. Still kneeling, she surveyed the area around her. Suddenly, she couldn't remember what had startled her. She gave a nervous laugh and gathered the rest of her belongings. She stood and looked along the street. It was almost unnaturally quiet, the way only city streets could be in the night. Somewhere, streets away, a dog barked. The sound somehow made her feel better. She unlocked the communal front door, entered and closed it behind her. She pressed the light timer switch in the hallway, giving her 30 seconds of light before the darkness returned. Hurriedly, she climbed the stairs to her first-floor flat, again fumbling for her keys and cursing herself. Why was she nervous? Slow down. Put the key in the lock and turn it. The door opened. She almost fell into the flat. She hadn't realized she'd been leaning on the door so hard. Closing the door behind her, she threw the bolts across the bottom and top. She disliked the harsher overhead lights, choosing instead to walk across the dark room she knew so well to the lamp in the far corner. She reached for the lamp switch, but something touched her hand. Material. Silk or nylon. She didn't understand. She recoiled as if she'd touched a spider's web. But curiosity overcame her fear. She moved her hand through the darkness to the lamp. Again, the material. She pushed her hand through it, finding the switch and turning the lamp on. Light shone through the red silk neck scarf that was now draped over it. It had been a present to herself for Christmas. The room glowed red. This wasn't right. A cool breeze brushed against her face. It came from the kitchen. That shouldn't be. The windows shouldn't be open. She felt him behind her, close enough to hear him breathing. She almost fainted. Then she almost vomited. He was waiting for her to make her move, like a snake lying within striking distance. But she was frozen. Fear controlled her. Finally, she forced her body to move, turning towards him, inching herself around, desperately trying to recall her self-defense training. Aim a knee for his groin. God help her if she missed. A knee in the groin and then run. She forced herself to speak. Please. Her voice was almost inaudible. Please. You know what I am. Leave now, and this won't go any further, I promise. She was face to face with him. She almost fainted again. He stood above her. He was only about 5'10", but he looked like a giant. He wore a dark tracksuit and rubber gloves. A tight-knit woolen hat covered his hair. She could see every muscle in his body was tense, his arms rigid by his side. The red lighting made his teeth shine like rubies. Sally studied his face. It was distorted by the light and his contorted muscles, but she could see him clearly. He was letting her see his face. She knew who he was, knew he wasn't going to let her live. She was going to die, and nobody else in the world knew. She had so many things she wanted to do, wanted to say to people. But now, she was going to die. He moved so quickly she hardly saw him. She had no time to react. A hand gripped around her neck, slowly crushing her throat. He was so strong. Was this how he would do it? Crush her throat? The other hand flashed a blade in front of her face. She thought she recognized it from her own kitchen. He pulled her so close she could see the fine wrinkles in his skin. Make a sound, you die. Struggle, you die. Do as I say, and you live. It was a lie. She wasn't like the others, clinging to the hope that he could be telling the truth. They'd have done anything for the chance to live. But she had seen his face. She knew he would never let her live. She nodded her head anyway. Do you know how lucky you are to have been chosen? He spoke slowly through clenched teeth. He held the knife to her throat and released his grip. I'll do as you say. I promise, she pleaded. He smiled and licked his lips. She felt the knife drop away from her throat slightly. Only a few millimeters. It would have to be enough. Without warning, she smashed her right fist as hard as she could into the underside of his jaw. The knife flashed across her throat, but she'd already leaned back. It slashed through the air. She brought her knee up into his groin. He began to bend double. She sprang to her front door. She would live. The top of her head suddenly burned with pain. Her run jarred to a stop as her legs fell from under her. He gripped her by the hair, twisting it around his fist as he pulled her back. She could feel the tears stinging the back of her eyes. She had to scream. She filled her lungs as he spun her in his grip to face him. She saw him make a quick move. His free arm jabbed towards her. The air in her lungs deserted her. Yet she hadn't screamed. She hadn't been able to. It felt like a punch, like having the wind knocked out of you. Nothing more than a dull ache in her chest. Her head was forcefully bent forward. He wanted her to see the knife buried to the hilt in the right side of her chest. He tugged the knife free. It didn't come easily. Her chest muscles had gripped the foreign body, trying to stem the breach. She wheezed horribly. She could physically feel the air from her lung rushing out through the wound. He pulled her closer. "Fucking bitch, slut, bitch. It wasn't supposed to be like this. This is not as I saw it. This is not how it was supposed to be." Pushing her away, he held her at arm's length. Another flash of his hand. She felt the same dull pain. But something else, too. The knife had hit a rib. He pulled to free it, but it wouldn't move. It was jammed in her rib. The pain and shock were too much. She fell unconscious. The only thing stopping her falling to the floor was his grip on her hair and the knife wedged in her chest. Finally, he let her slip to the floor. He placed a foot on the left side of her chest and pulled on the knife. It wouldn't move. "Fucking pig whore," he hissed. He wanted to spit on her, but wouldn't risk leaving his DNA in the saliva at the scene. He stood over her, watching the crimson spreading across her white blouse. Her breathing was shallow, but she was alive. Suddenly, he was hypnotized by her. He cocked his head to one side, like a bird of prey watching its kill, writhing, trapped under its talons. But it was spoilt. This was not how he'd foreseen it. No matter. He calmed himself. He would finish her quickly and leave. All great men suffered frustration, he reassured himself. He would learn from his mistakes. He pulled at the knife protruding from her chest. Still, it wouldn't move. She was all but finished, but he wouldn't take the chance and leave her like this. He peered through the living room to the kitchen. His mind tried to recall what other knives he'd seen in the drawer when he'd selected the one now embedded in Sally's chest. Most had felt blunt. He recalled running a finger carefully along their cutting edges. Blunt. She hadn't taken care of them. So be it. He would cut her throat with a blunt knife. It would take longer, it wouldn't be clean and neat. She only had herself to blame. He studied her once more. Air leaking from her chest puncture made the blood around the entry wound bubble and hiss. It reminded him of when he was a boy fixing punctures on his pedal cycle. Should he drag her to the kitchen? Keep her close? No. Quicker to leave her there. Decision made, he turned and strode to the kitchen. Despite the disappointment, he still felt magnificent, powerful, untouchable, like a god. He knew which drawer to open. The knives weren't organized. He shifted the knives around with a gloved hand, ignoring the large carving ones, trying to find something with a 4-inch blade. Smooth or serrated edge, it didn't matter, but it had to be rigid, thick and strong from hilt to tip. A chopping knife would be best. He'd already used the best one, but he found a substitute, a black-handled vegetable knife. He held the knife up to his face, slightly above his eye line. It would do. He turned back towards the living room, expecting to see Sally's head and upper body lying on the floor, the rest of her obscured by the sofa. Instead, he saw her open the front door and stagger into the communal hallway. Somehow, she had got to her feet. He saw the blood smear around the top door bolt. He had underestimated her strength, her will to live, to survive. It had been a mistake. Should he flee? He glanced over his shoulder at the open window in the kitchen. He looked back at Sally. Could he reach her before she started pounding on the neighbour's front door? Would she reach their door? It was less than 10 feet away, but it would feel like a marathon to her. He willed her to collapse. He couldn't let this happen. She had seen him. His grip tightened around the knife. He watched her stagger sideways, but remain on her feet. He began to walk towards her, long, confident steps propelling him forward. She fell, crashing into her neighbour's door, and banged her fist twice, as hard as she could, on the door. Still, he strode towards her, cutting through the dim red light that now spilled into the hallway. She had to die. She could destroy him. He couldn't allow that to happen. It was gone 11 p.m. when George Fuller, inside flat 4, heard something crash into his front door. The surprise made him jump and spilled some of his beer. The cold drops fell onto his wife's face as she slept in his lap on the sofa. He'd been watching a bad sci-fi film. She woke with a moan. "George," Susie Fuller complained, "you've spilt beer on me." He was annoyed his wife had been woken. Now she would want to watch the other channel. "Oh, it'll be that bloody woman from across the hall again." He was already up and heading towards the front door. He was a big man. His 2 favourite places were the gym and the pub. The results were intimidating. "She must be a prostitute or something, the hours she keeps." He was only steps away from the front door when he heard the 2 thumps. They came from lower down on the door, as if someone was sitting on the other side. Someone in trouble, maybe. Someone drunk. Drunk, he decided. "George," he heard his wife inquiring, "who is it? What's going on?" "Stay there," he told her. She could hear the anger in his voice. He reached the door and yanked it open. His chest was full, ready to power a verbal onslaught at whoever he found. The door opened wide in one sweep. Sally's still body slumped heavily onto the floor at his feet. He could see she was bleeding, but didn't see the knife. He sensed danger. 5 years as an officer in the parachute regiment had tuned his instincts. He didn't think, didn't hesitate. He bent over fast and grabbed Sally's arm. He began to drag her back into his flat. A movement caught his eye, something in Sally's flat opposite. He looked up into the dim red light. Something moving fast, too fast. Was that a man? The dark shape slithered through the small kitchen window and was gone. He snapped himself back into action, dragging Sally into his flat and slamming the door shut. He bent to examine her, then turned his attention to the front door. He secured every lock he could see. His wife appeared in the hallway. "George?" she asked. The worry was loud in her tone. "Call the police!" he shouted loudly enough to make Susie hug herself. "And get a fucking ambulance!" He was back in Afghanistan, shouting orders at teenage soldiers. His wife was staring at Sally lying on her floor. She started to cry with fear. "What's happening, George? What was it?" George looked at his own bloody hands. "I don't know. I don't know." His voice grew calmer. "I saw something out there. A dog or a fucking big cat or something. It escaped through a window." He examined Sally more closely. His battlefield medical trauma training came back to him as he rolled her onto her side and checked for the wounds. He saw the knife, making him recoil. It had been a man he saw. "Jesus Christ," he whispered quietly. "Get me some tape and plastic bags," he was shouting again. "Come on! Come on!" He spoke to Sally. "Hold on, girl. Help's on the way. Just a little longer. Just a little longer." The mobile rang loudly. Kate woke first. Sean slept deeply, sedated by alcohol. He'd hit the bourbon pretty hard after Kate had left him. It was the only way he could chase their argument and Hellier from his mind, long enough to get to sleep. She turned the bedside lamp on and looked at her husband sleeping. She wished she could leave him, but a phone call at 2 a.m. would have to be important. She shook him as gently as she could, while still waking him. "Sean," she spoke softly. She wanted to wake him, not the children. "Sean." He moaned and rolled over to look at her, his eyes vacant, wandering between the real and dream worlds. He didn't hear the phone yet. "Your phone," Kate whispered. "Oh, what time is it?" he asked. "About 2, and keep your voice down." Sean moaned again, then grabbed the phone. "Hello?" "Sorry to call at this hour." He didn't recognize the voice. "I'm Inspector Delaney, the night duty inspector for Chelsea and Fulham. I'm trying to trace a Detective Inspector Sean Corrigan." "Oh, you found him," Sean said. His head thumped mercilessly. The nausea spread from his stomach to his throat. He remembered why he rarely drank more than a glass or 2 of beer. "I'm sorry to be the one to have to tell you this." The inspector sounded grim. "Do you work with a DS Sally Jones?" Sean's mouth was as dry as his heart was frantic. He managed to answer, "Yes, she's on my team. What's happened to her?" "She was attacked earlier tonight, in her flat. She's very badly hurt." The blood rushed from his head, then just as quickly flooded back. He'd never felt so cold. But, she's alive? Yes. Jesus Christ, Sean said. Where is she? Charing Cross Hospital. She's still in surgery. Sean checked his watch. I'll be there in less than an hour. He hung up and swung his legs over the side of the bed, staggering a little as he stood. Kate noticed it. What's happened? She asked. Sally's been attacked, in her own flat. She sounds bad. I've got to get to Charing Cross Hospital. Oh, my God. Who would want to hurt Sally? Sean looked at her without speaking. Not the man you're after, Kate asked. You told me they never came after police. This one's different. Different how? In every way imaginable, Sean said. I've got to go. Get a shower, she insisted. Then I'll drive you. No, I'm fine. Kate was already out of bed. I'm phoning Kirsty. She can watch the kids till morning. Don't bother, he argued. I can drive myself. She grabbed the sides of his face in her hands and locked eyes with him. The last thing Sally needs is for you to drive under a bus pissed. I'll drive you after you've had a shower to sort yourself out. Sean knew she would have her way. He headed for the shower, reeling under the effects of the shock. He had to call Donnelly. The team needed to know what had happened. Any one of them could be next. By the time Kate had driven them to Charing Cross Hospital, the last effects of the alcohol had almost faded. Kate and he met the uniformed inspector in the casualty department waiting room. He was with a female uniformed sergeant. Sean introduced himself to the inspector. He didn't introduce Kate, and the inspector didn't introduce the sergeant. Where is she? Sean sounded harsh. Can I see her? No, she's still in surgery, the inspector told him. It'll be a few hours before anyone can see her. What happened to her? She hasn't spoken since the neighbour found her. All we know is she was attacked in her own flat, and she has 2 very serious stab wounds to her chest, both on the right side. It's a life-threatening situation, but she's holding on. Who's the neighbour? The sergeant referred to her notebook. George Fuller, ex-paratrooper captain. Now works for the local council. Found her about 11, slumped in the communal area against his door. 2 chest wounds. The knife was still in her. She glanced up from her notes in time to see Sean wince. Mr. Fuller was a medic in his army days. He used sellotape and plastic shopping bags to seal the wounds and keep her chest cavity airtight. The admitting casualty doctor said he had undoubtedly saved her life. Where is he now? Sean wanted to see the man who had saved Sally. He went home, the inspector answered. He insisted on coming with D.S. Jones in the ambulance, but I sent him home a little while ago. What's happened to her flat? Sean asked. Nothing, said the inspector. We've sealed it off for the time being. Good. Post a guard on the flat. No one is allowed in without my say-so. The inspector looked quizzical. I'm sorry, but this is a local matter. Our CID will be in charge of the investigation. The scene's secure. There's no need to guard it. Wrong. Sean was feeling angry and tired. He didn't want his instructions to be questioned. I'm the officer in charge of this investigation. Any problems with that, phone Detective Superintendent Featherston, Serious Crime Group South. He gambled the inspector wouldn't. Not at this hour. I'll liaise with your CID and put them in the picture. Sean could see the inspector needed more. This attack is linked to a series of murders I'm investigating. D.S. Jones was part of that inquiry team. Whoever committed those murders is the same man who attacked her. So get me the guard on the flat, Sean demanded. What security have you put in place here? I've posted a uniformed officer to stay with her, the inspector explained. I want at least 2 officers watching her, Sean insisted. I'll do what I can. The inspector looked shaken. Sean spied Donnelly thundering along the corridor. He charged up to them. That bastard's dead, were his first words. I'll tell you that for nothing. He's going straight out the 5th floor window. Aye, I fucking promise you that. His Scots accent had suddenly grown stronger. Sean held a hand up and was on the verge of telling him to calm down when he was distracted by his mobile ringing. Sean Corrigan? It's D.S. Colville, sir. Sorry about the time, but I thought you'd want to know. Hellier's just arrived home. Sean and Donnelly approached Hellier's house. The local night-duty CID had arrived to assist them. That made 4 of them in total. They met in the street 50 metres short of the house. They swapped names and shook hands. "Is this it?" Sean asked. He had hoped the local station, Islington, would have provided more assistance. "We've already got a couple of uniform lads hiding around the back," one of the DCs informed him. Donnelly looked at Sean. "It's your call, boss. We could wait for backup. We could have a firearms team within an hour." Sean would have preferred to take Hellier by himself, have some time alone with him. Clearly, he didn't have the guts to come after him or Donnelly, so he went for Sally. Well, now they'd come after him. "Let's do it," Sean said. "No more waiting." The younger Islington detective opened the boot of their car and pulled out a heavy metal battering ram. It was known as an enforcer. "We brought this," he announced, "just in case." "Shame to waste it," Sean said grimly. "Listen, he may not look much, but he's killed at least 3 people already, and now he's gone after one of ours. Don't drop your guard." They all nodded their understanding and walked silently but rapidly towards the house. Carefully, they opened the black wrought-iron gate and moved to the front door. There were 3 stone steps. The older detective spoke to the officers at the rear of the house on the radio, his voice just above a whisper. "Units at the rear, units at the rear. We're going in through the front." The radio crackled, but they all heard the reply. "Understood. Standing by. Over." The young detective holding the enforcer nodded to Sean. Sean counted him down with his fingers. 3, 2, 1. The detective smashed the enforcer into the centre door lock. It exploded, but the door held. It had top and bottom deadlocks. He stood and hit the top lock hard. The door began to flap open. He crouched and took out the final lock. The door imploded. They poured in through the door, holding extendable metal truncheons and screaming, "Police! Police! Police!" Sean and Donnelly ran to the staircase. The Islington detectives ran through the ground floor. As Sean neared the top of the stairs, Hellier appeared. Sean saw him just in time. He partially avoided the kick aimed at his head. It stung his cheekbone as it impacted. He slumped against the staircase wall for a second, shaking off the effects of the kick, but was after Hellier before Donnelly could overtake him. Hellier climbed the next flight of stairs and disappeared. Sean followed, but slowed as he approached the top. He wouldn't be caught again. He warned Donnelly to slow down. From below came the sound of the Islington detectives beginning to climb the steps. Sean moved onto the second-floor landing. Hellier was there, somewhere. He found the light switch on the wall and flicked it on. There were 5 rooms. Someone appeared at the door closest to him. Instinctively, he almost lashed out, but realized in time it was Hellier's wife. He leaned forward and grabbed her, dragging her to the floor where he pinned her before she could speak. "Stay there and don't move," he shouted. She was too scared to move or argue, too scared to speak. He moved carefully along the landing, his back pressed against the wall. Donnelly and the other detectives followed. The element of surprise was lost. Now they needed stealth. He flicked the light on in the room Hellier's wife had come from, pushing the door wide open so that he could peer inside before entering. A glance over his shoulder told him Donnelly was close. The Islington detectives had begun to search the rooms across the landing. They moved cautiously. He slipped into the room, back to the wall. Donnelly followed. Sean dropped into a press-up position and checked under the bed. Nothing. He moved across to the wardrobe, stretching to grasp the handle without exposing himself to full frontal attack. He yanked the doors open, clothes still wrapped in plastic dry-cleaning bags swooshed into the room. Nothing. He'd had enough. His heart needed a rest. He nodded for Donnelly to check behind the curtains. Donnelly did so. Nothing. He nodded towards the door and led the way out. They moved to the next room. A child's voice called from the landing below. It sounded stressed. The mother looked at him, appealing. He put his finger to his lips. The last thing he wanted was a crying child walking into the middle of this. The distraction had been enough. Hellier seized the opportunity. Sean felt an incredible pressure close around his right wrist. He tried to hold on to the telescopic truncheon, but the grip forced his fingers open. His weapon fell to the floor. He was pulled into the room and spun around by one powerful jolt. He felt his right arm twist up his back. Cold metal pressed into his throat. Some instinct told him not to move, told him he was teetering on the edge of a cliff. He felt Helia's bristles rub against his ear. He could smell his sweet breath. It made him want to vomit, to pull away. Helia pressed the blade harder into his throat. Inspector. He recognized Helia's voice. Someone flicked the light on in the room. It was Donnelly, who froze when he saw them. Helia smiled. Donnelly regathered himself. "Put the knife down, man." It sounded like a request, not a demand. Helia gave a shallow laugh. He turned his face to Sean, but kept his eyes on Donnelly. His tongue curled from his mouth. Slowly, deliberately, he licked the side of Sean's face, his body quivering with the thrill of tasting Sean's fear. He gripped the earlobe in his teeth and closed his eyes in ecstasy. He released his grip and stopped smiling. He looked deadly serious. He whispered in Sean's ear, "Remember who let you live." Helia threw the knife on the floor and stepped away, placing his hands behind his head. Sean spun around and caught him full in the mouth with a left hook. His amateur boxing days made the move effortless. Helia fell backwards into a dressing cabinet. He fell hard, framed pictures smashed under his weight. The mirror shattered. He rolled onto the floor, landing on all fours, and looked at Sean, smiling through bloody teeth. Sean stared back, only he didn't see Helia's face. He saw his father's, his torturer's. Sean delivered a powerful kick to the ribcage that lifted Helia off the floor. He landed on his back, but still he smiled. Sean kneeled next to him and began to pile punches into Helia's face. He didn't know how many he landed before Donnelly pulled him off, or that he'd been screaming, "Bastard!" as each punch found its target. Nor had he realized he'd broken a bone in his right hand and that his knuckles had been sliced open on Helia's teeth. It took him a while to come back to the world. When he did, he shrugged himself loose from Donnelly's hold and stared at the bloody mess that was Helia's face. Helia was lying on his back, only partly conscious, spitting blood from his mouth. His nose was broken. 2 Islington detectives ran into the room. They saw Helia lying in his own blood, the knife on the floor, Sean breathing like a madman, his hands bloody and swollen. They didn't ask questions. Sunday, 10 a.m., the news had spread of the night's events. The office buzzed. Helia had come after one of them. Sean pressed an ice pack wrapped in an old T-shirt to the swelling Helia's kick had left on the side of his face. The other hand was badly swollen. His little and ring fingers were taped together, as were his index and middle fingers. He refused to go to hospital and have it put in a cast. The police surgeon had done her best. He used the broken hand to press the phone to his ear. The hospital updated him on Sally's condition. She had survived her operation, the first of several, still in intensive care. She hadn't regained consciousness. Drugs would ensure she didn't, for the time being at least. A familiar silhouette appeared at his door. Featherstone had come to see and be seen. He entered Sean's office without ceremony. "You look like shit," he sounded unconcerned. "Thanks," Sean replied. Featherstone's expression turned serious. "How is she?" "Too early to say. She's in intensive care." "Well, if there's anything I can do." He let the offer hang. Sean said nothing. "And you? Should you be at work?" "I'm fine." "If you want someone to steer the ship for a couple of hours while you get some rest, let me know." "I'll be fine," Sean repeated. "Of course you will." He paused before continuing. "Do we have enough evidence to charge Helia?" "I have a team searching Sally's flat and another going over Helia's." "What about his office?" Featherstone asked. "No need." Sean was blunt. "Surveillance confirms he didn't return to his office. We're concentrating on his house and Sally's." They were interrupted by Donnelly banging on the door. "Lab's on the phone, Governor." Sean could tell Donnelly was excited, an excitement that leapt across the office and into Sean's chest. His heart rate accelerated, becoming irregular. "They've got a match to the hairs found in Linda Cotler's flat." Donnelly paused, enjoying the drama. "They're Helia's." Sean slumped back into his chair. Featherstone slapped his thighs and smiled. It was over. Sean had his critical evidence. The few seconds of pulse-racing excitement were replaced by an overwhelming relief. Finally, it was over. He'd been proved right. Hellier was finished. A female detective appeared in the doorway. "Someone on the phone for DS Jones, Gov." "Transfer them to my phone," he instructed. She nodded and left. He waited for the ringing and answered. "D.I. Corrigan speaking. I'm afraid DS Jones isn't available. Is there something I can help you with?" "This is the Public Records Office at Richmond calling," the male voice explained. "DS Jones had me run a couple of inquiries. I have the results for her." "I'll take them," said Sean. He grabbed a pen. "I'll see DS Jones gets them." She wanted birth and death certificates for 2 individuals, a Stefan Korsakoff and a James Hellier. Sean felt his heart miss a beat. "I have a birth certificate for Korsakoff, but no death certificate, so if he's still in the country, he's alive." "And Hellier?" Sean asked. "Both birth and death certificates for him. Poor little chap. Never got past his first birthday." "Excuse me?" "He died in childhood." The possibilities rushed into Sean's mind. "What year was Korsakoff born?" 1971, came the answer. "When did Hellier die?" "Interesting," the clerk said. "Also 1971. It had to be. Somehow Sean knew it. It had to be. "Thank you," he managed to say. "I'll have someone collect them." He hung up and turned to Donnelly. "Remember the suspect Sally was working on?" "The one from Method Index?" Donnelly asked. "Yes, Stefan Korsakoff. Do you know where she kept the inquiry file?" "In her desk, I presume." Sean moved quickly across the office to Sally's desk. Donnelly followed, intrigued. Sean tugged at the locked drawers. "Have you got a skeleton key for these damn things?" Most good detective sergeants did, although they would rarely admit it. Donnelly didn't look too happy about it, but produced the key anyway. Sean hurriedly unlocked the top drawer. A brown file with the name Korsakoff written across the front lay inside. He flicked it open and began to read. "Do you want to tell me what's going on?" Donnelly asked. "Did Sally discuss this inquiry with you?" "Not really." "Anything at all?" Sean persisted. "Well, only thing she told me was that someone was lying to her." "When did she tell you that?" "I think it was Thursday." Sean continued to search through the file, forwards and backwards, almost oblivious to Donnelly's presence. Finally, he looked up. "Bastard's been getting help." "Sorry?" "Sally told me his fingerprints had gone missing from the yard. His photograph from his intelligence file. She told you she was being lied to." "But who by?" "Governor." Donnelly kept his voice down. "What are you talking about?" "Don't you understand?" Sean asked unfairly. "Hellier is Korsakoff, the man Sally identified through Method Index as being a possible suspect for our murder. Stefan Korsakoff is Hellier, but everything she needed to make that connection disappeared. In spite of that, she was getting closer to finding out the truth, even if she didn't know it herself." "Wait a minute," Donnelly pleaded. "Hellier is Stefan Korsakoff?" "I bet my fucking life on it," Sean answered. "When Korsakoff got out of prison, he needed to reinvent himself, or he was finished in this country. He'd have to take his money and run. That's not his style. All it took was a new identity and someone in the police to make his past as good as disappear. A new identity is easy enough. He goes to a graveyard and picks someone who was born in the same year as he was, but who died in childhood. The younger the better. Less history. And he gets a bent copper to make his photos and fingerprints disappear." Donnelly finished for him. "That's why Hellier attacked Sally, because she was getting too close to finding out his secret. Hellier wouldn't be the only one that would want to stop Sally. Whoever was helping him had as much to lose as Hellier." "Our bent police friend," Donnelly surmised. "It has to be a possibility," Sean admitted. "Then perhaps the attack on Sally isn't connected to the other attacks." "It is," Sean assured him. "They're all connected somehow. We just need to complete the circle of events. Once we do that, we'll know how this all fits in." "Well, where do we start?" "We find this bent copper." "How?" Sean scanned the file. He found what he was looking for, the name of the original officer in the case, Detective Sergeant Paul Jarrett. I know that name. Come again? Paul Jarrett, the original investigating officer. I know that name. Maybe you used to work with him. No, Sean muttered. Something recent. Something I've seen. Sean studied the man who opened the door of the neat Surbiton home. He and Donnelly showed their warrant cards and introduced themselves. Jarrett seemed nervous but composed. I believe you know a colleague of mine, Sean said. DS Sally Jones. Yes, Jarrett answered. She called round here a couple of times, asking about an old case of mine. I know, Sean told him. Unfortunately, I have some bad news concerning DS Jones. Bad news? I'm afraid she was attacked and seriously injured last night. She's stable, but critical. I thought as you'd been helping her, you should know. Yes, Jarrett stuttered. Thank you. Thank you for thinking of me. Can I ask how it happened? You can, Donnelly said, nodding his head towards the inside. Yes, of course, Jarrett answered. Please, come in. He led them to the kitchen and sat. Sean and Donnelly remained standing. I don't know a lot of details, Sean explained. We know she was attacked with a knife in her own flat and received 2 serious injuries. She managed to escape and make it to her neighbours. She's lucky to be alive. My God, Jarrett said. Who would attack a copper in her own home? Maybe you can help us with that, Sean asked. Jarrett's jaw dropped slightly. Sean noticed it. Of course, Jarrett answered. I'll help in any way I can, only I'm not sure how. DS Jones was trying to trace a suspect, Stefan Korsakov, a man you had dealings with some years ago. Yes. Only she was having trouble locating his fingerprints. Yes, I remember her mentioning it. Her inquiries led her to discover that you had requested the fingerprints be removed from Fingerprints Branch. Apparently, Wandsworth Prison needed them to make copies for their records. Yes, I told DS Jones all this. And you're positive the prison requested them? Sean asked. Yes. My colleague at the time, Graham Wright, collected the prints for me and returned them. Perhaps he could help you. Do you know a man called James Hellier? Sean asked without warning. Jarrett was silent for a while. He appeared to be struggling to recall the name. No, I don't think I know anyone by that name. You sure? It's not a name that means anything to me, Jarrett answered. Sean pulled an envelope from his jacket pocket. Will you do me a favour? He asked. Take a look at these photographs. Tell me if you recognise the man in them. Sean emptied the surveillance photographs of Hellier onto the table in front of Jarrett. Jarrett leaned forward and shuffled the photographs around, apparently uninterested. No, he said, I don't recognise this man. I've already told DS Jones I don't know this man when she showed me the photograph of the same man when she first came to see me. Are you sure? Sean asked. Are you absolutely sure the man in these photographs isn't Stefan Korsakov? Stefan Korsakov? Jarrett asked, disbelief in his voice. This isn't Stefan Korsakov. Well, if not Korsakov, then what about James Hellier? Is the man in this photograph James Hellier? Sean persisted. I don't know anyone called James Hellier, so I wouldn't know if this was or wasn't him, Jarrett answered, the increasing anxiety in his voice palpable. Sean said nothing. Instead, he tossed a piece of paper in front of Jarrett. What's this? Jarrett asked. Take a look, Sean told him. Jarrett lifted it from the table and began to read through the list of names and telephone numbers on the printout of the email from SO11. I don't understand, he said, shaking his head. What's the matter? Sean asked. Don't you recognise your own name? Your own telephone number? He leaned over Jarrett and stabbed his finger into the printout. Right there. Jarrett, Paul, and here, your address and your number. What is this? Jarrett asked. This is a list of telephone numbers taken from a notebook belonging to one James Hellier, who is currently under investigation for murder. What is your telephone number doing in his notebook, Mr. Jarrett? I have no idea, Jarrett pleaded. So he has my telephone number. What does that mean? There could be any number of reasons why he has my number. Sean fell silent. He sat next to Jarrett. If it was only the telephone number in his book, I might believe you, he said. But you've already hung yourself. You see, I found out that D.S. Jones checked with the prison, and they told her they never requested Korsakov's prints. You lied. Jarrett didn't respond. And then, there are these, Sean continued, tapping the photographs of Helia. On our way to see you, we called in on an old colleague of yours, D.S. Graham Wright, and I showed him these very same photographs. And you know what he told me? Without any hesitation whatsoever. He told me the man in these photographs is Stefan Korsakov. The same Stefan Korsakov who now goes by the name of James Helia. But you already know that, don't you, Mr. Jarrett? Jarrett struggled, trapped. It's over, said Sean. You were a detective once. You know when the show is over. It's time to save yourself. Talk to us. Did Helia attack Sally? You warned him she was digging around his past and he got worried she was getting too close. So he tried to stop her the only way he could. By killing her. No, Jarrett insisted. He didn't attack her. So you admit to knowing him? Donnelly asked. Yes, I mean, no. What's that supposed to mean? Donnelly demanded. All right, for Christ's sake, yes. I've been in contact with him, Jarrett admitted, but I've got nothing to do with D.S. Jones being attacked. But you made Korsakov's photographs and fingerprints disappear, yes? Sean asked. Jarrett's body slumped. If I talk, you'll look after me, agreed? You guarantee me no prison time, and I'll talk. I can't make that sort of promise, but I'll do what I can. Now talk. Shortly before Korsakov was due to be released from prison, I decided to visit him. Why? Sean asked. Because we'd never recovered the money from his frauds, millions of pounds outstanding. And you fancied helping yourself to an early retirement present, eh? Donnelly accused. No, Jarrett claimed. It wasn't like that. Or at least not at first. It's often worth visiting people shortly ahead of their release to remind them that you're watching them. Make it clear to them that as soon as they start spending their ill-gotten gains, you'll be there to seize everything they have. Sean was aware of the practice. Sometimes you can cut a deal, get them to surrender most of the monies in return for allowing them to keep a proportion as a reward for playing the game. All very unofficial, but everybody wins. We get to show money's recovered, the victims get some compensation, and the thief gets a little sweetener. But that's not the way Korsakov wanted to play it. He wasn't about to hand over a penny. However, he could see the point in making sure the police weren't on his back. Go on, Sean encouraged. He offered me a cut. All I had to do was make a few things disappear. Like fingerprints and photographs. Jarrett shrugged. How much did he pay you? Donnelly asked. Initially 10,000, with further instalments to follow, but... He paused. The next time we meet, he shows me photographs. Some were of the two of us together, with me counting the cash. He set you up? Said Donnelly. Yeah, but there was more. He had other photographs. Of my kids, for God's sake, at school, in the park, in my own garden. He threatened them? Sean questioned. He didn't have to, Jarrett replied. I knew what he was capable of. I wasn't going to spend the rest of my life watching over my shoulder, waiting for the inevitable. As soon as he did that, you should have stopped it, cut your losses and stopped it, said Sean. And end up in prison? Old Bill don't have it good inside. I decided to bide my time and hope that eventually Korsakov would move on and forget about me. Then all of a sudden your DS comes sniffing around asking all the wrong questions. As if that wasn't bad enough, Korsakov contacts me, asks me to get you off his back. It was like a nightmare coming true. You warned him about D.S. Jones? Sean accused. Let him know she was asking about Korsakov? No, said Jarrett. Why would I do that? If I told him, he would have to ask me to do something about it. Things were bad enough without me making matters worse. Are you saying Helia didn't know Sally was looking for Korsakov? Sean asked. He had no idea, as far as I know. He was convinced I'd all but made his past disappear. I thought the same, until your DS came to see me, and I realised I'd missed something. His file held at Method Index. I didn't even know his details had been sent to them. Graham must have decided Korsakov would be of interest to them, and sent them details of his crime. But he never told me he had, so I never knew. Until now. He did, said Sean. I guess you couldn't have known about it, otherwise it wouldn't still exist. So I asked Wright, and he confirmed he was the one who sent the file to Method Index. And the fingerprints? Donnelly asked. How'd you make them disappear? Jarrett smiled for the first time since they'd met him. Korsakov's idea. I had Graham pull the prints for me, but we knew fingerprints would want them back. So Korsakov had me destroy his real prints and replace them with another set, all correctly filled out on the proper forms. Everything kosher. Only we used a novelty ink Korsakov bought at a joke shop. Within 2 days the ink disappears and you're left with a blank piece of paper, or in this case, a blank fingerprint form. When Graham returned them, they looked fine and no doubt got filed. Then they simply faded away to nothing. Korsakov thought it was hysterical. Sean and Donnelly stared at each other in disbelief. You are joking? Donnelly asked. You know Korsakov? Jared asked. Or I suppose I should say Hellier. He's as intelligent as he is vicious, imaginative and dangerous. But he didn't attack D.S. Jones, and I doubt he killed the other people you think he did. Why? Sean asked. Because he would have told me. Why would he want to do that? To remind me of what I had become. To remind me that I belonged to him. Sean and Donnelly looked at each other in silence. Finally, Sean spoke. Mr. Jarrett, it's time you met a friend of mine. A short, stocky figure dressed in a scruffy dark suit walked into the kitchen. This is Detective Inspector Rieger, Professional Standards and Ethics, or, as you may remember it, Complaints Investigation. Rieger casually showed Jarrett his warrant card. Paul Jarrett, you are under arrest for theft and assisting an offender. Get what you need. You're coming with me. The 2 tape cassettes in the recorder turned simultaneously. Hellier had said nothing. He sat silently, face badly bruised, his broken nose taped open to let him breathe. He refused to confirm his name. Let Templeman do the talking until he felt it necessary to speak himself. First, he would wait and see if the police were wasting his time again. DC Fiona Cahill sat at Sean's side. He wanted to have a woman police officer in the interview, so he could see how Hellier reacted to the allegation that he'd attacked Sally. If his eyes darted to DC Cahill, it would be a good indication he felt some guilt. Could Hellier ever feel guilt? Sean was looking forward to this interview. Until now he'd been at a disadvantage, but the discovery that Hellier was Korsakov had tipped the balance in his favour. He completed the pre-interview procedure, eager to get underway. Mr. Hellier, James, it's time for you to talk to us, Sean began. It's over. Hellier said nothing. It will go much better for you if you talk to us, Sean continued. Help me understand why you did these things. Nothing. Why did you kill Daniel Graydon? Sean asked. Why did you kill Heather Freeman? Why did you kill Linda Kotler? Why did you try and kill Detective Sergeant Sally Jones? Sean knew he had to keep going. He knew Hellier wouldn't be able to remain silent much longer. His ego wouldn't allow it. What did these people mean to you? He persisted. Did you know them? Had they done something to make you angry? Did they deserve to die? You know nothing, Hellier snapped. Why did you kill these people? Sean demanded, his voice raised now. Hellier regained his stoicism. No comment. She's still alive, you know. D.S. Jones is alive, and she's tough. She'll pull through. She'll confirm it was you who attacked her. Really? Hellier said. Yes, really. Ha! Hellier laughed. You're a damn fool. You're just damned, Sean countered. Probably. Hellier seemed pleased at the prospect. But right now, I'm just bored. Well, maybe I can get your interest. At your last interview, you gave us samples of blood and hair, remember? No comment. You can answer that question, Templeman advised. Hellier turned his head slowly to him. He stared at him, eyes slit. No comment. For the benefit of the tape, Sean explained, Mr. Hellier was arrested yesterday on suspicion of having raped and murdered Linda Kotler. On that occasion, he provided samples of hair and blood for forensic comparison to hair samples found in Linda Kotler's flat. Does that refresh your memory? Hellier feigned disinterest. Those samples have since been analysed at our forensic laboratory. It's been confirmed that the samples taken from the scene are a DNA match to samples provided by you. At this, Hellier focused on Sean, eyes narrowed, head turned slightly to one side. Sean noted the reaction. It's over, he said. No more games. You can't argue with DNA evidence. Like I said, it would be better for you if you start talking. Hellier said nothing. Sean spoke almost sympathetically. Tell us about the things you've done, he encouraged. I want to hear about the exceptional things you've done. No comment. What was the point in doing the things you did if you don't tell the world? Sean tried to appeal to his ego. You and I both know you're lying, Inspector. You couldn't have matched my DNA to this woman because I've never set eyes on her. Hellier's response surprised Sean. He hadn't expected that. Hadn't expected such a definitive denial. He'd assumed Hellier would try and talk his way around the DNA evidence, as he had with Daniel Graydon. In spite of everything, the man was capable of knocking him back, souring what should have been his moment of triumph. No matter, the DNA evidence alone would hang Hellier. Hellier studied Sean, his eyes twitched with concentration. You think I'm lying? Sean asked. Mr. Templeman will confirm I'm not allowed to lie about evidence. Only suspects are allowed to lie. I think we're at the stage where we should be specific about the DNA evidence you have, Templeman said. 2 hairs, Sean answered confidently. Both recovered from the crime scene at Linda Kotler's flat. One on the body, one next to the body. We could tell by their positions that they had very recently been deposited, and both those hairs belong to you, Mr. Hellier. Hellier was without emotion. No comment. Can you explain how your hair came to be in Linda Kotler's flat? Sean asked. Hellier glared at him contemptuously. No comment. This is physical evidence from the scene. I want to remind you that if you fail or refuse to explain here and now how your hair came to be in Linda Kotler's flat, then a jury can draw a negative inference from your failure or refusal to do so. Do you understand, Mr. Hellier? No comment. Sean leaned across the table closer to Hellier. I don't blame you for not answering, and I know why you won't, because there's only one explanation, isn't there? That you went to her flat, and you killed her. No comment, Hellier answered quickly. You raped her and killed her. No comment. You raped her, you tortured her, and you killed her. Sean's anger was rising. No comment. Hellier raised his voice to match Sean's. Do one decent thing in your life, Sean snapped. If you can find one shred of humanity in your body, then use it to help the people whose lives you've shattered. Give the victims' families some closure. Admit to these crimes. If you have the evidence, then you give them closure, Hellier taunted. Charge me. Tell them you put the man who killed their darling daughter or son behind bars. Why do you need me to confess? Do you lack belief, Inspector? Belief's got nothing to do with it, James. Or should I start calling you by your real name? Mr. Korsakoff. Mr. Stefan Korsakoff. Sean waited for Hellier's reaction. A slight smile, nothing more. Like I said, it's not about what I believe. It's about what I can prove. And I can prove who you really are, and that ex-Detective Sergeant Jarrett has been helping you cover your crimes for years. So the pig finally squealed, Hellier spat. How appropriate. And that's why you tried to kill D.S. Jones. You had to. You knew she was getting close to the truth. Jarrett warned you, so you had no choice. She was going to bring your whole house of cards crashing down, so you broke into her flat and you tried to kill her. You're delusional. You'd think I'd kill to protect Jarrett? No, to protect yourself. Hellier leaned forward as close to Sean as the table they sat across would allow. I don't care if you think you know who I am, or even if you do know who I am. I can be anyone I want to be. I can go anywhere I want to go. Do anything I want to do. Jarrett, a corruptible cop, 10 a penny, Inspector. Not reason enough to kill your little pet. Sean swallowed his mounting anger as best he could. Nice touch, by the way, he told Hellier. What are you talking about now? Hellier asked. More delusions, Inspector? Using my name when you approached Linda Kotler. Telling her you were me. Did you have a false warrant card with you? Or did Jarrett provide you with a real one, in my name? Did you show her the card when you were telling her you were me? I don't know what you're talking about. You're insane, man. No, said Sean, icy calm. Not me. It's you who is insane. You have to be. The room fell silent. Sean and Hellier locked in combat, while Templeman and D.C. Cahill looked on uncomfortably, aware they were little more than intruders in a private duel. I think this interview's gone on long enough, Templeman interrupted, his head spinning with new revelations, even if Hellier's was not. Given the injuries Mr. Hellier suffered while being arrested, I feel this interview should be stopped until such time as my client has received further medical treatment. Sean's broken hand was throbbing to distraction. The double dose of painkillers he'd swallowed 2 hours ago was wearing off. He was in no hurry. They would take a break. He checked his watch. The time is now 1:36, and I'm suspending this interview so that Mr. Hellier can have his injuries examined by a doctor. We'll continue the interview later. Sean moved to press the off button. Hellier stopped him. Wait, he insisted. Just wait a second. What now? What the hell was Hellier up to? Was he finally ready to end the charade? I don't care what your laboratory says or doesn't say. I didn't kill these people, and I didn't attack your precious Sergeant Jones. We're not getting anywhere, Sean interrupted. This interview is over. We're both being used, Inspector. Hellier snapped back. Last night, the night your sergeant was attacked, I received a call from a man. I received the call at about 7:30. It was the same man who called me the night the Kotler woman was killed, at about 7 p.m. He always called me on my mobile, except the first time. That was earlier in the afternoon, also on the day the Kotler woman was killed. On that occasion, he telephoned my office. The secretary can confirm it. Whoever made those calls was ensuring I had no alibi. He always arranged to meet me in places where there was nobody about who would remember me, but he never turned up. He made sure I went to great pains to lose the police surveillance. He always insisted I lost the surveillance, and now I know why. And I suppose this same mystery man planted your hair at the murder scene of Linda Kotler. Hellier shrugged his shoulders. I haven't got time to listen to this crap, Sean snapped. I'm afraid you have no choice, Hellier reminded him. It's your duty to investigate my defense statement, as I'm sure Mr. Templeman was about to point out. You have no choice but to try and discover who it was that called me on those days at those times, whether you think it's a waste of your precious time or not. If you don't, then there's not a judge in the land who wouldn't throw the case against me out of court. Sean knew Hellier was right. As ludicrous as the alibi was, he had to investigate it. He had to prove it false. Fine, Sean said. I'll need the number of the caller. I don't have it. You said he called you on your mobile, so the number would have been displayed on the screen. Whenever he called, the number was blocked. The display said nothing. Did you try dialing 1471? Same result. The number was withheld. Then there's not much I can do. Come, Inspector, Hellier said. You and I both know that with the right tools the caller's number can be obtained. You already have my mobile phone. I suggest you have your lab rats examine it. It'll be done, Sean said, but it'll take more than that to save you. This interview is concluded. Sean reached for the off switch, but stopped when he heard a sudden urgency in Hellier's voice. "I sense your doubt," said Hellier. "Behind your determination to prove me guilty of crimes I didn't commit, I know that really you're not sure, are you? Something grinding away inside you, pulling you in a direction you don't want to go, pulling you towards the belief that maybe, just maybe, you've got the wrong man. And although you wouldn't give a fuck if I rotted in prison, that thought would always be with you, wouldn't it? The thought that someone out there got away with murder." Sean shook his head and gave a slight laugh. "You know, in a strange way, I thought there would be more to you than this. I don't know what exactly, but something. But it turns out you're just another loser trying to save his worthless neck. There's nothing special about you. You thought you couldn't be caught, that you'd never made mistakes. But you did. Not only the hair at Linda Kotler's murder scene, but the fingerprints in Daniel Graydon's flat." "I don't think so," Hellier said coldly. "Like I told you, I knew Graydon. I'd been to his flat. Anything belonging to me you found there means nothing." "That's true," Sean agreed. "But one thing's been eating away at me about that ever since we found your fingerprint in the flat. And it's exactly that. The fact we only found one print, on the underside of the bathroom door handle." "What's your point?" Hellier asked. "One print. That makes no sense," Sean explained. "If you had no reason to conceal the fact you'd been there, then why didn't we find more of your prints? We should have found dozens. You know what this says to me? It says you cleaned up the scene, wiped down everything you touched, but you missed one thing: the door handle." "Daniel was very house-proud," Hellier argued. "My other prints must have been wiped away when he cleaned." "No," Sean snapped. "He couldn't have, because we found multiple prints belonging to other people who'd been in the flat after the date when you said you'd been in there. Daniel didn't wipe your prints. You did. And why would you do that if you hadn't killed him? Why, James?" "Because that's the way I have to live my life," Hellier answered. "I look after myself. I've always had to. No one has ever done anything for me, ever." It was the first chink in Hellier that Sean had seen, the first crack in his persona, allowing a second's glimpse into his soul. And in that second, he could see that Hellier was made the way he was by some terrible circumstances in his past. What those circumstances were, Sean would probably never know. But now he knew that Hellier wasn't born bad. Someone else had made him that way. He felt a pang of empathy for the man. But this was no time to wonder about the boy Hellier had once been. A boy whose childhood may very well have mirrored his own. "I like to stay paranoid," Hellier continued, bringing Sean back to the present. "It keeps me ahead of the game. I touched little in his flat, and that which I did touch, I wiped clean. People like Graydon are not to be trusted. He could have caused me problems." "So you killed him before he had a chance to?" "Why not? You'd already killed Heather Freeman, but you were going to kill him anyway. You selected him as your next victim, and a week later you killed him." "No!" Hellier shouted. "I didn't kill any of them. You're wrong. Completely wrong." "We're getting nowhere," Sean said, the frustration in his voice obvious. He was so tired he doubted he could properly structure a sentence, let alone any intelligent questions. "We'll take an hour's break and try again." He reached for the off switch, but once more Hellier stopped him. "Does she have a guard?" Hellier hurriedly asked. "At the hospital, your D.S. Jones, does she have a guard?" "That's not something I would ever be prepared to discuss with you," Sean answered. "Of course she does," Hellier continued. "Are they armed as well, these guards?" "I think so." "I am right, aren't I, Inspector? Which rather begs the question, why would you have her guarded by men with guns if you truly believe I am the one who would have her dead, when I'm safely locked up here with you? I just can't work that one out. Can you?" "Standard procedure," Sean answered noncommittally. "Oh, I don't think so," Hellier argued. "I really don't think so. You have her guarded because you know I'm not the one. Her would-be destroyer is still out there, and you know it, don't you? Don't you, Inspector?" "I haven't got time for this." Sean tried to push the fog of doubt from his mind. "I know who it is, Inspector. I know who killed these people and tried to kill D.S. Jones. The realization washed over me like a revelation, a moment of absolute clarity. It could only be him. Only he could know so much about me. Only he could watch me so closely. "Who?" Sean asked, voice rising. "Let's play your little game. Tell me who." "You already know." Helia's voice rose to match Sean's. "Tell me, damn it!" Sean demanded. "You need to tell me, and you need to do it now, or this interview will be over and you'll end up rotting in Broadmoor for someone else's crimes." "You already know," Helia repeated. "If I know, you know. Use your imagination. Think as he thinks. Think as we think." Sean leaned forward to answer, but suddenly stopped. Scene after scene suddenly playing in his mind, no longer under his control. The first time he entered Daniel Graydon's flat, the body on the floor in a pool of blood, the autopsy, walking into Helia's office, the stench of his malevolence. Sebastian Gibran, watching them. The photographs of Heather Freeman, her throat cut, blue, staring, lifeless eyes. Helia's snarling face when he arrested him at the office. Sebastian Gibran, watching. Linda Kotler's twisted and tortured body. Helia admitting he practiced sadomasochistic sex. Sebastian Gibran, watching. Sebastian Gibran, contacting Sally, meeting her, watching her. Sally attacked in her own home. The phone calls Helia claimed to have received, the instructions he was given that denied him alibis. Sebastian Gibran, watching them all, playing them all. Him against Helia and Helia against him. Led by the nose like two lambs to the slaughter. But Helia had worked it out. His hunger to survive driving him to the answer. And now the revelation washed over Sean too. Sebastian Gibran. Sebastian Gibran. Sebastian Gibran. His eyes fell away to the ground as the pieces of the puzzle fell into place in his damaged mind. "Jesus Christ," he finally declared as the face formed behind his eyes. "I need to get to the hospital. I need to go, now." Sean jumped to his feet, knocking his chair over, the sound of Helia's growing laughter tearing at his ears. "Run to her, Inspector," Helia tormented. "Run to her before he beats you to the prize." Sean ran from the interview room, almost knocking Donnelly over as he headed for the exit to the custody suite and the car park. "Problem?" Donnelly asked, bewildered. "I've got to get to the hospital. I've got to get to Sally." Sean carried on moving. "Way!" Donnelly tried to keep pace. What about Helia?" "Let him go. After what he tried to do to you?" Sean glanced down at his swollen hand. The image of Helia's blooded face flashed in his mind. "I'd say we're even. Just get rid of him and tell him I'll never want to see him again." On reaching the exit, he turned to face Donnelly. "And then get to the hospital as fast as you can." He backed out of the exit and was gone. Only the closing door heard Donnelly's reply. "Will somebody please tell me what the fuck is going on?" Chapter 21. Saturday afternoon. I sit on a bench in a pretty little garden in the hospital grounds. It's where people recovering from amputations caused by cancer come to smoke. No one pays me much attention, dressed as I am in a dark blue male nurse's uniform. A wig, moustache and spectacles conceal my true features, and the coiled cheese-wire handles dig uncomfortably into my hip as it hides in my pocket. A crude weapon, but quiet and effective in the right hands. I begin to walk to Charing Cross Hospital's main entrance, feeling the syringe taped to my chest, pulling my shaved skin as I stride forward. The sheathed knife tucked into the small of my back feels uncomfortable, but reassuringly so. I like to plan meticulously, but there's been no time for that. I must be pragmatic, play things by ear. It will be dangerous for me, and even more so for anyone who gets in my way. But there is no choice. Not now. If the pig bitch survives, she will tell the world I was the one who visited her last night. My beautiful charade would be over. I would have to run. But if I'm able to correct my mistake, I will remain anonymous. It was easy enough to find out where she had been taken. Everybody in this area either gets taken to the Chelsea and Westminster Hospital, or, as she had, to Charing Cross. A few phone calls were all it took to find out which, and that she was in the ICU unit. They were also kind enough to tell me it was expected that she would recover from her injuries. People really ought to be more careful with information they give out. You never know who you're talking to. I make my way confidently through the never-ending winding corridors to the laundry room. Medical staff and porters wander in and out of here endlessly, nobody paying anybody else much attention. These giant hospitals are about as personal as a rush-hour train station. Their security is a joke. I help myself to several clean and neatly folded sheets, all wrapped in transparent polythene, and make my way to the lift that will carry me straight to the intensive care unit and her. As the lift rises, my heart begins to race. The power surges through my veins. I feel giddy with excitement. It makes me want to lash out at the other people in the lift, pull the knife from the small of my back, and cut them all to pieces. But I won't. I keep control. I have other business to take care of today. As the lift doors slide open, I see the intensive care unit stretch out before me. It's different from the rest of the hospital. Darker, warmer, and quieter. It feels safe. I step into its peace and allow the lift to fall away to rejoin the chaos. Immediately, I know which room she must be in, dutifully advertised by the armed police officer standing outside. I have anticipated it. Good. I'll make good use of his uniform. Once I have that, I'll be spending a few farewell moments with the little bitch. Then, I'll use the syringe I've brought to inject a bubble of air into her already fragile body and send her quietly to meet her maker. After all, who's going to question a cop with a gun? A nurse steps from a room into the corridor and looks me up and down dismissively, my uniform marking its wearer as a lower creature in the hospital hierarchy. I look down at the sheets I carry. "Laundry said you were running low," I said in the most effeminate voice I could muster. "News to me," is all the self-important slut can say for herself. "Laundry cupboards around the corner, outside the toilet." "No, please. No, thank you. How I would like to teach her some manners. Another time, maybe." I follow her directions, acknowledging the armed pig with a nod of the head as I pass. I place the laundry in the cupboard, then walk to the communal toilet and open the door. But I do not enter. Instead, I contort my face to falsify an expression of concern and walk quickly and quietly towards the pig. I speak with the voice of a homosexual, keeping it low so the nurses can't hear. "Excuse me, I think there's something in the toilet you should see." He casts an eye over me, barely able to disguise the disgust on his face, as if he wants to swat me away like an annoying fly. Eventually, he walks towards the toilet fearlessly, as all pigs with guns are, safe in the false knowledge they are untouchable. I hold the door open for him as he enters. "Oh, what's the problem?" he asks. It's the last thing he'll ever say. I pop the cheese wire around his throat and pull it nice and tight. He manages to get several fingers under the wire, a futile attempt to save himself. If need be, I'll cut through his fingers. I drag him silently into the middle of the toilet, where he tries to reach for anything that will make a noise, anything that will raise the alarm. He realizes he can't. He gasps for air, his rubber-soled shoes kicking quietly on the hard floor tiles. Eventually, he falls still. There's blood on his shirt and body armor, but nothing I can't conceal. Should I kill the nurses? No, it would take too long. If they notice the pig's change in appearance, they'll just assume a change of guard. Now, it's time to right a wrong. Chapter 22. Sean's siren screamed at the ever-present choking traffic in the streets of Hammersmith as he drew closer and closer to Charing Cross Hospital and Sally. The blue light, magnetically attached to the roof of his unmarked car, gave other drivers little or often too late a warning of his scarcely controlled approach. If he crashed now, he had no backup, no one to continue the race towards Sally. Even in his fear and panic, he knew he should have contacted the local police and had them cover the hospital. But how long would it take to explain his fears? How long would it take to get authority to deploy further armed guards? And what if he was wrong? What if this was Hellier's last hurrah to make him look a fool, to discredit him as a detective? No, he had to do this himself. Donnelly would organise backup, do the sensible thing, but Sean had to come alone. Right or wrong, he had to come alone. Somehow he knew everything would end soon. Everything. As he swung into the hospital car park, he killed the siren and lights, suddenly feeling the need for stealth. Ignoring the signs for the main entrance, he made straight for the accident and emergency department. He parked the car in an ambulance bay and abandoned it, keys in ignition and door open. Sean ran as quickly as he dared through the swing doors. He didn't know the hospital as well as he did the hospitals of South East London and the East End, but he remembered where he'd seen the lifts the night Sally was first brought here. He jabbed the arrow button to summon the lift and waited, beyond impatient, for the metal box carriage to arrive, while studying the hospital floor guide for intensive care. He found it just as the lift arrived. Without waiting for the doors to open fully, he leapt in and punched the floor he needed with the side of his fist. Thank God there was no one else in the lift, no one to slow his ascent to Sally. 2 floors short of his destination, the lift suddenly stopped, and the doors slid open, painfully slowly. A gaggle of chatting nurses stepped towards the entrance. Sean flashed the warrant card he already held in his hand. "Sorry," he almost shouted. "Police business. Use another lift." He jabbed the lift's button, and the door closed on a mix of protests and disbelieving giggles. Finally, the lift drew to a smooth halt at the ICU floor. The doors silently opened, the warmth and silence of the unit wrapping around Sean. Mechanical whirs and beeps that appeared so reassuring. As Sean stepped from the lift, he saw the armed uniform officer standing outside what he assumed would be Sally's room. The officer had his back to the wall. Sean presumed this was so he could see in both directions along the corridor. His eyes were immediately drawn to the automatic pistol on the officer's thigh, as any policeman's eyes would have been. The officer's flat hat was pulled low over his forehead, military style, almost totally hiding his upper facial features. Sean guessed he would have been an ex-soldier, a guess made all the more likely to be true by the macho moustache the officer proudly wore. Sean's eyes darted around the unit, checking for other signs of life. 2 ICU nurses busied themselves quietly, with another ravaged soul in a room 2 doors away from Sally's. Sean held his warrant card aloft. "D.I. Corrigan, I need to see D.S. Jones." The uniform nodded his permission as Sean entered through the already open door. He walked slowly towards Sally, already fearing the worst, his heart pounding out of control, making it difficult to breathe. His stomach felt painful and knotted. But as he drew closer, he became aware of the comforting, rhythmic sounds emanating from the machines that surrounded Sally. Heart rate monitors, pulse monitors, blood pressure monitors, all reassuring him that she was alive. Even the ugly, impossibly big tube that snaked into Sally's throat, feeding her oxygen, somehow made Sean feel at ease. He finally inhaled a long breath and blew it out through pursed lips. He placed a hand on Sally's forehead and gently stroked her hair back. He was struggling for something to say, when he suddenly felt a presence behind him, some change in the atmosphere of the room. He spun on his heels, heart rate soaring, adrenaline already beginning to prepare his body for combat. "Bloody hell," Sean said as he saw Donnelly step into the room. "You got here fast. I hitched a ride with the uniform lads in a response car, blues and twos all the way, no expense spared." Donnelly's tone changed. "She okay?" "I think so," Sean replied. "Care to tell me what's going on? Why we're here? Why we let Hellier walk away a free man again?" Sean opened his mouth to explain, but no explanation came forth, only a question. "Where's the guard? The armed guard? Did you see him?" "I didn't see a guard," Donnelly answered. "Just you." "No, you got here right after I did." The fear was back again, the knot in his stomach worse than ever. "There was a guard outside this room." "Okay," Donnelly said calmly. "I believe you, Governor. Christ, he's probably gone for a piss." "The toilet," said Sean. "I have to check the toilet." "Why?" Donnelly asked. "What's the problem?" "I know who the killer is," Sean answered, already racing along the corridor, searching for the toilet, shouting now, "He's here! I know, he's here!" "Hellier's the killer," Donnelly argued. "But you let him go." Donnelly's words would have stung Sean, but he wasn't listening. He was frantically searching for the toilet and the uniformed officer. At last he found the communal toilet and threw the door open. 3 sinks lined one side and 3 toilet cubicles the other. Only one of the cubicle doors was shut. Sean walked slowly into the room. "Hello?" he called to no one. "I'm Detective Inspector Corrigan. I need to know if anyone is in here. Is anyone in here?" Silence. He moved to the closed cubicle and placed his palm on the door. The small square of green told Sean the door wasn't locked. Gently, he pushed, and the door swung open. Sean couldn't help taking 2 steps backwards, repelled by the sight of the nearly naked man slumped on the toilet, eyes bulging grotesquely. His swollen purple tongue, protruding from his mouth, rolled to one side. The burgundy colour of his face contrasting pitifully against the pale, now wax-like skin of the rest of his body. Sean stared at the scene, his mind processing the information. He saw one of the man's arms had fallen across his lap, while the other was still raised, the fingers desperately grasping at the thin metal wire that was buried into his neck and throat. Drying blood stained the dead man's hands and chest, blood that had run from the virtually severed fingers. Donnelly appeared at Sean's shoulder, ready to continue the argument, until he saw the body. "Jesus Christ," Donnelly said. "What in God's name's going on?" "It's Gibran," Sean told him. "Sebastian Gibran killed him, and all the others." "But who's this poor bastard?" "Our armed police guard. Gibran must have taken his uniform. I walked straight past him. Bastard." Sean turned and began to run towards the lifts, drawing concerned glances from 2 nurses who'd come out to see what the commotion was about. "Where you going?" Donnelly called after him. "Stay here. Watch over Sally," Sean commanded, punching the lift button. "I'm going after him. He can't have taken the lift, else you'd have seen him. So he must have used the stairs. I can make up the ground." "That's not a good idea, Gov," Donnelly shouted. "If he took the uniform, then he took the gun too. Let an armed unit—" The lift doors closed, cutting off the rest of the sentence. As it began to descend, Sean left Donnelly's world and entered one that few people would ever truly understand, and even fewer could ever survive. Sean ran frantically through the crowded lobby of the hospital, straining, searching in all directions for any sign of Gibran, any sign of a uniform striding through the crowds. Increasingly desperate, he approached passers-by, thrusting his warrant card into their faces. "A uniformed officer," he demanded. "Has anyone seen a uniformed officer?" Most recoiled from him in fright, but finally he came upon a startled hospital porter who nodded in response to his question. "How long ago?" The porter just gawped at him. Sean grabbed the man by the collar. "How long ago?" A couple of minutes," the man stuttered. "Which way?" "At the main exit, towards the car park." Sean released the porter and made for the exit, sprinting now, not caring who saw him, who he knocked out of the way, oblivious to the panic he might be causing. He kept running towards the car park in blind hope more than belief. He'd been running hard for over a minute, and his lungs and thighs were on fire, but still no sign of Gibran. Sean bent over, resting with his hands on his hips, desperately trying to draw new oxygen into his exhausted blood. After a few seconds, he straightened and began to scan the vast car park. His mobile vibrated in his pocket. Donnelly's name came up on the screen. Somehow he managed to speak. I've lost him," was all he said. "Where the hell are you?" Donnelly asked. In the main car park," he answered breathlessly. Then, about 100 metres ahead of him, bobbing his way through the legions of parked cars, he saw a figure clad in a police uniform, the peak cap prominent. "He's here! In the car park! I can see him!" He hung up without waiting for Donnelly's response. The excitement electrified Sean's body. The pain in his chest and legs was soon forgotten as he sprinted faster than he knew he could towards the walking figure, so fast that he knew he would catch up with the man. But if it was Gibran, why wasn't he running? What was he waiting for? As Sean closed the last few meters, the man turned to face him with the speed of a snake. Sean saw nothing but the knife in the man's hand, the shining, gleaming knife that Sean was about to run onto. Sean tried to stop, but knew he would be too late. He braced himself for the unbearable pain that he knew was about to cut into his stomach, or his liver, or chest. The last thing Sean saw before he closed his eyes were Gibron's white teeth. His lips curled back in a grin as he prepared to impale Sean on his short, sharp blade. But no cutting pain ripped into Sean's body. Instead, he was hit by an incredibly powerful force in the chest, like being struck by a medicine ball fired from a cannon. It lifted him off his feet and threw him backwards. He landed on a car bonnet and rolled onto the ground, immediately springing back to his feet, instinctively checking his chest for blood. There was none. Sean quickly regained his bearings, his eyes searching for Gibron, his mind trying to work out what it was that had hit him. Even as the scene in front of him became clear, his mind struggled to make sense of what he was seeing. James Hellier was holding Gibron in a grip not even he could escape from. The knife that had been in Gibron's hand was now in Hellier's. He pressed it hard into Gibron's throat, breaking the skin, allowing a trickle of blood to escape. Hellier's other hand pushed the pistol he'd already slipped from the holster on Gibron's thigh into his kidney. Swiftly tucking the pistol into his waistband, Hellier used this free hand to enhance his physical dominance of Gibron, who squirmed in protest. Hellier warned him and pushed the blade a little deeper into his throat. Sean watched as Hellier suddenly pulled one of Gibron's arms behind his back. Sean heard a click and knew what was happening. Gibron visibly winced. With practiced ease, Hellier pulled the other arm backwards, and another clicking sound. Again, Gibron winced as the handcuffs were tightened around his wrists. All the while, Hellier kept the knife pressed to his throat. Hellier spoke to Gibron, Sean a mere observer. "If you cross me, you have to pay the price. You have to pay the ferryman." "Don't do it, James," Sean asked calmly, trying to somehow wrestle control of the situation. "Can you hear that?" Above the sounds of the city, the wail of approaching sirens announced that reinforcements were closing in. "I know you didn't kill anyone, James," Sean continued, "but if you kill him, you'll rot in prison all the same." "I can't let him live," Hellier explained. "He tried to make a fool of me. He used me." Gibron wriggled in protest. Hellier jerked him into obedience. Sean tried to find the words that would get through to Hellier. Normal threats or promises he knew would have little effect. "I took my kids to the zoo," Sean told him. "Couple of weeks ago, you know. I promised my wife, so—" Hellier stared, but remained silent. "They had a tiger there. This beautiful tiger in this cage, you know. But all it did was walk up and down, head bowed, like it had given up. Like all it wanted was for someone to put it out of its misery. It was all I could think about for days after. It was one of the saddest things I've ever seen, and I've seen some sad things. You couldn't survive in a cage, not after last time, James. And you know it. Let him go." Hellier's eyes narrowed, but immediately became animated and wide, a smile spreading across his face. "Don't worry, Inspector. I'm not going to kill him. Not yet, anyway. I want him to live in fear for a while. I want him to taste fear every day until the day comes when I decide he's lived long enough. Then I'll do for him what someone should have done for your tiger." Hellier pushed Gibron the short distance towards Sean, who grappled to hold on to him, hindered by his broken, throbbing hand, surprised and somewhat intimidated by Gibron's strength. How had Hellier overpowered him so easily? "Consider this my going-away present," Hellier beamed. "Not quite what I had in mind, but he'll have to do for now. Oh, and, by the way, be careful, Inspector. He's as dangerous as he thinks he is, and I should know." "I'll see you in hell," Gibron spat towards Hellier. "I'll be waiting for you there," Hellier answered matter-of-factly. The sirens had shifted from the background to the foreground. Sean glanced over his shoulder and saw the marked police cars pulling up at the perimeter of the car park, officers climbing from the vehicles. "Give me the gun, James. We'll need a statement from you. You help us, we can make a deal on the Jarrett thing." "I don't think so, Sean." It was the first time Hellier had used his Christian name. Not all of your kind will be so understanding. Besides, it's time for me to move on. You've already killed James Hellier, Sean. Hellier began to walk away, ready to melt into the city that had been his playground for so long. James! Sean called after him. James, you can't just walk away. Remember what I told you. I can be anyone I like, and I can go anywhere I want. Goodbye, Sean. James! Sean called, the distance between them growing ever greater. Hellier turned towards him one last time. I'll hold on to the gun, if you don't mind, just in case anyone foolishly decides to follow me. Goodbye, Sean. Take care now. Hellier turned his back on Sean, waved once without looking, and disappeared behind a park van. James! Sean shouted. Stefan! Stefan! But Hellier was gone. The sight of the uniformed officers closing in precipitated Gibran to make one last effort to break free. Sean pushed him over a car bonnet and lay across him. Despite the handcuffs, it took all his strength to control him. You can't prove a fucking thing, Gibran challenged. You're wearing a dead police officer's uniform, you piece of shit. You're finished, Gibran. I'll fucking make sure of it. Sean stepped out of the lift and moved fast towards Sally's room. The ICU was quiet. The maelstrom hadn't broken over the crime scene yet, but it soon would. Sean entered Sally's room. Donnelly was standing over her. Bloody hell, Governor. I didn't expect to see you back here. I heard on the radio you got your man. Plenty of time to deal with him later, said Sean. I take it I have you to thank for the cavalry turning up. Donnelly waved his mobile by way of an answer, but Sean was already searching through the cabinet next to Sally's bed. You're looking for something? Donnelly asked. Sally's personal stuff, Sean answered. Why? I need it. I need to make sure. Of what? Donnelly inquired. That Gibran goes down for what he did to her. Sean nodded towards Sally. Her personal stuff's probably locked up and logged. Not necessarily. She came in through A&E, remember? They had better things to do than worry about bagging and tagging property. He pulled the bottom drawer open and saw what he'd been praying for. A plastic bag containing Sally's personal items. Her simple watch, some jewellery, even an elastic headband, and the thing Sean sought most, her warrant card. Is the bag sealed? Donnelly asked in hushed tones. No. Sean almost whispered the answer. Her warrant card's in its own bag, but it's not sealed. Sean held the blood-stained police identification gently in his uninjured hand. He knew what he had to do. This needs to be found in Gibran's home when it's searched, he told Donnelly. I understand, Donnelly assured him. It's best if you don't find it yourself. Leave it for one of the other searching officers to find. Understand? Perfectly, Gov. Leave it to me. You're a good man, Dave. I know, was Donnelly's only reply. Gibran sat impassively, his hands resting unnaturally on the table in front of him. Sean and Donnelly sat opposite. There was no one else in the interview room. Sean hadn't been surprised when Gibran waived his right to have a solicitor present. He was far too arrogant to believe anyone could protect him better than he could himself. Sean completed the introductions and reminded Gibran of his rights. Gibran politely acknowledged everything Sean asked him. Mr. Gibran, do you know why you're here? Sean asked. Gibran ignored the question. I've never been inside a police station before, he said. It's not quite how I imagined it. Lighter, more sterile, not as threatening as I thought it would be. Do you know why you're here? Sean repeated. Yes, I understand perfectly, thank you. Gibran smiled gently, untroubled, at peace with himself. Then you know you're accused of several murders, including the murder of one police officer and the attempted murder of another. I am aware of my situation, Inspector. Yes, Sean continued. Why don't we talk about your situation, Mr. Gibran? Please, call me Sebastian. Okay. Sebastian. Do you want to talk about the things you've done? You mean the things I'm accused of doing? Are you denying that you killed Daniel Graydon? Heather Freeman? Linda Cotler? Police Constable Kevin O'Connor? Are you denying you tried to kill Detective Sergeant Jones?" "What is it you want, Inspector?" Gibran asked. "A nice, neat confession for me to tell you where, how, and why?" "Ideally," admitted Sean. "Why?" "So I can understand why those people died. So I can understand why you killed them." "And why is it you want to understand those things?" "It's my job." "No," Gibran said, still smiling slightly. "That's too simple a reason." "Then why do I want to know?" Sean risked asking for Gibran's opinion. "Fear," Gibran answered. "Because we fear what we do not understand. So we label everything a nice, neat explanation hanging around a murderer's neck. He killed because he loved. He killed because he hated. He killed because he's schizophrenic. The labels take away the fear." "Then what should we put on your label?" Sean asked. Gibran's smile grew wider as he leaned back from the table. "Why don't we just leave it blank?" he answered. "It would be so much more interesting. Don't you agree?" "It won't help you in court," Sean reminded him. "Life imprisonment doesn't have to mean life." "I understand you're trying to help me, Inspector, but from what I can tell, you're a long way from convicting me of anything." "You will be convicted," Sean assured him. "Be in no doubt of that." "You sound very sure of an unsure thing," Gibran said. "But I'll make you a deal. If I'm convicted of these crimes, then we'll talk again, maybe in more detail. If your evidence fails you and I walk away a free man, then we shall never discuss the matter again." "Confessions after conviction are worth nothing," Sean told him. "Maybe not to the court, but to you it would be worth a great deal, I believe." Sean sensed Gibran was trying to end the interview. Was he tiring? The effort of attempting to appear sane and polite exhausting him. Sean had to keep going. "Tell me about yourself," he said. "Tell me about Sebastian Gibran." The short abridged history of Sebastian Gibran. Very well. I was born 41 years ago in Oxfordshire. I am the second oldest of 4 children, 2 boys and 2 girls. My father was something big in agriculture, while my mother was left to raise us. We were quite wealthy, although not rich. I was privately educated at a very good local school, where I did well enough to gain a place at the London School of Economics. Armed with a degree in business finance, I made my way into the big bad world and became a valued employee of Butler & Mason International Finance. I rose through the ranks to become one of the senior partners. I am married with 2 adorable children, 1 of each. Quite an unremarkable life, I'm afraid. "Until recently," Sean said, studying Gibran intensely. "Until something that is indeed remarkable happened to you. You changed. Something inside of you couldn't be restrained any longer." "I'm not mentally ill, Inspector. I don't hear voices in my head telling me to kill. There's nothing in me that cannot be restrained, nothing I do not control. I am no human monster created by my background. My childhood was a happy one. My parents loving, my siblings supportive, and my friends numerous. I didn't pull the legs off spiders when I was a boy. I didn't bite my classmates at nursery or torture and kill the family pets." "Then why?" "Why what?" Sean swallowed his growing frustration. "Why did you kill those people? Daniel Graydon, Heather Freeman, Linda Cotler. Why was it so important to you that they died?" "And you want me to tell you so you can understand me?" Gibran asked. "You want me to take away your fear?" "Yes," Sean responded. "There's really no point," Gibran said dismissively. "I have no answer that could satisfy your need to know why. There is nothing I could tell you that could possibly help you understand. In some ways, I wish there were, but there really isn't." "Try me," Sean insisted. More silence. Then Gibran spoke. "Tell me, Inspector, are you familiar with the fable of the frog and the scorpion?" "No," Sean answered. "One day," Gibran began, "a frog was basking on the banks of a river when suddenly his slumber was disturbed by an anxious voice. When the frog opened his eyes, He saw a scorpion standing only inches away. Understandably nervous, the frog hopped away. Then a pleading voice stopped him. "Please, Mr. Frog," the scorpion said, "I simply must get to the other side of this river, but I can't swim. Could I please crawl onto your back while you carry me to the other side?" "I can't do that," answered the frog, "because you're a scorpion, and you'll sting me." "No," said the scorpion, "I won't sting you, I promise." "How can I take the word of a scorpion?" the frog asked. "Because if I sting you while we are crossing the river," the scorpion explained, "we'll both drown." The frog thinks about what the scorpion has said. Won over by his logic, he agrees to take the scorpion to the other side. But as they're crossing the river, the scorpion does indeed sting the frog. With his dying breath, the frog asks, "Why did you do that? For surely now we both will die." "I couldn't help myself," the scorpion tells him. "It's my nature." "I always feel sorry for the scorpion," Gibran continued, "but never for the frog." Sean let a few minutes elapse before he spoke. "Are you telling me you killed 4 people for no reason other than you believe it's in your nature to?" "It's just a story," Gibran answered, "one that I thought might appeal to you in particular." "Let me tell you why I think you killed these people," Sean said. "You killed them because it made you feel special, made you feel important. Without it, your life felt pointless. Making money for other people, pointless. You felt pointless. And you couldn't stand that empty feeling, every day having to admit to yourself that you were just another nobody, living a nobody's life. Every single day, the same feeling of emptiness, of nothingness. It drove you insane. You could have been anything you wanted to be. Life gave you all the privileges and opportunities, but you didn't have the courage to do anything truly special, to do anything that would set you apart from other men. You believe we should all bow down to you merely because of who you are. But nobody did, and it made you angry. Angry at the world. So you decided to teach us a lesson, didn't you? You decided to show us how special you are by doing the only thing your feeble mind could conceive. Your twisted sense of self-importance convinced you it was your right, your destiny to kill. It excused your crimes, and crimes are all they are, no matter what you may think. But committing murder doesn't make you special. It doesn't make you anything other than one more sick loser, no better than all the other sick losers locked up in Broadmoor. You can talk about scorpions and your nature and any other bullshit you like, but we both know that deep down, underneath this polished act, this mock menace, you are nothing. Nothing at all. If believing that makes you comfortable, Gibbon responded, if it takes away your fear, then you should cling to that belief. Sean knew then that Gibbon wasn't going to talk, wasn't going to confess and explain all. He had to come to terms with the fact they might never know why. He felt Gibbon studying him, expressionless. "What about Hellier?" he asked, making one last-ditch effort to bring him back. "What was his part in all of this? Were you working together?" "James could never be anything other than an employee," Gibbon answered. "I would never dirty my hands working with him as an equal. That could never happen. He was a tool to be used by me to achieve what I needed to achieve. He was nothing more than an illusion. James was made by circumstance, a cheap, man-made replica. Pathetic, really. I was born to achieve all that I have achieved. The path I was ordained to follow formed while I was still in my mother's womb." "You used him as a decoy," Sean accused. "You crafted the murders so it looked like Hellier had committed them." "Murders?" Gibbon feigned surprise. "I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about corporate finance." Of course. Suddenly it was starting to make sense. Eager to explore the unexplained revelation before he could slip back into the dark recesses of his mind, Sean continued. "I understand now. You gave Hellier his job at Butler and Mason in the first place, didn't you? As soon as you met him, when and wherever that was, you knew, didn't you? You knew he was the one you'd been waiting for, the one you could hide behind. And you made sure you had sole responsibility for checking his background, because you couldn't risk anyone else discovering Hellier was a fraud. Did you even bother to check his references, his employment history, or was it so irrelevant that you didn't even bother? It wasn't his financial skills you wanted. You wanted him. You needed to have him where you could watch him, learn everything about him, manipulate him, didn't you? Hellier was a subordinate, in every way a subordinate, put on this planet by powers you could never understand, to be manipulated by people like me, Gibran answered. It's the law of nature. Really? Sean replied. So Hellier is inferior to you, not as smart as you? Gibran answered with a shrug of his shoulders and a smile. But if that's so, how come he outsmarted you in the end? He's probably already setting himself up with a new life of privilege and luxury, while you're sitting here with us, preparing to spend the rest of your life rotting in some prison hellhole. So, tell me, Sebastian, who's the smart one now? Sean studied Gibran's reaction, watching as his smile fell away, his lips narrowing and growing pale, his once relaxed fingers beginning to curl into claws. At last Sean had found a way to peel Gibran's facade away. I mean, Hellier practically handed me your head on a plate. He read you like a cheap novel, predicted your every move. And when the time was right, he served you to me on a platter. Sean watched Gibran's breathing grow shallow and then accelerate. Keep pushing him. Push him until he explodes and fills the room with shrapnel fragments of undeniable truth. He made a fool out of you, Sean stabbed at him. He's made you look like a damn fool, a predictable idiot, and there's nothing you can do about it. He's won. Sean waited for the eruption, certain he had done enough to provoke the truth out of him. But no arrogant rant of self-importance came, no declaration of the genius of his crimes spilled forth. Instead, to Sean's horror, the smile returned to Gibran's face. That's very presumptuous of you, Inspector, to declare the winner before the game's even over, Gibran replied, calm now. This is no game, Sean answered, but it is over. For you, everything is over. Sean knew he was wasting his time. All he was doing was providing Gibran with a stage to perform on. Tired of listening to him talking in riddles, he decided to end the interview. Mr. Gibran, is there anything you want to tell me? Anything at all? I know what you are, Gibran said without warning. Excuse me? Sean asked. I smell it on you the way I smelt it on James. You can hide it from others, but not me. You were made what you are by circumstance, just like James. Only you're not like him. He controlled his nature, his unacceptable instincts, but you suppress yours. You live in fear of it, never embracing it. Such a waste. I don't know what you're talking about. They trained you like a wild animal in captivity, Gibran continued, his voice aggressive now, assertive but still controlled. Taught you to conform, beat you into submission with endless counselling and behaviour-suppressing drugs. You could have been so much more than you are. You know nothing about me, Sean snarled. I know that every time you look at your children, you think of your own childhood. It was your father, wasn't it? Your abuser? It was your father who touched you in those special places, who told you it was a special secret only you and he shared. And as you grew older and didn't want to be touched, it was your father who forced himself on you, who beat you when you said no. Sean could feel the blood draining from his face. How did Gibran know? How did he know? You're finished, he spat the words at Gibran. I was born the way I am, Gibran snapped back. You were made by circumstances, but made you were. How long can you deny your nature? How long before your own hands reach out towards your children? How long before you and they share a special secret they must never tell Mummy? That's why you were able to see James for what he was. Because every time you look in the mirror, you see James Hellier and all the other so-called killers you've locked away staring back at you. But you never saw me, did you? You and he are mere reflections of each other, whereas I am something you could never begin to comprehend. Sean tried to jump to his feet, his hand already clenched into a fist. He felt a heavy arm across his chest. Donnelly eased him back into his chair. "Play your games if you like," Sean said, back in control of himself. "But it'll take more than games to stop you from going away for a very long time." "I don't think so." "Your arrogance is your undoing," Sean told him. "You didn't think you could make mistakes, but you have. D.S. Jones is alive and she will recover. And when she does, she'll confirm it was you who attacked her. Why? Because she saw your face. You wanted her to see it was you. You wanted her to see her killer. You wanted them all to see your face. Wanted it to be the very last thing they ever saw. You were too proud of yourself to hide behind a mask. The moment you allowed D.S. Jones to escape, it was over for you." "I doubt D.S. Jones had more than a fleeting glimpse of her attacker," Gibran argued. "And I understand the attack was at night, probably in poor light. How could she be sure of anything? Her identification would be useless." "And there'll be security tapes from the underground," Sean continued. "Tapes that will show you following Linda Kotler. Now we know who to look for, it'll only be a matter of time before we find you on those tapes. So maybe you can prove I was in the area, hardly enough to convict a man of murder. There'll be tapes from the club Daniel Graydon was in the night he died. And what about the bouncers there? What if they can pick you out of an identification parade?" "What if they can, Inspector?" Gibran smirked. "You have nothing. You're forgetting about the visit you paid D.S. Jones in intensive care. The police constable you killed there. You were still wearing his uniform when you were arrested. Mistakes, Sebastian. Too many mistakes. Too much evidence to explain away. Not to mention the syringe taped to your chest." "A harmless, empty syringe," Gibran explained. "We've already spoken to the medical staff. If you'd injected air into Sally's bloodstream, it would have almost certainly caused a heart attack or stroke. She would have died, and nobody would have known it was murder. With D.S. Jones dead, you could have melted into the background, leaving Hellier to take the fall. Theories and hopes, Inspector, that's all you have. And the uniform you were wearing? Then charge me with impersonating a police officer. You killed a man and took his uniform. Prove that, can you? That I killed him? Do you really have indisputable evidence of that? My fingerprints on the murder weapon? My DNA on his body? Maybe CCTV of me in the act, so to speak? But you don't, do you?" Sean sat silently, considering how best to play his final trump card, trying to guess how Gibran would react. Would he grow angry and reveal his true self? Would he be humbled and confess? Would he continue his calm, ambiguous denials? Slowly, deliberately, he pulled a transparent evidence bag from his jacket pocket, where it hung over the back of his chair. He casually tossed the bag containing Sally's blooded warrant card across the table. Sean saw Gibran glance down at the bag. For the first time, he thought he saw a hint of confusion in his face. "D.S. Jones's warrant card," he said. "Found hidden under the lining of a desk drawer in your home. How did a warrant card find its way into your house?" Gibran lifted the evidence bag and studied the contents. "It appears I've underestimated your determination," he said. "How did it get there?" Sean repeated the question he knew Gibran couldn't answer. "We both know that's not important," Gibran answered. "You will try and convince a court that I took it as a trophy, that I took it because of a need to maintain a connection to my victim, that I used it to help relive the night when she should have died. They may believe you. They may not." "And what will you tell the court?" Sean asked. "What will you tell them to convince them you're not what I say you are?" Gibran leaned forward, smiling confidently. Sean thought he could begin to smell the same animal musk leaking from Gibran he'd smelled on Hellier. "For that, Inspector," Gibran said smugly, "we'll all have to wait and see, won't we?" Donnelly joined Sean in his office, where the pair of them sat listening to the recording of Gibran's interview. When it concluded, Donnelly was the first to speak. "He told us fuck all." "He was never going to talk," Sean said, "but I needed to be near him for a while, to watch him, listen to him." "And?" Donnelly asked. "He's our man. No doubts this time Hellier was nothing more than his pawn. Jesus, Donnelly said. He must have spent years planning this. What sort of man spends years planning to kill strangers? One who never wants to stop, Sean answered. He knew we would catch him eventually, unless we weren't looking for him. And we'd only stop looking for him once we had someone locked up. Someone we were convinced was guilty of the murders. Nearly worked, too. I took the bait like a fool. Let my feelings towards Hellier blind my judgment. I almost sent the wrong man to prison. No one would have cried too much for Hellier, said Donnelly. Sean shook his head. That's not what bothers me, he said. The only safe place for Hellier is behind bars, but I almost missed Gibran, almost handed him the whole game. If Sally hadn't survived, who knows? Maybe we would never have caught him. But we did catch him, Donnelly reminded him. You caught him. I know, but how many people would still be alive if I hadn't wasted so much time chasing Hellier? None of them, Donnelly answered unwaveringly. Gibran was a bolt of lightning. He came from nowhere. We couldn't have caught him any sooner. It wasn't possible. We did what we always do. We followed the evidence, concentrated on the most likely suspect. We shook trees and waited to see what would fall out. And eventually, the right man did. If it had been anyone else in charge of the case, Gibran would still be out there, and Sally would be dead. You need to know that. All the same, this doesn't feel like a success. Does it ever? Donnelly asked. No, I suppose not. By the way, Stephen Paramore turned up. Who? Sean asked, the name wiped from his memory. Remember the guy recently released after serving 8 for the attempted murder of a gay bloke? Yes, sorry, I remember now. Immigration nicked him coming back into the country on a false passport. He'd been enjoying the pleasures of Bangkok for a couple of weeks. Another suspect eliminated. Not that you ever thought he was, right? Sean didn't answer. How did you know, by the way? How did you know Gibran would go after Sally? Something Hellier said, that it could only be one man. Only one man knew so much about him. Then I remembered Sally telling me about her meeting with Gibran, the things he said about Hellier, deliberately feeding our suspicions. It suddenly became so clear to me. Clear who the killer was, and even more clear that he would have to get to Sally, even if it meant revealing that Hellier wasn't the real killer. At least he'd have stopped us discovering it was him. You know, if Sally hadn't survived the night she was attacked, Gibran would still be out there, and we wouldn't have a bloody clue. Sally getting out alive collapsed the foundations of everything Gibran had built. Well, why do you think he chose Hellier? Donnelly asked. Somehow he knew what Hellier was. The moment he met Hellier, he knew. There was no way he could have pinned his crimes on some clean-living man on the street. He needed someone we would believe in. Hellier was perfect. Maybe he even found out about Hellier's real past. Who knows? But once he found him, he showed his patience, his control. He spent years watching him, learning all he could about him. Even made sure he was employed by Butler and Mason so he could keep him close. And Hellier never suspected a thing. Not until right at the end. I can't prove it yet, but I'm pretty damn sure Hellier's solicitor will turn out to be a company man too. Butler and Mason would have been picking up his tab, not Hellier. No doubt he was all too happy to keep Gibran informed of the investigation's progress. That would have been useful, Donnelly said. Very, Sean agreed. All we have to do is to try and prove it, somehow. He shook the doubts away, for now at least. The hairs from Linda Cotler's flat, he asked. I'm still waiting for someone to explain how Hellier's hairs found their way into the crime scene. Aye, Donnelly said sheepishly. I was meaning to tell you about that. Remember when we met Hellier at Belgravia? Of course. We took his body samples. I'm listening. Including some head hair? Oh dear, Sean said with a wry smile. Whose idea was that? Mine. I figured it wouldn't hurt to keep a couple of hairs for ourselves. Leave them at an appropriate scene if things started getting desperate. So, you planted them at the Kotler scene for Dr. Canning to find. Very nice. No, Donnelly said, not me. To tell you the truth, I wasn't convinced about Hellier, so I held them back, but... But what? I gave them to Paolo to look after, just until we needed them. And Paolo was convinced about Hellier and decided not to wait. That's about the size of it. He told you this? Aye. Once you nailed Gibran, Paolo fessed up. No need to panic, though. I've already made it look like an administrative balls-up. As far as anyone will ever know, Paolo accidentally sent the wrong samples to the lab. He mistook the samples taken from Hellier for hairs gathered from the Kotler scene. So no surprise they found a match. But it's covered. Trust me. I take it he understands he'll have to explain this administrative balls-up in court at the trial. Aye, Donnelly answered. He doesn't really have much choice. Has he learned his lesson? Donnelly knew what he meant. He was trying to do the right thing, but he won't do it again. Not without checking first. Fine, Sean said. I'll deal with it myself before anyone has a chance to make more of it. I'll make sure he knows when to and when not to give an investigation a helping hand. I owe you one, said Donnelly. No, you don't, was Sean's reply. And what do we do about Gibran? Run it past the CPS. Tell them we think we've got enough to charge him with 2 counts. The attempted murder of Sally and the murder of P.C. O'Connor. Sean leaned back in his chair. At least we've got a decent chance of getting a conviction there. While he's banged up on remand, we'll keep digging on the other murders. Maybe we'll get lucky. And if we don't? Donnelly asked. Pray we get a friendly judge with the brains to read between the lines. If we do, then Gibran will spend the rest of his natural behind bars. Changing subjects, is P.C. O'Connor's family being looked after? As best we can, Donnelly said. Family liaisons with them already, for what it's worth. Any kids? 3. Christ's sake. Sean couldn't help but imagine his own family, sitting, holding each other, crying in disbelief as they were told he'd never walk through the front door again. He felt sad to the pit of his stomach. Having a dead hero for a father isn't going to be much use to them, is it? Donnelly shrugged an answer. Last but not least, said Donnelly, what do we do about Hellier, or rather Korsakov? Leave him to D.I. Rager at complaints. He can have Hellier and Jarrett as a package, assuming he can find him, and good luck to him there. That's the thing I don't get about Hellier, said Donnelly. He had the money and the means to disappear whenever he wanted. Why didn't he run when we first came sniffing around him? Why didn't he just fuck off to the tropics then? Come to think of it, why was he working for Butler and Bloody Mason in the first place? He didn't need the money. He already had a small fortune stashed where the sun don't shine. He could have put his feet up on a beach someplace where the sex is cheap and the booze is cold and stayed there happily for the rest of his natural. Why fuck around in London pretending to be a financier? He might have been a fraud, but he was still working for a living. It doesn't make sense. But it did to Sean. The more he knew about Hellier, the more he understood him. It wasn't about the money with Hellier. For him, it's the game. Always the game. Proving he's smarter than everyone else. Proving it to who? Donnelly asked. To himself, Sean answered. Always to himself. Proving to himself that everything they said about him was wrong. They? Donnelly asked. Who are they? Sean had said enough. Doesn't matter. It's not important. Whatever. Donnelly dismissed it. Anyway, speaking of Hellier, Korsakov, whoever the bloody hell he really is, how do you suppose he got to the hospital so soon after we did? Nothing surprises me when it comes to Hellier. Maybe we should check to see if any of our fast response cars are missing. Sean managed a slight grin. Indeed. Donnelly replied and stood to leave, but stopped in the doorway. What was that all about, by the way? He asked. In the interview, when Gibran started saying all that shit about your childhood and how you and Hellier were the same. It was nothing, Sean told him, his voice a little too loud. It meant nothing, just rantings. Gibran's last chance to try and do some harm. Aye, Donnelly responded. That's what I thought. As he turned to leave Sean's office, he almost walked into Featherstone. Governor, he acknowledged. Featherstone nodded his appreciation and watched Donnelly leave before turning to Sean. Without speaking, he closed the door and took a seat. Sean had no idea whether he was about to be praised or pilloried. Finally, Featherstone spoke. Ordinarily, I'd say congratulations, but I'm betting that would feel rather hollow right now. It would, Sean agreed. No one could have done a better job, Featherstone reassured him. You displayed some, shall we say, unusual insights. Had you not, Gibran would still be out there. I think you saved some lives today, Sean. He didn't answer. Anyway, Featherstone continued, the real hard work starts now, yes? So I'll leave you to get on with it. But don't kill yourself. This would be a good point to practice the art of delegation. Your team's capable. You need to get that hand seen to and get some rest. Spend a little time at home. You'll feel better for it. I'll see what I can do, Sean promised. Featherstone rose to leave, then sank back into his uncomfortable chair. One more thing you should know. His words made Sean lean away from him. Your, shall we say, special talents have been noticed. Certain people have begun to take an interest in you. Featherstone wasn't smiling. Such as who? Sean asked. People within the service, mainly. Our seniors sitting in their ivory towers at the yard. Mainly? Sean asked. Sorry? Featherstone replied. You said people mainly in the service. Who outside would be taking interest? Nobody wants to do you any harm, Featherstone answered. We all work together these days. Partnership approach, remember? My advice, if you want it, is to play the game when you have to, and don't be surprised if a few high-profile, interesting cases start finding their way to your door. Well, I'll let you get on, but don't forget what I said about getting some rest. Sean watched silently as Featherstone rose and left, his eyes following him until he could see him no more. He knew what Featherstone was telling him. He was about to become a tool, a commodity not to be wasted on the tick-the-box murder investigations, where husband kills wife, drug dealer kills drug dealer. They would use him, a freak, to catch freaks. Epilogue. Strong turbulence shook the twin-engine jet and woke Hellier from a light sleep. He could hear the concerned voices of his fellow passengers, unaccustomed to the shaking passenger planes received as they approached Queenstown Airport on New Zealand's South Island. He peered out of the window and saw the Remarkables mountain range stretching as far as he could see to the south. From peak to base, the mountains were reflected in the still, clear waters of Lake Wakatipu. He had left behind a Northern Hemisphere summer and arrived in the middle of the Southern Hemisphere winter. The mountains were covered in snow, which was what most of his fellow passengers had come for. But not Hellier. The plane's PA system advised the passengers to prepare for landing in 5 minutes. Reluctantly, he fastened his seatbelt and stared out of the window, a slight smile on his face, oblivious to the stomach-churning buffeting as the winter winds gripped the jet. Finally, they bumped to ground, the engines roaring in reverse to halt the plane on the short, perilous runway. His fellow passengers breathed a collective sigh of relief. 36 hours ago, Hellier had been on the other side of the world. Soon he would be safe in his long-ago established retreat. He had flown from London to Singapore using a British passport. But instead of catching a connecting transfer flight to his destination, he had taken his carry-on suitcase containing a change of clothing and toiletries and passed through customs and immigration. Outside the airport, he had hailed a cab that took him through the shining skyscraper metropolis Singapore had become, a soulless, generic, New Age Eastern business centre. Finally, he arrived in old Chinatown with its mix of Chinese, Malay and Indian architecture. Bustling brown-skinned people filled the streets, trading, talking, eating, living. These streets suited him far better than the glass valleys that filled the rest of the island. He made his way to a nondescript ornament and souvenir shop in Temple Street. The owner recognised him immediately and fetched a safe box that he handed to Hellier. He placed his British passport in the box and taken out an Australian one in the name of Scott Thurston. Then he made his way back to the airport. 2 hours later, he was flying Air New Zealand business class to Auckland. After an 11-hour flight, he touched down at Auckland International Airport, feeling refreshed and alive, having slept most of the way. Once again, rather than take a direct transfer flight, he cleared immigration and exited the airport. A cab driven by an over-talkative Samoan took him to Mount Eden, an area popular with young, successful Aucklanders. The owner of the antique shop almost froze with fear when he saw Hellier enter. He needn't have been afraid. Within minutes, Hellier was heading back to the airport to catch his flight to Queenstown. This time, he travelled under a New Zealand passport, bearing his photograph and the name Philip Johnston. Now, he walked through the domestic arrivals exit at Queenstown Airport without attracting a second glance from the security services casually floating around the terminal. People came here for a good time, summer or winter. It didn't matter. Nobody expected trouble. Nobody suspected who or what he was. A short cab ride took him to the offices of a property letting and management agency in the centre of town. Hellier entered Otago Properties Limited and scanned the premises for familiar faces. The middle-aged man recognised him at the same time as Hellier spotted him. Both men smiled, the manager getting to his feet and striding across the office, hand outstretched in friendship. Hellier accepted it. "Bloody hell! Philip Johnston, where the hell have you been?" the manager said in his nasal South Island accent. "I thought you must be dead." "Not yet," Hellier answered. "Not yet." 20 minutes later, he used the key he'd collected from Otago Properties to open the heavy wooden door of the house built into the side of a mountain. He stepped inside and spent several minutes surveying his surroundings, mentally noting every item he saw. After a while, he was satisfied everything was as it should be. He dropped his suitcase and closed the front door, walking straight through the house to the lounge and the panoramic view from the huge sliding glass doors. A long wooden coffee table was positioned in front of the windows, surrounded by antique leather armchairs. A brand-new laptop computer sat in the middle of the table, just as Hellier had arranged, its standby light blinking green, drawing him towards it. He stood over the computer and opened its lid, the screen immediately filling with the sight he'd programmed it to display from the other side of the world. Bank account details for Butler & Mason International Finance. The message on the screen questioned him. "Are you sure you want to continue with fund transfers?" He paused for a while, not wanting to rush this sweet moment. After a minute or so, he finally pressed the enter button and watched, only his eyes showing any emotion as they excitedly darted around the screen, following the rows and columns of numbers as they gradually fell away to zero. Tens of millions of pounds had flowed out of Butler & Mason's primary bank account into accounts all around the world set up by Hellier. Not a penny of it entered his own accounts. He already had more money than he could spend. It flowed into the accounts of people he might need in the future. People of influence, people who could get him things that would otherwise be difficult to obtain. And millions more poured into the bank accounts of charities he cared nothing about, under the guise of anonymous benefactors. And it was all absolutely untraceable. When the transactions were complete, he turned the computer off and unplugged it. He would throw it in the lake after nightfall. His face showed no flicker of emotion, no happiness. Only a satisfied sigh betrayed his pleasure. He walked to the giant windows and undid the latches. Throwing the doors open, he stepped out onto a balcony the size of a tennis court. The lake and the mountains stretched out before him as far as he could see. Seemingly miles below, the TSS Earnslaw, 100-year-old steamship, left a shallow wake that spread from shore to shore. He walked to the edge of the balcony and held the rail. Closing his eyes, he allowed the freezing mountain air to hammer against his body, sweeping away the stale air of long-haul travel. Standing there on the balcony of his long-standing hideaway, his life in London as James Hellier fast-forwarded through his mind, from its very beginning to its very end. The time had come to kill James Hellier, to bury him where he would never be found, just as he had done to Stefan Korsakoff. James Hellier was gone forever, and all that went with him. All that was, but for two names. Detective Inspector Sean Corrigan and Sebastian Gibran. Those two he would never forget. Hellier opened his eyes, stretched his arms into a crucifix position, and began to laugh. 2 weeks later, Sean sat alone in his office. He waded through a mountain of requests from the Crown Prosecution Service, most totally unreasonable, nothing more than an evidential wish list. It was clear they weren't entirely happy with the evidence against Sebastian Gibran. Neither was he. He thought of Sally. He missed having her around the place. Everyone did. He wondered if he would ever see her barreling around the office again, filling it with life. She remained in intensive care, but she had phases of consciousness and was expected to live. During one of those phases, she had confirmed that Gibran was her attacker. A knock at his open door made Sean look up. A uniformed constable he didn't recognise stood waiting to be acknowledged. "Yes?" The constable entered and held an A4 brown envelope out for Sean to take. This arrived in the front office," he said. "It's addressed to you." Sean half stood and leaned over his desk. More CPS requests, no doubt. Thanking the constable, he took the envelope. The exotic stamps told Sean this envelope didn't contain memos from the CPS or anything of that nature. It had been sent from Singapore. Placing the envelope carefully on his desk, he patted it gingerly, feeling for small, hard objects, the telltale signs of a letter bomb. It was something he had never done before Korsakoff and Gibran came into his life. There were no suspicious lumps. All the same, Sean opened it carefully, cutting a fine edge away from the side of the envelope with a pair of scissors. He avoided the folded areas where he was meant to tear it open, just in case. He remembered himself almost too late. Dropping the envelope, he pulled open his bottom drawer and reached for the box of latex gloves kept there. He pulled a pair on, his hands feeling instantly hot and sweaty. Then he picked the envelope up and spilled the contents onto his desk. The first items to emerge were photographs. Excellent quality. Colour. They appeared to have been taken by a professional. He recognised both of the two men in the shots, Paul Jarrett and Stefan Korsakoff. The pictures formed a sequence covering about 30 seconds. Korsakoff handing Jarrett a plain brown envelope, Jarrett opening it, half pulling £50 notes from inside, pushing them back in. A handshake. Jarrett walking away. D.I. Rager would be very interested in the pictures. As he shuffled through the photographs, a folded piece of paper fell out. A letter. He opened it. It had only been folded once. He saw the blue handwriting, neat but not ornate, clear but not printed. There was no sender's name and address. It could only have been from one person. He began to read. "Thought these might come in useful. I used them to ensure his loyalty for a time, but I have no use for him now. He failed me. He shouldn't have done that. I only regret I won't be able to give evidence at his trial. Sorry about skipping off. I'm sure you understand. I had no intention of becoming a corpse for the media vultures to pick over. Your fault entirely. I haven't forgotten. Imagine Gibran thinking he could outwit me. I look forward to seeing him again. I'll have a nice little surprise waiting for that jumped-up fucker. How are my wife and children? Crying for my return, no doubt. They don't know what they pray for. If they did, they wouldn't. I'm sure we'll meet again. I feel I still owe you something." Sean held the letter for a long time. He had hoped he'd heard the last of Stefan Korsakoff, but in his heart he knew he hadn't. Korsakoff liked games too much. His desk phone rang, making him jump. He tossed the letter aside and answered. It was Kate. "How are you doing today?" she asked. She had called him a lot more often these last 2 weeks. He used to seem so invulnerable. Now there was something tenuous about him, as if he might easily be snatched away. "I'm doing all right," he said, before she could continue. "Listen, I was thinking, maybe we should get out of London." "And move where?" Kate asked. "Well," Sean answered, "I got an email the other day. The police in New Zealand are looking to recruit British cops. I can even do a direct transfer as a DI. We'd get full residency. The kids would love it." "And me?" Kate asked. "Oh, come on, Kate," he reassured her. "You're a doctor. There isn't a country in the world doesn't want more doctors." What brought this on? Kate asked cheerfully. Sean looked at the letter on his desk. Nothing, he lied, remembering how close he'd been to falling off the edge, remembering being alone in the toilet, staring into the mirror and seeing the swirling darkness of his nature. I guess I'm just sick of the traffic. Free. I was a thing of nightmares. Now, in my cage, I have become the object of morbid fascination. You lock me away to lock your fears away. You view me from a safe distance. The newspapers and television your window into my cage. The gaps between the bars through which you peer. And what is it that scares you most? Is it that there's a little bit of me in all of you? That little bit of madness waiting to be let loose? When that person standing too close on the underground stamps on your foot, they apologize, and you tell them it's all right. It doesn't matter, but really, you want to stamp on their head until blood and brains cover your feet. But you swallow the violence down, keep the madness deep inside. As for me, I'm not finished yet. The British legal system will give me a chance. Anything is possible. The judge will call my arrest and prosecution a travesty. The police will be lambasted. The media will rally to my cause. I'll be interviewed by Jeremy Paxman. I'll walk free from the court. Will there be cheering crowds? So many other killers have been greeted by cheering crowds. Why not me? I'll raise my arms in victory as I walk towards the waiting photographers. I'll call to them. Innocent! Proven innocent! That was Cold Killing by Luke Delaney. Read by Robin Bowerman.
Thank you for listening to this HarperCollins audiobook. This title was recorded and produced by Greenbank Studios.